All around the world, ordinary people are seeing a mystery in the sky above.
What is that?
UFO sightings have reached an all-time high.
This was something very phenomenal.
And eyewitnesses are pressing record.
This is extraordinary.
It's an experience that shatters belief.
I was trying to rationalize it and couldn't.
People who are seeing this stuff don't necessarily want to believe in UFOs, but they have no choice.
And leaves people traumatized.
It's hard to talk about that light. There's a huge element of fear.
Who's ever prepared to see a phenomenon like that?
A new era has dawned, where first-hand evidence reveals a shocking truth.
We are absolutely not alone.
We see nebulous orbs and glowing balls of light moving erratically.
I haven't recorded anything like this in my life.
These eyewitnesses know UFOs are real, because seeing is believing.
What's their purpose? Why are they here?
Guys, come here, look!
It changes how you perceive the world.
We stand on the precipice of uncovering the truth about UFOs, and maybe even the extraterrestrial beings that pilot them.
It's hard to accept what seems to be unacceptable.
When you listen closely, UFO encounters are all around us.
This is the UFO reporting center. We understand you saw something in the sky the other night.
And I just glanced out the window because I noticed this bright, glowing object.
When someone sees something that is so out of their comfort zone, it's difficult to handle.
I don't know how to explain it. There's two, they are not airplanes. We know they're not airplanes.
These are life-altering experiences witnesses never forget.
I just saw something go whipping across the sky. I don't know what it was, but I'd like to.
A UFO event is reported every 8 seconds around the globe, and the number of sightings continues to grow every day.
I was just in awe of this flashing light in the sky. I actually felt terrified.
Behind each report, each number, there's a person shaken to their very core by what they've seen.
It's traumatic. There's a part of my story that has changed me.
UFO activity is escalating at such a rapid rate that by the end of our generation, we're going to be looking at a very different world where everyone knows the truth of UFOs, and that at some point we will have open official contact.
The front line of ufology is the average citizen. They're the boots on the ground, seeing these objects, and they are the starting point for researchers in this field.
I was born and raised in Fairbanks, Alaska. It's a small town, you know, peaceful, quiet, nothing too much going on.
Alaska is the most northern part of the United States, and it's very remote compared to the rest of mainland America. You have this history of a lot of interesting UFO sightings.
Growing up, I've seen things here and there, you know, flying through the sky really fast or something there and then disappearing. There's just a lot of mystery up here.
On an eerily quiet morning in the spring of 2016, Jared Augustine encounters his biggest mystery yet.
I work as a security guard. I like working nights because it's peaceful, quiet. You know, just me, mosquitoes, birds, and wilderness. I live on patterns, so it was a pattern to go out at 3 o'clock. That's when I usually just walk around the building to make sure it's secure. I don't really expect anything to happen late at night. There's literally no one out. I looked up and I saw a bright light in the sky.
This first glance into the night sky will change Jared's life.
It felt like someone was shining a light in your eye. This was something very phenomenal.
The impact a UFO sighting has on an individual has to be one of the top experiences of their lives.
I knew it was something significant. I knew it was something special that was happening at this very moment. And that was pretty phenomenal.
Ordinary and unsuspecting people like Jared have been witnessing UFOs for centuries.
This is not anything new. People have been documenting sightings at least back to 1897.
The first well-documented backyard sighting happened in 1950.
Paul and Evelyn Trent were on their small farm outside of McMinnville, and they saw this saucer-shaped craft. Paul ran in and got his camera and took 2 photographs.
It's one of the first images that captures an alleged flying saucer. And it very much looks like the kind of typical flying saucer that has been cemented in our popular culture.
What really made these photos popular was the fact that Life magazine, they really led a sort of revolution, I think, in what we understood flying saucers and UFOs to be.
This is a UFO, popularly called a flying saucer.
New ideas and excited emotions grew as people turned their thoughts to the possibility of cosmic extraterrestrial life.
It exhilarated an entire generation that UFOs were real and they were here among us.
It was a bright blue object. It had a large body and it appeared to taper off.
Whether what they were seeing was, legitimately something otherworldly or just mythology, we don't know.
Don't you think it would be kind of unusual for a meteor to just fall across the road and hover over there a minute and then drop to the ground?
Humans have been telling stories about anomalous activities and paranormal activity for a very long time.
Nowadays, these mysterious crafts may look different, but they are revealing themselves to us with ever-increasing frequency, and they're being captured on film.
Today, we have orbs of light and sort of strange, anomalous, shape-shifting UFOs and tic-tac UFOs. UFOs themselves have changed as we've changed, as our technology's changed.
What's most shocking is how many of these mysterious lights are descending into our skies.
A very common sighting is a very bright light, what's often described to be an orb. You do not see structure or specific shape.
What are these lights? And why are we seeing them now more than ever?
It was a bright light. It was blinking. I was in shock because obviously this was not a helicopter. I kind of started running so I can get a better view of whatever it was in the sky. I was fumbling for my phone. I was like, I have the phone with me.
Oh, what is that? Oh, you see that?
Capturing something finally that I've actually talked about as a child growing up. Pretty surreal. I got a lot of hate for it. I recorded vertically, not horizontally. But that's due to excitement.
But excitement quickly turns to fear.
Oh, what is that?
Jared is overcome with the feeling that the UFO is getting closer.
When the orb dropped, I felt very creeped out. It felt like maybe something was coming behind me. And I was just like kind of hoping that at least someone else was there. And there was nobody. It's just me and this bright light in the sky.
Frozen in place, Jared waits for what might happen next.
When you're all alone and encounter something, there's no one that can help you.
It's something that triggers a sort of anxious response because we can't put into words what this encounter is.
Anything can happen.
The orb itself that was in the sky shot 2 more orbs. It did a triangle formation. I just kept staring at it in awe.
That's when you sit up and take notice. Something is separating from this craft. How do you explain that?
He's not alone. 5,700 kilometers south, a shocked family captures video of another mysterious orb splitting into multiple lights.
Is that a comet? Guys, come here, look!
This is clearly an unusual object. It's very hard to say what it is. All we know is this is an anomalous light of some kind.
The video then becomes quite dramatic when this large red ball begins to eject sort of smaller red balls below it or into the sky around it.
It's a situation that prompts panic.
What is that? What is that?
Is the object physically splitting in two? Is it expelling smaller craft?
Look at that. Do you see that?
The splitting doesn't seem to fit our physics.
I don't like that. Hey, I see it too!
Yeah, I don't like it either.
That's
I've never
scary.
seen nothing
I
like
do
that.
see it.
That's just so remarkable and so out of the ordinary. It does not fit into any of our conventional categories.
Not a drone, not a helicopter. It's nothing conventional as we would think of it. I can certainly tell you what it's not. What is it? That's a little bit more difficult.
When the first orb dropped, then I kind of knew it can't be a Chinese lantern. It can't be a drone. It can't be a helicopter. It can't be flares.
Just as Jared thinks the experience couldn't get any stranger.
Whoa, that moved really quick.
The incredible movements of the otherworldly craft leave Jared stunned.
My mind was blown. Like, what is happening? What is going on?
When that object suddenly drops, that moment takes your breath away because conventional aircraft really don't do that. As if you needed any more convincing, you know you're looking at something highly unusual.
Encountering a UFO is a life-changing experience that plagues its eyewitnesses.
I felt scared, but I actually felt terrified.
Haunted by what they've seen, these people's lives will never be the same again.
Any of us have this possibility to be moving throughout our day, and then we have this encounter with the unknown.
It can happen to anybody, just it doesn't happen to special people. It happens to the average Joe.
For Jared Augustine, it happened on a routine night shift when a mysterious light appeared in the sky. It's just the first surprise the UFO has for the man on the ground.
Whoa, that moved really quick.
The orb itself went from point A to point B just real quick, just real fast.
There seems to be incredible acceleration, stopping on a dime, and then accelerating to fast speeds once again.
With Army Base Fort Wainwright nearby, could this be a military craft?
I'm used to seeing helicopters fly around, jets fly in the sky because they're very distinctive. I can tell the difference. Not really that hard when you grew up in a town like this all your life.
But this craft didn't sound like a jet or a helicopter. It didn't sound like anything at all.
It was quiet. No propellers. It was just quiet, blinking light. The only thing I sensed was just my fear.
When we see anything move at a high rate of speed, a car, a motorcycle, we expect the roar of that engine.
It's gone. It's gone.
It just kept blinking, and then that's when it just shut off. It was just gone.
Fearful of ridicule, Jared is tight-lipped.
I only told my closest friends. To me, in my personal opinion, it was a UFO. But to the world, that's up to them.
A few hundred kilometers down the west coast, just outside Seattle, Tim Senor's day at the beach is eclipsed by mysterious events in the sky.
It changed my mind about everything right then and there.
The Pacific Northwest is the second most active area for UFOs in the country. So people in the Seattle area are not strangers to UFO sightings.
But Tim Senor isn't one of them, and his skepticism is about to be shattered.
It's a very hard topic to get your mind to accept. I was raised in solid foundation in science and nature, and this was a whole new paradigm for my entire family. My story is hard for even myself to believe.
I think we're compelled to understand the world within our scientific framework, because that's the way we have come to know and understand the world around us in our modern age.
It's hard to talk about that light. So you may...
Okay, take your time.
It was a slightly overcast day. The whole family decided that they would take a trip down to the ocean side to experience the lowest tide of the year and do some scavenging and see if they could see anything that's usually underwater. My mom had her attention drawn to something that was in the sky just north of Seattle, and she pointed in the air and said, "Did you hear that?" I just kind of looked up towards where she was pointing, and my sister's oldest son pointed in the same direction and said, "Oh, look, a saucer." My whole family was struck by an intense feeling. It was out of the ordinary.
All of a sudden, instead of seeing the sun or clouds, we see something else that normally isn't there. This is something that can be pretty haunting, and it can kind of frighten us.
I was trying to decipher what it was that I was looking at. It did look like a saucer-shaped object was just sitting static up in the sky. I attempted to capture that with my phone. It was a dull gray with two round porthole-looking objects in the upper right-hand quadrants. I can get emotional even thinking about it. Suddenly, my father saw something and he said, "Well, what's this down there?" It moved literally from one end of northern Seattle down to western Seattle within a breath. It was faster than something falling from the sky. It was faster than gravity. It's very odd. It's very, very odd.
Well, we can triangulate to the point where we know these things are moving in excess of several thousand miles per hour.
This for any aircraft would be impossible. So whatever Tim saw, if it's real, was definitely able to break a lot of laws of physics.
Alone with his family and vulnerable to whatever this mysterious object might be, Tim's mind reels.
This is a real thing, and I witnessed it. It feels traumatic because it's a new paradigm of thinking for me. It makes me not sure how to raise my own children. It has worn on my psyche quite a bit.
Astonishing footage of an unidentifiable possible alien craft maneuvering and rocketing through the air was also captured by unsuspecting friends one fateful afternoon in Beaver Valley, Utah.
They were using a drone to sort of hover over a forested area and take just, scenery and footage of sort of this natural environment. It wasn't until they were going over their footage that they noticed this white object flying by. The video, when it first came out online, went viral. It created a lot of buzz and traffic. The way the object flies in the footage is really what's convinced a lot of people to believe that it's a genuine UFO event. The speed at which this object would be traveling would be in the thousands of kilometers an hour.
A car goes from 0 to 60 in 10 seconds. These craft go from 0, thousands of miles per hour in a split second. We were to do that, that would turn the pilot into jelly.
Back on the coast, the excitement and shock compounds as Tim Senor discovers that speed isn't the only mystery surrounding the UFO he spotted. Now, a second object comes into view.
I was like, oh, there's more than one. This is where the story takes a turn, and you're gonna have to suspend your disbelief and just take this as face value.
Every day, regular people all around the world are seeing horrifying events unfold before their eyes.
There's so much information, and it's all happening at once. My mind just goes, and I get tingly and emotional. I could cry right now, just thinking about it.
In that one moment, a lifelong foundation of beliefs can come tumbling down, along with any sense of safety or security.
Encountering a UFO is an uncanny experience.
You question everything that you thought you knew. You probably question your sanity.
I thought this must be a plane, this must be a reflection. Even seeing it, even witnessing it, it's too big a jump.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime glimpse into another world, maybe another universe of possibilities.
But what he witnesses next presents a possibility Tim Senor is not ready to entertain.
That's the hardest part of this story to tell. I'm sorry. To the naked eye, it appeared to be a three-dimensional white box. And through that opening, it appeared something either entered or exited through that white light.
Is this one object releasing another? Or is there perhaps a wormhole or a portal?
Portals are openings in the fabric of space, which allow you to move through time and space in a fraction of the time you would conventionally.
This is something that's coming out of nowhere, so this appears to be how UFOs sometimes travel.
And if they're letting us see them, the question is, why are they here?
I was trying to rationalize it and couldn't. I have far more questions than answers at this point.
South of the border, in Colima, Mexico, Alessa Estrada also encounters a surprise guest hovering over her building.
That was something amazing, something unusual.
The Colima area of Mexico is well known for two things. It's volcanoes and it's UFOs.
UFOs are very much embedded into folklore within Mexican culture, from elders and telling stories and passing them down.
I am a biologist, I am a housewife, and also I am a sky watcher. It's my passion. I started watching the sky in the early 90s when there was a total solar eclipse here in Mexico.
Alessa's had her eyes turned to the sky ever since, waiting. But this time felt different.
I was doing shopping and I was returning when I saw a strange light. I quickly run inside my house and grab my camera and go to the roof and started filming.
Esta es como una estrella, como un planeta.
I was excited, I was amazed, and I was so curious to know what could that be.
No se ha movido de su lugar.
Over 700 kilometers inland, a photographer in Mexico City captures another incredible and extremely unusual light fluttering over the bustling city.
This is very hard to explain as anything that's even remotely close to what we have.
The disturbing truth is that both UFO encounters took place within kilometers of some of Mexico's most explosive volcanoes.
So we often see UFO reports that tend to mass around mountains and other places of geographic significance.
Are these UFOs assessing danger? Are these recon missions the first step toward colonization of our planet?
Perhaps they're just studying this if we were to visit another planet. And in fact, that's what many researchers believe these UFOs are. They're scientists. It's very hard to determine exactly why, but it's pretty clear there is some sort of a connection there.
Whatever its purpose, the orb returns day after day, looming over the home of a captivated Alessa Estrada.
I saw it again. It was there in the same position in the sky.
Sí se está moviendo, eso no es un planeta. Y cumplió con su cita.
When you get a phenomena that is repeatable, that is highly significant, you could stand at that location another 50 years and never see anything again.
On day 4, Alessa hurries up to the roof for her now routine visit with the mysterious orb.
In the rush, I only took my camera to have more stability. I light and started filming it. After about 10 minutes, something miraculous happens. The object suddenly splits into many. I was absolutely amazed, and I said, "Oh my God, what is that?"
When it starts breaking into 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces, it really catches your attention. You realize you're not looking at something ordinary here.
What follows is inexplicable. Alessa's sky watching takes on a truly bizarre edge.
My hands were shaking. This is extraordinary.
Wow, están haciendo un triángulo.
When these objects start displaying incredible maneuverability, it's almost like they're putting on a show. Perhaps there's meaning behind this? What are they doing? I mean, like, why are they doing this?
Incredible UFO sightings from Alaska to Mexico are being documented by eyewitnesses.
This really happened. It was absolutely incredible and undeniable.
It leaves them mystified with tough questions they can't answer.
What's their purpose and why are they here?
They were changing in the sky like something intelligent. I don't know what they are doing.
These objects are far, far in excess of any known technology. their speed, their maneuverability shows that this is definitely not anything made on Earth.
Oh, what is that?
So it points to a questioning of our science and the limits of modern rational thinking.
Look at that. Do you see that?
Just because we can't explain something doesn't mean we shouldn't put every effort we have into trying to understand it.
And the emotional implications run deep.
I did feel alone. I felt a little nuts saying some of the things that I was saying. You really do have to suspend your disbelief to be able to get through some of these stories, including my own.
Clearly, what we have in these cases is one or two objects that suddenly become more.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What is that? What is that?
It's very hard to understand what's going on here.
The orbs stay still in the sky, unaffected by wind, then move quickly and erratically with no smoke trail left behind, as if they are designed for deception.
An object is zooming across the sky from horizon to horizon at super high speeds. There is no craft we have, officially at least, that can do that.
The speed of the UFO captured by drone pilots filming scenery in Utah is hard to refute.
You have very high definition video footage. You're able to slow it down frame by frame to see what is happening. Whatever it was flew by the drone so quickly that no insect or bird could fly that fast.
The deeply troubling question remains, what could these unidentifiable objects be?
It's possible that we're dealing with some sort of weather phenomena that is unknown. A lot of people have claimed, for example, ball lightning is something that exists.
The phenomenon is described as bright spheres of light believed to appear during severe thunderstorms.
We also know that at times, depending on the amount of moisture, humidity in the atmosphere, the moon can create a secondary sort of image of a moon, a reflection. Much like the sun can create a sundog, the moon can create a moondog, basically.
But all the eyewitness sightings took place on clear days with no storm in sight.
I don't think any weather forecasters were able to come up with an explanation on this either.
Even if natural phenomena were responsible for the unusual splitting seen across eyewitness videos, how can we explain the mysterious formations that follow?
They will form all these very interesting geometric shapes. They'll form long lines, perfect rows, all different types of shapes. And they're doing all these fantastic dances in the sky that almost look playful.
There's lots of splitting and then formations of triangles that have appeared after coming out of one single orb or one single craft.
That shape, that's not something random. That's something that knows what it's doing and has a pattern it wants to maintain.
Many things in our known skies fly in formation.
We're all used to seeing commercial or military aircraft going in very set patterns.
Kind of like we see geese flying across the sky in a formation. UFOs fly in formation as well. This, to me, displays an intelligence, a control, and it shows that they're being piloted. It really begs the question, could this be us? The only thing that comes at all close are drones. While they do have the ability to form geometric formations, they can't do it at high speeds or in super large numbers or for a long period of time or silently. So I think the possibility that these are drones is very low.
And the truth is, we really don't know what these strange things in the sky are.
Nothing really seems to check all the boxes for a natural explanation.
And I think that's where that awe comes in. There's nothing that we know of within our ability of science of how that would happen, especially with our own technology. We don't have that.
I think extraterrestrial is the theory which best fits the facts as we see it, one that really accounts for the evidence.
If these craft are of extraterrestrial origin, Tim's sighting may hold the answer to how they arrived here and reveal shocking implications that could affect every person alive. Unidentified craft are looming in the skies over our homes and our communities. And for those who witness them firsthand, it is a paralyzing kind of fear, and often an emotional journey that can last a lifetime.
I actually felt terrified because it felt like maybe something was behind me.
It wouldn't be fair to keep it to ourselves. It's traumatic. My core beliefs have been changed, which is painful.
And these eyewitnesses are not alone. UFO encounters are happening in terrifying numbers. In 2020, more than 8,000 sightings were reported across North America, and many still go unreported for fear of ridicule.
We're moving through the motions of our life, and next thing we know, we look up and there's this magnificent thing that we've never experienced before.
For many, it's a traumatic, emotional, unwanted encounter.
People who are seeing this stuff don't necessarily want to believe in UFOs, but they have no choice.
Do I want to say I and my family witnessed a craft coordinating with spaceships from another planet? I'm not ready to say that. Did I photograph that? Yes.
And if Tim did capture the moment a portal appeared, the potential ramifications to Tim, his family, and every other person on planet Earth are incredible and terrifying.
There's a huge element of fear, personally, at least. That leads to such big questions.
I think, oh my gosh, here's a good example of exactly what some of these quantum physicists are talking about.
For generations, physicists have theorized that portals can be opened, wormholes, for which we can travel vast distances in space in very short times.
And this could be an actual concrete example of exactly what they're talking about theoretically.
If there are groups of beings traveling vast distances, they would create these portals, these tunnels, to get from planet A to planet B in maybe seconds as opposed to centuries.
It leaves us incredibly vulnerable as a species.
It shows that these ETs, if that's what we're dealing with here, are able to do things that we are not even close to being able to do.
These unidentified objects seem to be revealing themselves, showing what they're capable of to humans on Earth.
And if this is what they're doing, that's crucial information. That there is a technology being used that is way beyond our understanding.
If they can create a portal like this, if that's in fact what we're even seeing, what is going on here? What does this mean for us?
It could mean that they are already here.
Whoa.
Among us.
I believe it was a UFO of extraterrestrial origin coming to observe Earth, just gathering information as best as they can, is my guess.
If a group of individuals were trying to clandestinely study the human race, they would come in the cover of darkness with no lights on. The fact that these craft are blatantly maneuvering by a major city speaks volumes that they either don't care they're being seen or they absolutely want to be seen. And that's an aspect that's often too much overlooked.
Perhaps they're displaying or testing their own craft in some way. Perhaps they're trying to transmit some type of message to either each other or to us.
For Jared Augustine, the message came in flashes of light.
It was blinking like a light switch, like someone was turning the light off and on.
Oh, wow.
A lot of people who reviewed the video were saying it could be Morse code, just the way it was flashing at a different pace, different rhythms.
It's weird.
Most aircraft have a steady blinking light or a solid light, but this was a pronounced, brilliant pulsation. Very unusual.
I didn't even think it was communicating with me. I don't know, just something in my mind didn't want me to dig into that. I guess that would be the fear aspect.
Could there have been some sort of code in that pulsation? Possibly. But since we can't even say where this craft came from, how can we hope to decipher its code?
I just kind of let it be. Just let the world have it. Let them see what they want to say.
From rhythmic pulses of light to intricate formations, these orbs appear to convey a message we can't seem to crack. It's a riddle with chilling implications.
Maneuvers do have very specific meanings or perhaps a message to them. There could be a number of different reasons why they're doing this.
Is it a greeting or a warning?
What the end point is, I can't say, but this is not by chance.
Something very significant is going on here. Does this mean that UFOs could come here in very large numbers at some point without any warning?
It's hard to say. We need to put skepticism aside and become more open-minded because the evidence is becoming more overwhelming, more universal, and more undeniable.
Eyewitnesses have been sharing their incredible and personal UFO encounters for years. And for the first time, the world seems ready to listen and believe.
From a farming couple with a simple Kodak camera taking those McMinnville photos to state-of-the-art military technology, getting high-resolution video images. It's like the Wright brothers to the Apollo moon landing.
It's the first time that governments within the states have come forward and saying that they're taking UFOs actually seriously.
The mainstream is now looking at it with credibility. We've had this wonderful shift from ridicule and skepticism to this is a real scientific phenomena that we need to study and understand.
Everyone carries a camera in their pocket. People are much more able to record their sightings.
It's not just a witness saying, oh, I think I saw something. It's hard data we can now analyze.
We're going to see a lot more videos and photographs of UFOs appear on the internet and shared across various social media platforms.
People now are actually coming forward and wanting to talk about it and trying to find a community to share their thoughts.
This topic is becoming much more widely accepted. It changes how you perceive the world.
When you see that kind of phenomena, it's something out of this world, maybe, I don't know, something uncommon.
The biggest takeaway for me was that we don't have all the answers and that there is still a lot to explore.
Just as the lives of Jared, Tim, and Alessa have been changed by their UFO encounters, our population is stepping into a new era of exciting possibilities.
You have Elon Musk making claims that he wants to put people on Mars by the late 2020s. You have NASA preparing a Mars mission for the 2030s.
We have notable scientists and academics coming forward and saying that they're looking into extraterrestrials.
New instrumentation is being built. Satellites are proposed to go into space to try to detect these objects entering our atmosphere. Ground-based instrument clusters are studying the phenomenon. So we are bringing more technology to bear now than at any time in history.
It's an exciting time on the cosmic stage for our entire species.
I'm happy to be alive during something like this too, to see it actually happening.
Although the astonishing and chilling extraterrestrial activity in the skies remains shrouded in mystery, the incredible and powerful truth behind the UFO phenomenon is being revealed and accepted, one eyewitness encounter at a time.
In this huge universe with many, many billions, trillions, an infinity of solar system planets, it's very probable and very logical that they could exist.
At this point, when I open my door to walk outside, I look up first. My understanding of things is altered. I'm definitely looking for answers, and I hope that we get them.
To this day, I still look into the skies, and I'm hoping that one day, again, I get to capture it. And I still have my phone on me, close by me, ready to go. Horizontal this time.
We may never look at the skies the same way again. And now, with top-level declassifications and growing global acceptance, incredible and threatening UFO stories are being seen in a new light, with fresh eyes and open minds.
It flew over the base at an astronomical speed that I'd never seen in my life.
A lot of sightings of UFOs happen around military bases.
Mysterious craft with pilots from origins unknown reveal themselves and breach our most secret and secure facilities.
I was told it was the most haunted county in the world. There were druids, there were witches, a woman pedaling a bicycle without a face.
It's a glimpse into the unknown. Highly trained military personnel reveal emotional and terrifying true accounts.
I had all the guards out, their weapons drawn, and they were scared to death.
UFOs were seen over very important nuclear installations as far back as the 1940s.
National security can't protect us if they don't know what they're protecting us from.
Those on the front lines of keeping humanity safe reveal harrowing encounters with UFOs.
We ignore these at our own peril.
There's something scary in the sky, beyond our reach, beyond our control, and beyond our technological abilities. And unknown beings pose a threat to our peaceful existence.
These types of sightings should be viewed with deadly seriousness. It's our lives that we're really dealing with here.
It's time to look at the sky in a different way. And that's exactly what we're doing.
The US government is actively investigating the UFO phenomenon.
You question everything that you knew.
Alien encounters are no longer just for fiction writers.
Where before it might be career suicide to even talk about UFOs, it's finally coming together as the start of a new science.
And at the heart of this new science is a stack of emotional testimonies from military personnel, now declassified for the world to hear. From the deck of one of America's most advanced warships, Navy veteran Omar Lara has a very personal and incredible UFO story to tell.
Disbelief, what? What was that? Out of nowhere, this object just drops down. Its maneuverability is nothing I've ever seen in my 10 years in the United States Navy.
Omar Lara was stationed on the USS Nimitz, servicing the fastest planes on the planet.
The USS Nimitz is like a mobile airbase. Very important nuclear-powered vessel for the United States Navy.
If the United States has to engage in any combat situation, the Nimitz fleet will go to that location to stop any threat.
In early December 2004, Omar saw an incredible and unexplainable flying object as the Nimitz returned home from the Middle East. He would never be the same again.
You would never even think that any aircraft on our planet could even come close to our battle group. There's just so many defense systems that get lit off the minute one of these things are even approaching our vicinity.
If the military's prime directive is to prevent all enemies from entering a certain territory, and a UFO goes streaking through, then that is a threat of the highest priority.
Prior to the incident, I wasn't a big UFO follower or believer in the phenomenon.
But on this fateful evening, as the Nimitz approaches port, a sailor falls overboard, sending the crew into action.
We were trying to find out on the flight deck where this guy had fallen over, and they said man overboard, starboard side.
In addition to Omar Lara, 30 other crew are present for what happens next.
The sailor was illuminated by the spotlight from those who were handling the rescue operation. And that's when this object comes down from the sky at an incredible speed. It just stopped and just hovered there. It was oval, 40 feet maybe, size of one of our H-53 helicopters. Keep in mind, we're still off the coast of San Diego, so something is in basically our airspace and within the vicinity of our country.
The shocking UFO encounter stuns Omar and his shipmates.
The object had no exhaust plumes, no source of propulsion. It was completely silent.
Military personnel, they're trained to be observers, to identify different forms of aircraft.
When you see this object be absolutely silent, there's a disconnect there.
Even at a distance, you can hear a helicopter in the ocean, but this thing wasn't giving out sound.
Scary encounters over restricted airspace have been happening for decades. There were unnerving sightings during the tense early days of the Cold War.
One of the most startling encounters took place in July of 1952.
Air traffic controllers tracked 6 unknown aircraft making their way towards Washington, D.C.
Numerous saucer-shaped objects were seen. They were captured on radar.
I am here to discuss the so-called flying saucers.
People on the ground describe these objects as being bright orange, white-colored objects that slowed down and hovered over the city for a brief moment before changing direction and moving again in strange and bizarre ways.
Air Force interest in this problem has been due to our feeling of an obligation to identify and analyze to the best of our ability anything in the air that may have the possibility of threat or menace to the United States.
This incident had all the credible aspects. highly trained radar technicians, people from all fields witnessing these craft.
After we have this whole media frenzy over it, now a sighting in the sky is a UFO and is quite possibly extraterrestrial.
As a result of this incident, the Air Force began to do significantly more research and investigation into the UFO phenomenon.
From the 1950s right up to today, the mystery and fear continues.
Any object, enemy, or anything drops into our protected airspace, for us to not be able to do anything to it is just an eyebrow raiser for those who are in charge of our safety.
Every nation has to maintain its security and then protect it from external threats.
But flying objects that we don't understand leave us powerless and vulnerable. Violating the secure airspace of Rafael Hernandez Military Airport in Puerto Rico, an unidentified flying object stuns onlookers, performing unbelievable maneuvers.
Customs officers at the Aguadilla airport were tracking an object via a thermal camera through the sky in Puerto Rico. It made its way over the airport and then over a city and residential area and eventually to the coast where it sort of disappeared into the water, then popped back up out of the water and back into the sky.
The unsettling feeling of not knowing what is this, what's going on, only grows.
It's impossible. From what we know of our capabilities, we don't have anything that can actually move like that.
So you have this sort of very compelling video footage of this bizarre UFO traveling both through air and water. The military looked at the video. You had several other organizations look at the video to try to assess what this thing was.
There's no genuine, credible, conventional explanation that anybody has been able to come up with.
UFO-related breaches around state-of-the-art warships, nuclear missile silos, and strategic military bases leave us open to attack and searching for answers.
People within the Navy and the Army are saying that they've seen something and have come forward because they believe that the general population should know about it.
These are trained professionals, and therefore, when they say something is happening, there's a level of credibility that needs to be respected.
On the USS Nimitz, Omar Lara and his crewmates are awestruck by the sudden and terrifying sighting of the mysterious craft.
This thing shot off to our right. There's no wind-up, nothing. It moves so fast that you have to turn your torso just to keep up with it. We would have our jets do flybys, and they would be at supersonic speeds. You could follow any one of our jets with your eyeballs. This object, we literally had to move our torso to just keep up with it.
Suddenly, the battle station alarm sounds, putting the Nimitz into high alert.
When you have unidentified aircraft violating airspace, there's a potential threat there that they're going to have to deal with.
I knew it was game time once they alerted to launch the Alert 6.
The Nimitz crew prepares to engage with a UFO.
It was not a drill. Everyone needs to report to their battle station.
We're entering a new era of incredible insight. UFO encounters make us question our national security and change the way we look at the sky. These sightings of unknown craft are emotionally charged and often unsettling.
As more reports about UFOs come out, especially from people who we deem credible, airline pilots or from people in the military, we start to realize that maybe something strange is actually going on.
Aboard the nuclear-powered USS Nimitz, sailor Omar Lara has a front row view to a mysterious, possibly extraterrestrial craft.
This object just drops down at incredible speed and just stops and plants itself there.
Having penetrated the U.S. Navy's secure airspace, the unidentified craft is a real and immediate threat.
They saw this in the radar room. It was close. It was really close.
On the flight deck, the emergency fighter jets are ready to engage.
The bell went off for the launching of the Alert 6, and the catapult system is ready to launch.
Then, as quickly as it appears, it's gone.
And it stopped, made a right angle, and shot right back up. It just disappeared into the vast space. There was no noise, not even a sonic boom, and this thing surpassed the sound barrier. And that was it, it was over.
The crew were left awestruck.
And as I turn around, there's a sailor who I seen earlier out there also. He was praying. And it looked like he was scared out of his wits. Another sailor, he used the term, "What the F was that?" We started talking, and the first thing I remember him telling me was, "You don't believe in that stuff, do you?" And I said, "I do now."
I think the reason that the government started to really seriously look at the UFO phenomenon was because they were concerned that these could potentially pose threats to U.S. security.
You do not know its intentions. You're showing this great show of force, and they don't seem to care.
To have another enemy come into our waters is just like a big slap in the face to the U.S. government.
Why are they here, and what do they want?
There's been a lot of speculation that unidentified aerial phenomena tend to gather around nuclear-powered area. We have countless reports of UFOs making incursions over air bases that hold, house, or are launch points for nuclear weapons.
In 1967, Officer Robert Salas was serving in an Air Force bunker controlling some of the deadliest weapons on Earth.
First, I was a weapons controller and then went on to missile duty at Malmstrom as a missile launch officer.
Malmstrom Air Force Base is located in Montana. It housed missiles that were armed with nuclear warheads in the event of a nuclear attack. It was really one of the most important Air Force bases in the United States during the Cold War.
The stakes are high, and the responsibility is enormous.
We had 15 launch control centers at Malmstrom Air Force Base, and each had control of 10 nuclear missiles.
In one of these secure locations, Robert Salas and his partner had their fingers on the nuclear trigger.
It was 60 feet underground, right below the guardhouse. Take an elevator down. The capsule was made of reinforced concrete, able to withstand a nuclear blast topside. The launch facility was surrounded by fencing. We also had motion sensors everywhere. If given the order, we would have launched missiles. By the way, each missile had the capability of 800 kilotons of TNT. The weapons that they used at Hiroshima and Nagasaki were about 15 kilotons. Nearly 100,000 people lost their lives from those explosions, so you can imagine the damage that would have been done from an 800 kiloton bomb.
There are few positions in the world that bear the responsibility that a nuclear launch code officer has.
We needed to be fairly reliable because if we had decided without orders to launch missiles, we could have done that. We could have actually launched 10 nuclear missiles. We had 6 guards fully armed upstairs. We felt pretty good that no one could really get access to the weapon systems.
But on this fateful day, UFOs would challenge everything.
First thing that happened is I got a call from my topside guard. They said there's strange lights in the sky flying above the facility, moving very fast. He doesn't hear any engine noise. They were stopping in midair and reversing course, which airplanes don't do. I even said, "You mean like UFOs?" I had no idea that things would get pretty dramatic very shortly.
And it won't be the only time mysterious craft penetrate and threaten nuclear security.
F.E. Warren Air Force Base is one of several very important United States bases that have nuclear weapons. On October 23rd, 2010, the base was not able to communicate with about 50 of their ICBM missiles. The Air Force stated, but it was only for about 59 minutes. The shutdown of communications was much longer. But maybe even more importantly was the fact that there was a large cigar-shaped UFO that was over that base at the time of the communication breakdown in which they could not control those nuclear missiles.
If these craft are coming in and interfering with our systems, that is a huge message that we can control all of your technology and you are essentially defenseless.
Every now and then, one of these unknown objects is in the vicinity where nuclear missiles go offline or where we just lose control over them. There are obvious parallels between the situation at Warren in 2010 with Malmstrom Air Force Base back in March of 1967.
I got the second call, and this time things were very serious upstairs because he was screaming into the phone, literally frightened. He said they had all the guards out, their weapons drawn. Looking at this glowing and pulsating reddish orange colored light about 40 feet in diameter. It was hovering just above the front gate, and they were scared to death.
Emotions run high as Robert, deep underground with little information, is faced with a conflict that could snowball into thermonuclear war and total global destruction.
I thought someone was attacking the facility.
If you want to send a very dramatic message, you hit your enemy where they feel they are the strongest, and that would have been our nuclear arsenal.
He was screaming into the phone, wanted me to tell him what to do. I think I said something like, make sure nothing comes into the fenced area, use whatever force necessary. We had a display panel of what the status of our missiles was. And I looked over there just to see that, get reassured that all our missiles were still green and ready to launch. And at that point, we get klaxons and bells going off in the capsule. That's an indication that something was wrong with our missiles. So we looked over at the board, and we saw our missiles turning from green to red, meaning they were unlaunchable, disabled, no go. It's a very dangerous situation.
To be able to fly right into a nuclear facility, somehow get control of our technology, and it shut them off like a light switch.
It's petrifying to know that they have the ability to do that.
Unidentified beings in highly advanced craft are making their presence known at some of our most dangerous and well-protected facilities, showing us how helpless we really are.
That's a really troublesome reality. The fact is that this is something that military people have been dealing with for decade after decade after decade.
20 meters underground in what should be one of America's most secure nuclear launch facilities, Officer Robert Salas is thrown into an unthinkable crisis.
The guards see this red glowing object over the gate. What could be breaching their security and hovering over a nuclear facility?
I looked over at the board and bing, 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 they were all going from green to red. So while this object was still up there, we lost all 10 missiles.
What you had was this moment where if the Russians had launched nuclear missiles at the United States, Malmstrom Air Force Base would not be able to respond with a counterattack.
Raising the unfathomable stakes, the loss of missile control isn't the only problem.
Along with the no-go indications at 2 of the launch facilities, we had lights indicating intrusions.
As this security crisis with global implications unfolds, Robert Salas and his team are left terrified and confused. In 2004, Omar Lara and other Navy personnel saw a mystifying craft penetrate their airspace.
You're not sure where it's coming from, and it's behaving in ways that don't really make sense to your own understandings of flight.
And his sighting wasn't unique.
It was shocking to hear that there were other incidents involved with the Nimitz.
Recently declassified evidence reveals the incredible UFO mystery to the world and corroborates Omar Lara's story.
On November 14th, 2004, the USS Nimitz was off the coast of California. Naval aviators were diverted from their training to a real-life intercept situation to identify and track a target that had gotten too close to the ship.
Locking onto the mysterious object, they also recorded, with the infrared camera mounted to their jet.
What is that? What is that thing? You see that?
It just doesn't give any indication of being a normal aircraft.
It's this sort of white tic-tac shaped object, 40 feet long.
Which happens to be an incredibly common description of UFOs that we've gotten for decade after decade.
The object then accelerated at a very fast pace away from his fighter plane.
Whoa! What is it? I don't know, sir.
You're talking tens of thousands of miles per hour. We don't have anything that we know of that can do this.
Once I saw the video, it was just like, oh wow, there it is.
Omar Lara seems to have seen something very similar, maybe the same object.
And to the shock and surprise of many around the world, 13 years after the incident, the US government declassified the footage.
This sighting gives a lot of credibility just by the fact that it was released by the Pentagon itself.
It's significant because it's the first time that it's ever happened.
Saying that the entire intelligence apparatus of the United States of America does not necessarily know what's going on in its airspace all the time is a failure of intelligence and poses risk to public safety. It's impressive and it's frightening all at the same time.
And these disturbing sightings are not only in the United States. Major Lori Rayfelt was a security officer with the U.S. Air Force stationed in England at the white-knuckled peak of the Cold War.
RAF Bentwaters and Woodbridge, about 50 miles north of London, near the North Sea. The mission was, if anything happens with Russia or anything with communist activity, they would load these F-4s with nuclear bombs.
RAF Bentwaters is a joint British-American airbase, the strategic location that if the Soviet Union ever attacked Europe, both England and the United States would have a tactical point from which to launch a counterattack.
The most forward base where NATO had nuclear weapons that were aimed at the Soviet Union.
Making Lori Rayfelt's job of ensuring base security absolutely critical.
We were either on patrol or we were working at a gate. East Gate was really remote. It was at the end of the runway. There was a big forest right behind it, Rendlesham Forest. The fog would roll in, you know, I mean, it would look like something out of one of those scary movies. I was told it was the most haunted county in the world.
But UFOs aren't something Lori thought about.
They were never on my radar. I never thought that I would be a witness to a UFO and to realize the heaviness of seeing one. I was working a midnight shift, and my partner at the time, who was on patrol with me, we had to go out to the gate and make sure it was still locked. It was about 0300 hours in the morning, and I'm filling out my check sheet, and we're just talking. I'm looking straight out toward the North Sea, and I see this light coming in. I thought, that's really strange. It came in at a regular approach that we were used to. It looked like an oval kind of a light. Then all of a sudden, it stopped and it hovered. There was no sound coming from it whatsoever. And then it went up, down, left, right, and it was as if it was kind of saying, wow, we're being seen. What should we do? We were both stunned because we'd never seen anything like that. And then it burst, broke into 3 pieces. The light kind of throbbed a little bit before it broke into the 3 pieces.
The incredible UFO encounter leaves Lori frozen.
The fact that this aircraft was in our airspace was really dangerous. I was just thinking, what are we seeing here? It's not making any noise, no mechanical noises. And it went right straight up into the sky and pretty much disappeared. It was concerning because not even a few miles away were the nuclear bombs.
Shocking encounters like Lori's tell military professionals they don't have the security they thought they had.
There are hundreds and hundreds of genuine, startling military UFO engagements that have happened over the years.
From Cold War UFO sightings to present-day encounters, these mysterious events share chilling similarities.
In Omar's case, the fact that it happened in the setting of this naval group of ships really said, we want everyone here to know what our capabilities are. Malmstrom Air Force Base, that's about as serious as you can get manipulating nuclear weapons. What if they wanted to try to launch these weapons? What could we have done about it?
These unidentified craft, flown by unknown pilots, shock and mystify.
Nothing that I've ever seen in my life can do that, do those movements. That made us realize just how serious and how intense this was.
Spectacular UFO sightings and potential extraterrestrial encounters send shockwaves through our perceived security with incredible ease.
You see this object drop down at supersonic speeds, sit there and zoom off and shoot right back out to space with no sound, no exhaust.
We don't have helicopters, we don't have drones, we don't have aircraft that can make a true right-angle turn. They don't behave according to the laws of aerodynamics.
Then you start to ponder who was flying that, what was this technology? Whoever it is, it's something that we don't have on this planet.
Keeping an open mind, it's really important for government, military, for scientists.
There have always been such factions in the intelligence community's analysis of this who concluded, no, this is from another civilization, one that we don't know how to identify, and their best guess was that these were interplanetary or extraterrestrial.
It's a statement that bears great weight, and it's not easy to make.
It wasn't spoken about so much because the ridicule within the community was really, really strong.
But the alarming evidence keeps piling up.
The way it moved, it would be incredible to be able to have that technology, but we don't have it.
Laurie described it as moving like an Etch-a-Sketch. And then the object splits into 3 separate craft.
Laurie Rayfeld isn't the only one to have the incredible experience of seeing a UFO break apart. It also happened during a spectacular high-speed extraterrestrial sighting over Aguadilla, Puerto Rico.
It sort of tumbles midair and then breaks up into pieces, and then it continues to fly.
There's really not a good explanation in terms of the science for these things.
And one terrifying thought keeps emerging. If we don't understand them, how can we protect ourselves? For Robert Salas, the nuclear missile crisis intensified when the UFO reappeared.
We had lights indicating intrusions, so we send security guards to check that out. When they arrived, they observed the same kind of pulsating light.
All hell broke loose on the base as they were trying to get to the bottom of what this thing was.
We didn't know what we were dealing with. They had to confront something they couldn't understand. They never recovered from that and were taken off security duty.
But how could any UFO and its unseen voyagers so easily disarm these nuclear missiles?
They're heavily secured, and they have backup systems to ensure nothing goes offline and no incidents occur.
The object would have had to send a signal through 60 feet of earth and concrete and penetrate the cabling system, which we had to each missile. This was triply shielded against electromagnetic interference. So it would have to do that individually to each missile, and within seconds.
It's a shocking realization with gut-wrenching possibilities.
I don't think this could have been anything terrestrial.
Something happened that made those missiles go offline for an entire day. That should never have happened.
The national security implications ripple way out beyond Malmstrom Air Force Base.
The initial message that went out from Strategic Air Command said the fact that these 10 missiles went down for no apparent reason is of grave concern to this command. Air Force Office of Special Investigations said we would never speak of this at all under pain of penalty of prison.
We do hear lots of stories of people being told not to talk about their sightings.
After the incident, we never heard another word about it.
The torturous silence Robert Salas endured is not unique.
There was no official investigation conducted after we saw the UFO sighting. It was just really frustrating that I couldn't pursue or figure out what just happened.
And an officer shuts down Omar Lara.
He popped rank on all of us and told us to cease the conversation and that he did not want to hear this anymore.
Having something in the skies unknown, very much a mysterious entity, is very threatening to the kind of claims that the nation is built upon.
What if we face incredible powers that can leave us helpless?
They can reposition themselves instantaneously. They could certainly disable our communications.
This is not a drill, and luckily, it's no longer a hushed secret.
These objects and whoever is controlling them have enormous capabilities that I don't think we have the ability to defend against.
With so many remarkable sightings by people in uniform and respected professionals all over our planet, ufology is no longer on the fringe.
There have been some incredible events in the last several years that have really opened up the field, and the mainstream is now looking at it with credibility.
The New York Times dropped an article about a secret investigation program run out of the Pentagon. It seems that the Pentagon has been interested in unidentified aerial phenomena for a really long time.
And the mounting fear of the unknown intensifies with every new encounter.
So it's up to us to ask the more difficult question is, what could those things be?
Maybe it will open up other doors to understanding things stop becoming paranormal and they start becoming real.
For these members of the military, there's some things basic training didn't cover.
After seeing this, my mind is very open now. Whatever they are, they're so far ahead.
There's no way this could have happened from anything that we have designed here on Earth.
I knew it was not from here.
And as the UFO mystery reshapes our modern consciousness, terrifying interference at nuclear facilities continues and intensifies.
I realized that my incident was just a small grain of sand in the large sandbox of military and nuclear facility incidents.
They also had an incident in Ukraine in 1982 where they actually started a nuclear missile on its launch sequence and then shut it down before it launched.
But is UFO interest in our nuclear facilities a threat? Maybe they're just watching us, for now.
You may want to know, are we going to be a nuisance? Do we have the capability of being an actual hassle for them? So that's enough to get their attention right there.
They could have done a lot more damage to our missiles. They did not. The message I take from all of that is they would like to see us get rid of our nuclear weapons.
Solid fuel.
Nuclear weapons are not weapons of war. They are weapons of annihilation.
A lot of sightings happen around military bases. I think a lot of ufologists would say that's because there's aliens here monitoring these bases and making sure that we're not doing anything that's going to cause such destruction as what we did with Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
I heard in 2018 there was indeed another UFO incident at Malmstrom Air Force Base. Why the ETs persist on giving us these situations is because we persist on producing nuclear weapons.
We all are carrying pieces of a puzzle that we need to put together. I truly think that these entities out there are watching over us. And I just think that we're at a level where we're more open to it.
For our species, the mystery and challenge goes on.
Maybe science doesn't have all the answers that we thought it would be able to provide us. Stories of aliens or UFOs point to other possibilities.
The dawn has risen on a bold new realization. And UFO encounters at our most secure facilities leave more unsettling questions than answers.
When an unknown object is invading sensitive installations, particularly if they have a nuclear connection, which is often the case, that is a problem.
Ongoing professional analysis of UFO sightings has brought us to a breathtaking tipping point.
We have academics and people of power and notoriety coming forward and saying that it's okay to believe.
There's also a broader acceptance in our public to accept the ET hypothesis, that these are UFOs of extraterrestrial origin and that they're here visiting us on Earth.
It's the first time that governments have come forward and saying that they're taking UFOs actually seriously.
It's an exciting time, and our abilities to understand the mysteries are growing exponentially.
The perk of dealing with UFO reports today versus 50 years ago is we have a lot of technology at our disposal. An AI system can run through thousands of reports in seconds and find patterns that a human couldn't do on their own. As more organizations are potentially willing to spend money on cataloging and studying UFOs, you're going to get more data of what we're maybe dealing with.
For a very long time, human beings have been fascinated by who or what may exist beyond our planet. But as UFOs reach our most secure areas, are they truly a global security threat?
I think if they meant us harm, we would be gone. But that doesn't mean there isn't some level of threat. They are flying around us with impunity. They're causing alarm. They can vastly outperform us. That's a threat in itself. So we need to get a better understanding of this and maybe even try to start communicating.
Even to this day, I still don't know what it was. You know, I'm always looking like, is it gonna come back tonight? Am I gonna get to see it? I'm always looking up to see if I get a quick glimpse of that thing again.
I don't know whether I was chosen for any particular reason to have this encounter, but I did feel that once I did have the encounter, I had the responsibility of making it public whenever I could.
I think the powers to be out there know that I'm on a journey and I am very curious, and I truly believe they want to encourage all of us to figure out how we all fit into this puzzle. I see it as a blessing. I truly do.
UFOs are being encountered all around the world in record numbers. The truth is finally coming out from scientists, governments, and the military. These mysterious objects in our skies are real.
I was scared to death. Why is this happening to me?
I've never been really frightened in my life except for that instant.
Ordinary people who have had terrifying, life-changing encounters with UFOs and alien life can now come forward without the fear of ridicule.
An alien abduction encounter is a very traumatic experience, one that is deeply disturbing, deeply unsettling,
These personal and emotional stories are tipping the scales to belief.
This is going to change the world. This is going to change the way people think. We will finally know for sure that we're not alone in the universe.
The tall creature approached me with a tool. I was yelling, screaming, get me out of here.
I started to question my sanity.
It is absolutely life-changing and mind-blowing.
Was this real? Was this a dream?
In this dawn of the age of the UFO, what was once thought impossible is now becoming very real.
Are these things really science fiction? I don't think so.
Missing time, lost memory, deep emotional and sometimes even physical trauma. These frightening tales of abduction by extraterrestrial creatures may sound like science fiction, but they're not. They're all too real.
I've never had any doubts, not for a minute, and I've never changed the story.
I knew that I had experienced something, this awful, terrifying experience where I was left devastated and traumatized.
To this day, I still don't believe what happened to me.
An alien abduction encounter is a profoundly enmeshed experience with the unknown, where we have alien abductees who proclaim to be taken aboard spaceships, held by actual alien entities, subjecting them to lab tests, experimenting with the properties of their bodies, and often accompanied by stories of missing time, where all of a sudden the day seemed to pass and the abductee has no awareness of where that time went or what happened. It certainly, for the experiencer, is something that comes across as a very horrific ordeal.
We're embarking on a journey with a horrifying potential outcome. The very idea that a UFO encounter could lead to an abduction, or worse, cracks open every normal and accepted reality of our safe existence here on planet Earth.
It's a very, very scary moment when somebody feels that they've been abducted or taken.
People will remember being physically examined. People wake up with mysterious scars on their body, little scoop marks, or bruises, or puncture wounds, broken bones even.
How can we possibly protect ourselves and our families from dangerous otherworldly creatures with no known defenses or any real understanding? Erin Montgomery will never forget her terrifying abduction experience.
I was able to see that there were two rather tall, gray alien-type beings at the foot of the bed, and that's really when the panic set in. After my experience, I was afraid of the dark. I would spend hours trying to sleep, but huddled in a corner thinking, oh my God, don't come get me, leave me alone, don't come tonight, please just don't come tonight.
Ex-Marine Terrell Copeland would soon face that very same fear. He claims he was taken against his will by extraterrestrials in 2007.
It was very terrifying. I remember I fell asleep on my couch and I woke up to someone trying to get him in my front door. Like the doorknob was jiggling. And I went to get up. I couldn't move. I'm like, okay, I'm starting to panic because there's somebody trying to open my door and I can't move.
Stuck in a terrifying limbo and longing for his 9mm, Terrell hears an otherworldly voice.
It's okay, don't be afraid. The voice was in the room. It was as if like there was a person there, but you couldn't see him. The voice said, it's okay. We don't mean you any harm. You don't need your firearm. I had so many emotions and thoughts running through my head at one time. You know, am I about to get taken? What's happening?
Terrell's terrifying paralysis isn't unique to his story. It's a reoccurring theme in many alien abduction accounts, including one of the most well-known, the case of Betty and Barney Hill.
Their story was one of the first well-documented UFO abductions and really cemented a lot of the features that would appear again in later abduction accounts. Betty and Barney Hill's story begins when they were driving home from a trip to Quebec, and they were heading back to New Hampshire.
It was then Betty and Barney noticed something in the sky above, a luminous flying object, unlike anything they had ever seen. Barney stopped the car and grabbed his binoculars to get a better look. In a 1961 radio interview, Barney was able to describe in vivid detail what happened next.
With the binoculars, I could see what I thought was approximately 9 to 11 men looking down through this series of windows toward me. I was quite alarmed, and I made a hasty retreat to the car, screaming to the wife that they had seen me, they had seen us. The thing that has continued to be an enigma, a puzzle to me, is that I said, my God, they're going to capture us.
But before that happened, they suddenly became frozen, unable to move. Just like Terrell.
Only thing I could move was my eyes. And I'm like, okay. I know I'm not dreaming because I can feel myself sitting on my couch. I feel the air conditioning. I'm awake, I'm aware.
This can be a very profoundly anxious moment where you're trapped and you're unable to make your body move the way that you should be able to. Instead, you're stuck there and you might feel like there's an ominous presence around you.
There's a lot of connection between sleep paralysis and ET abductions.
This frightening medical condition is actually much more common than most of us realize.
A lot of people reporting sleep paralysis also claim that they encounter strange beings or strange presence in the room. It's like they're trapped in a dream, but this is real.
I was scared to death. I couldn't move.
Wracked in horror, Terrell is held prisoner, locked in his own body, unable to move.
I was trying to get out of this vulnerable position that I was in. I tried to move my extremities. I was in complete paralysis.
Suddenly, the mysterious and overpowering force releases Terrell.
So as soon as I could move, sure as the first thing I did was I grabbed my gun. And I opened the door. There was nobody there.
I think that a lot of people who have these experiences feel that they're having a mental breakdown. Am I going crazy? What is going on with me?
But Terrell's nightmarish ordeal would be far from over. During the next few days, strange things began to happen.
It was a traumatic time for me. I did not sleep. I was afraid I would wake up in the middle of the night just in a cold sweat. I never experienced anything like that.
Even in the refuge of his apartment, Terrell was not safe and had nowhere to hide from the deeply disturbing things he was sure were happening to him.
It's like 3-something in the morning, and as soon as I wake up, I look at the clock, it says 3:30. And like that, my alarm goes off, and it's like 5:30, and it's time for me to get up to go to work. What happened to those 2 hours? And that happened 2 nights in a row.
Face to face with the unfathomable, stress began to wreak havoc on Terrell's mental and emotional state.
Am I crazy? I don't know what's happening.
Terrell struggled to come to terms with what was happening to him, and it would become even more bizarre as he began to piece together faint, foggy memories of an extraterrestrial abduction.
I always try to write stuff down because as time goes on, you start to forget some intricate details of what happened because it's too astounding.
Terrell's journaling unlocked the door to his nightmarish buried memories.
I remember I watched the movie and I fell asleep. When I woke up, I wasn't in my apartment anymore. I was somewhere else. I don't know if I was in a military installation, if I'm in outer space, I don't know where I'm at. I'm just not in my apartment. And I'm looking through this corridor, and I remember there was something, like a being, much shorter than me, standing there. He didn't have any hair, eyes were all black. So I kind of like was taken aback.
Suddenly, Terrell was stricken with fear when he realized what he was looking at.
I jumped, like my heart jumped, because this is an alien.
The world has entered a new era of UFO encounters, understanding, and acceptance. Incredible eyewitness testimony and a growing number of declassified files of alleged extraterrestrial encounters rattles our sense of security within the vastness of the cosmos.
It's the ultimate question, are we alone in the universe?
I know definitively that we're not.
Terrell Copeland came to this conclusion in the most chilling of ways. In 2007, the ex-Marine claimed he was taken, beyond his will, by unknown entities aboard one of their crafts.
I certainly don't know where they're from, but they're not human.
And Terrell's experience would bring on a roller coaster of intense emotions.
When you're confronted with something that is not supposed to be real, you react in a primal way, like fight, flight, or you're in shock.
It's very difficult for people to process these incredible experiences. Many people go into denial. It's hard to accept what seems to be unacceptable.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened to me. It was bizarre. I started to question my sanity. I was like, I'm losing my mind.
Growing up, before his terrifying UFO encounter opened up his world to the incredible unknown, Terrell Copeland didn't give much thought to UFOs.
I grew up in the church. My mom is a minister, so that's something that's not taught. It wasn't something I was thinking about, especially as a kid. As you know, I was born in Portsmouth, raised in Suffolk, rural area. Been here most of my life. Joined the military, Marine Corps when I was in the 11th grade. I was on active duty for about 2 years and came back home. This is where I've been ever since.
Shortly after his return from combat, the military veteran began to notice strange lights in the sky. It was then when his thoughts, emotions, and imagination turned to the possibility of extraterrestrials and their incredible flying craft.
This occurred over a 3-night period. And it was just this big, beautiful orb of light that was out in the distance. That second night, I saw it again in the same general vicinity. Big, gorgeous ball of light just sitting there in the air. That really piqued my interest. What is this thing, you know?
Unable to ignore these fascinating and mysterious lights, Terrell hopped in his car to get a closer look.
I ended up in the parking lot of a shopping center, and what I saw was an object that was larger than the whole shopping area, a massive object just sitting there. It was a black triangle.
The military veteran is certain that this was not a terrestrial aircraft. It was eerily silent.
I was absolutely afraid. I couldn't hear anything. No jet noise, no nothing. It was like, what is this? I mean, what's going on here? It started moving maybe a couple miles an hour down the road.
And then it disappeared. It was gone, but the encounter would forever alter Terrell's life.
That sighting changed my foundation as far as beliefs and what I think I know and definitely what I didn't know. And that's what started me on the path that kind of, you know, has anybody else seen anything like this?
Terrell's new mission was to keep an eye to the sky and document the UFO. if it ever returned. And in 2007, it did. His footage of the triangular-shaped craft would become one of the most widely shared UFO videos ever.
I was like, man, who gets to witness stuff like this? You know, this is unreal.
Unidentified triangles in the sky, like Terrell's, have been witnessed around the world.
Triangular UFOs are very common. We've had multiple sightings that were triangular UFOs.
One of the most famous sightings of triangle-shaped UFOs was in 1990 in Belgium. Over a period of a few months, several eyewitnesses came forward, claiming they saw anomalous triangle objects in the sky.
In the Phoenix Lights, famous Phoenix Lights scenario back in 1997, that is what many, not all, but many people reported seeing either lights in the shape of a triangle or, in fact, a vehicle of some kind in a triangular shape.
Sightings of these crafts have increased over the years. In 2020, the U.S. National UFO Reporting Center recorded 200 reports of triangle-shaped crafts.
Is a triangle conducive to their purpose, their mode of motion? Is it something to do with their propulsion, the energy fields they create? Can't say.
It's a terrifying possibility to consider that an unknown species appears to have the ability to drop into our lives and abduct us at will.
I became consumed by it. There is something else out there. Are they from outer space? I don't know. They could be from another dimension. They could be from another time.
Across the country, Erin Montgomery has also been struggling to understand her own haunting memories. Like Terrell, Erin also believes she's the victim of an alien abduction, and more frightening, lives in constant fear that she will be taken again.
I have had times throughout my life where I struggled with sleep. I would huddle in the corner of my bed thinking, oh my God, just don't come get me, leave me alone, don't come tonight, please just don't come tonight.
It all started one night back in 2012.
So I had gone to bed that night just as I would normally go to bed and fell asleep.
What happened next haunts Erin to this day.
The next thing I remembered, I woke up encased in what seemed like a stretcher, and I could tell I was being moved, and I pretty much kind of just went back black, you know, just kind of phased out.
Her next recollection was waking up in what looked like a cave.
The walls all around were rock, like it had been chiseled out or blown out with dynamite or something like that. The next thing I remembered was pain, horrible, horrible pain racking through my lower abdomen. And as I tried to sit up and you know, hold my stomach, I realized I was tied down. My arms were restrained. And I had a surgical tent type of apparatus across my belly, and I was confused.
That's when she saw them.
There were two rather tall, gray alien type beings at the foot of the bed, and that's really when the panic set in.
Our worldview of UFOs and aliens is shifting. One incredible, terrifying encounter at a time. The lives and day-to-day routines of unsuspecting UFO experiencers are suddenly and horribly altered. As more and more of these shocking, emotional stories are told, it's becoming impossible to turn a blind eye to what many believe is the real truth. Erin Montgomery's encounters with aliens have a frightening, sinister undertone that leaves more ghastly questions than answers.
I was able to see that there were two 4 to 5 feet tall beings standing at my feet. I knew something awful was happening and I was in so much pain.
Erin's pain and emotional stress didn't end after her experience.
And when I awoke in my bed the next morning, I had a hard time, like, was this real? Was this a dream? I didn't know if what I had experienced was real or not. And then I found fingerprint bruises on the inside of my thighs, and I knew that it had been real. I was devastated. I was scared.
The trauma of Erin's recollections soon began to take a toll on her personal life.
I became much more irritable. I became more depressed. I began missing work. All of the areas of life suffered because of the trauma that I had gone through that night.
Erin needed to uncover the truth of what had happened to her and looked to hypnosis to unlock the memories hidden deep within her mind.
I had never been hypnotized before, so I wasn't sure what to expect.
Hypnosis has helped abductees unearth buried memories, but they are often accompanied by traumatic emotional wounds.
Essentially, what you're doing is reliving the experience itself. There can be crying and screaming and erratic movement during this experience.
Erin's hypnosis session reveals something startling, a deep impression that she had been visited by these strange creatures before, as a child.
I was 7 years old, and I remember I had gone to bed, and I just felt that there was this bright light coming through the window. And it was at that moment that I realized there was somebody standing next to the bed.
And they're not alone. Erin sees there are two other unknown beings in her room as well.
So there were three in the room. And the one at my feet slid his hand under my foot, and it was at that point in time that I levitated out of the bed.
Levitation is one of the more common elements of abductions. They don't open the door. They go through the window or through the roof of the car, through a wall, through the ceiling, and invariably onto the craft.
Which is exactly what Erin claimed happened.
I could feel my molecules like shifting apart and passing through the molecules of the ceiling, eventually out through the roof and into the sky. And all four of us are floating in what I then could see was a beam of light rising up to a ship in the sky, and it was a saucer-shaped ship.
Erin's experience takes a horrific turn when she arrives inside the mysterious craft.
They took me into a room, what I would call like an exam room or something like that, and they put me into a chair and strapped me in so I wouldn't be moving around. And it was at this point that another being entered the room.
Erin remembered this entity was not like the others. Its appearance fills her with a desperate fear.
I became so terrified of this being that I tried to get out of the chair. I was yelling, screaming, get me out of here. The creature approached me with a tool that was like a fork. It had two prongs on it, and resting in the middle of the prong was a biological, like gelatinous piece of something. It was inserted into the roof of my mouth, and woke up in the morning with no memory at all of what had happened.
The astonishing details unearthed during Erin's hypnosis session are actually quite prevalent in many abduction cases.
Erin's report has a lot of the typical motifs of an alien abduction. Being frozen on the surgery table, being unable to move, being stuck there. This is something that is very disturbing in the way that these stories are recounted.
But many abductees are reluctant to tell their story.
A lot of them don't talk about it because they're scared that they're going to be judged. It has a stigma of them being crazy, not rational.
Terrell Copeland had a difficult experience after he shared his story with the media.
After the newspaper article came out, it was a lot of ridicule. I lost a lot of acquaintances, and I often had spirited arguments with my mom about it.
Across the Atlantic, Helen Moon, a UK resident and young mother, was also reluctant to tell anyone about her UFO encounter and abduction experience.
I kept quiet for 40 years for fear of ridicule.
It all began back in 1980, when Helen, her parents, and her 3 children went on their annual road trip to Scotland.
Everybody was in good spirits, you know, and looking forward to time away.
But their idyllic journey would soon turn to terror.
This is burned, seared into my memory.
What they say they witnessed would impact them for the rest of their lives.
It was a black craft. It was triangular, and it just slowly rose through the trees. It was totally silent. I knew that what I was looking at couldn't possibly be there. It cannot exist, and yet it's there. And I was very frightened, and the children began to get nervous.
She got a very strong impulse. This UFO is very close. It's right overhead. This is something that is coming for them.
Awestruck, in a moment of fear, Helen reaches for her camera to snap proof of the incredible sighting, only to be overcome by an otherworldly directive.
And the camera was just behind me on the window ledge. And as I reached back, I got this terrible fear that I mustn't do this. It was just a very strong feeling. It was very intense. I think it was reading my mind.
This comes up in research. There are cases of individuals who will just know instinctively, as they did, don't touch that camera because there'll be ramifications if you do.
Helen and her family are unable to do anything but watch helplessly as the strange craft flies away and eventually disappears. Like it never happened.
The next conscious thought, we were suddenly at Edinburgh. And we arrived there actually on the stroke of midnight. We should have been there about 6:30 in the evening. And we were all, what happened? Where have we lost the time? Nobody had any memory, and we were just so confused.
This realization raises Helen's encounter to a whole new, bizarre level, with frightening and gut-wrenching implications.
I think that we were taken somewhere. I've no proof of that. I just know that it happens. Something abducts you and your children. That's an invasion of the very worst sort.
For the people who claim it happened to them, meeting an unworldly being face to face is a deeply emotional experience that tears a hole in the mundane fabric of our day-to-day lives.
An alien abduction encounter is a very traumatic experience, one that is deeply disturbing, deeply unsettling.
Life-altering. Those are the only 2 words I can use. These are life-altering experiences, and the witnesses never forget.
But their recollections sound more like science fiction than science fact. A loss of will, control over their bodies.
I couldn't move. I was in complete paralysis.
Unwitting guinea pigs to bizarre medical experiments.
They inserted this biological mass into the roof of my mouth.
I felt like I was a lab rat.
Time unaccounted for. No memory of what happened.
We just didn't know why we were suddenly at Edinburgh and where 6 hours had gone.
Are these things really science fiction? I don't think so.
Evidence of that is the credibility of the abductees themselves and striking similarity in their experiences.
I think there's a huge misunderstanding that people who see UFOs or have had these encounters are a bunch of crazed lunatics. I think it points to our really limited material world.
Science doesn't have the instruments to measure the types of things that we're talking about, but I think that there's value in the, what I would say, empirical data of anecdotes. The common threads are really what us ufologists, if you will, rely on to try to put some semblance of a story together.
One of these commonalities can be found in the physical descriptions of the abductors. Terrell Copeland will never forget his.
This is an alien. I just knew it from when I saw the typical alien gray that most of us hear about, the black eyes and stuff.
These grays, as they are called, are the most common species that abductees say they have encountered.
They are described, the large bulbous heads, the large eyes, a slit for a mouth, slit for a nose. There have been multiple species identified and described, but the grays are probably the most enigmatic and auspicious of them all.
But as a child, Erin claims she was confronted by a being far more monstrous.
I cannot recall exactly what he looked like. I do know that his head was triangular in shape and was extremely tall, like maybe 7 feet tall. He scared me so bad.
The descriptions of mutant space creatures don't stop there.
At least 25 to 30 species have been identified. The mantis or mantid grasshopper-like beings, to feline species, to dog species, the dolphin species, many animal, interestingly.
Stories of contact with these possibly malevolent interplanetary beings have been around since the beginning of time. And there is compelling historical evidence that could prove it is more than just myth. A depiction of a possible alien visitor from ancient Egypt in a 16th century painting, The Baptism of Christ, with a curious inclusion and many others.
There are stories throughout our human history of encounters with anomalous things or entities.
Mesopotamia, one of the first civilizations, have a very ET-like folklore attached to it.
And in many traditions and indigenous cultures, there's just too much evidence, I think, in the annals of history to say none of this exists.
Missing time and erased memories can be found in many stories of extraterrestrial encounters. And like with Terrell, Erin, and Helen, it can elevate the emotional stress of their experience.
I didn't have any memory at all that anything strange had happened. The memory was washed away.
The missing time enigma is probably one of the most perplexing and yet most common aspects of the abduction phenomenon. There's a chunk of time in which you didn't know what you were doing, and they don't know where that time went.
And not knowing where you went or what happened to you is terrifying.
Somehow these beings, they're operating outside of the framework of time that we know. I call it a time warping. Time warps when you're having experiences where there's an alteration of consciousness somehow. They have the ability, it seems, to shift our own consciousness in the process of all this in any way they want.
It's petrifying to know that they have the ability to do that.
It also raises an important question that anyone would ask their alien captor.
Why are you mind blocking? What is to be blocked that I'm not to see or remember?
And the answer may be more unsettling and sickening than ever imagined.
It didn't take me long to realize that they must have been harvesting a fetus.
The experience defies belief. But these witnesses are sure it happened. They've had terrifying and deeply emotional encounters, taken by beings not of this earth, as lab rats in mysterious experiments, then made to forget, leaving behind little evidence, just fragmented memories and missing time.
Most abduction encounters do have physical evidence of some kind.
Helen and Aaron have some, in the form of peculiar physical traces left on their bodies.
When I had awoken the next morning, I had 3 bruises on each inner thigh, and so I knew that it was real.
I woke up with a very red face, and that got progressively worse as the week wore on. Something from that craft caused the sunburn.
Marks and scars and burns. So we know there's something going on here.
Back in the 1960s, investigators documented Betty and Barney Hill's physical evidence in photographs.
There were spots on their car. Barney's shoes were all scuffed up. Betty Hill also had a dress which was torn and had a peculiar stain on it.
They report other kinds of strange anomalies with their skin and their bodies that they really can't explain.
And the personal violation they say they experienced crosses a very clear line.
They were basically subjected to procedures without any sort of consent.
It's something that comes up time and time again in abduction stories. Ghastly medical experiments and painful procedures on various parts of the human body.
In my research, 9 times out of 10, there is a recollection of there being an invasive procedure done, and it's painful.
The awful speculation is that they may be using us for an unthinkable purpose.
The aliens that they described were very much interested in their reproductive capabilities. Barney had a device attached to his groin, and Betty as well seemed to have a sort of pregnancy test.
And Erin Montgomery is sickened by what she believes her alien abductors did to her.
I believe that what happened to me when I had been taken was that they had taken a fetus from me.
There was only one problem.
I was not sexually active at the time. There was no way I could have been pregnant.
So how do you explain this? And I believe the ETs are creating a hybrid race or revitalizing their race with our genetics. Their race is dying out, and they are taking women and they will impregnate them. And at about 3 months, suddenly the pregnancy disappears. And I think Erin's story supports this.
Erin had no lingering health issues related to her experience, but Helen suspects her close encounter almost cost her life.
I've had cancer 4 times. A very fast-moving malignant melanoma. All told, I think I've had 24 doses of chemotherapy and 15 of radiation treatment. And I'm still here.
I think that something truly happened here. There are a number of cases where people have gotten too close to a UFO and experienced what pretty much looks like radiation sickness.
For Helen, Aaron, and Terrell, their incredible eyewitness testimony gives credibility to the intense emotional impact of their experiences. And although their stories are radically different, they contain incredible physical evidence and some startling similarities common to alien abduction cases. Being frozen, unable to move.
Often when ETs will enter a person's room, they will paralyze this person. And I think the missing time is something that's put upon by the ETs, who will often say, "Don't worry, don't be afraid, we're going to erase your memory of this."
Similar description of their abductors.
They describe the big bulbous head, the big eyes, the spindly arms and legs, etc. The presence of that alien species is probably the most common within particularly malevolent abduction experience.
Hideous medical experiments.
Erin's report has a lot of the typical motifs, experimenting with our reproductive organs, harvesting human fetuses, and a lot of women have come forward saying that they were part of a secret intergalactic breeding program.
And physical evidence.
In the case of Erin, who had bruise marks on her thighs, And when I looked at Helen's case of getting the sunburn, the proximity with the craft may account for the severity of particular radiation exposure.
Despite all the physical and emotional pain they've endured, Helen, Terrell, and Aaron say their experience changed them in a positive way.
It did make a fundamental change in my outlook. I have an open mind to most things now.
At first, I was kind of angry. I felt used. But when I look back on it, it's like, it's for the best. It really opened my world up.
I honestly wouldn't change anything that had happened because it has become an integral part of who I am.
A lot of alien abductees over time re-articulate those traumatic experiences and feel a sense of transcendence, seeing that there is maybe a spiritual path of salvation on the other side of the trauma, that aliens are here to perhaps teach us in some ways more about ourselves and our relationship with the world around us.
But many ufologists suggest a more startling theory. They are actually here to endow our civilization with something else, and if proven, will radically change everything we believe and trust about the alien abduction phenomenon.
We're still at the level of speculation, but there's a very good possibility our military knows about it, our government. I believe there is a government cover-up.
In a brief, tiny flash of cosmic time, belief in extraterrestrial civilizations has grown significantly. And now, over half of North Americans believe that aliens have visited the Earth. Belief in abductions has increased as well, as more and more painful and shocking first-person accounts are being shared.
I think that's a step in the right direction. Being able to share an experience that one profoundly believes in to others who don't simply dismiss that experience, that becomes a really important way of reflecting on what they have seen or what they've encountered.
And that's going to drive that narrative even farther within the mainstream.
Even more encouraging, the usually rigid scientific community is now finally taking these highly personal and emotional accounts more seriously.
It's finally coming together as the start of a new science. They're doing legitimate scientific studies, writing papers.
They are starting to look at these phenomena within the context, particularly of quantum physics, as an example. All of these cases of missing time. Well, if time operates linearly and it is very predictable, then how can this be? Fortunately, there is an aspect of science that studies that.
How their crafts would be able to journey enormous distances to our planet, and for the most part, avoid human detection.
How many times have you seen or heard of people describing a craft showing up in the sky right in front of them? The craft literally disappears out of sight. The atoms and molecules that make up the craft may be operating in that same fashion, where they know how, literally, to bend time.
There is no technology here on Earth that comes anywhere close to matching this. It scares the daylights out of me.
These seemingly magical technological abilities are likely why the U.S. government and various military branches are now so interested in this phenomenon.
Our military knows that these craft are many, many thousands of years ahead of us in technological abilities, and we have a long, long way to catch up to doing what they can do.
And some ufologists believe human governments may be getting alien assistance.
There are a lot of whistleblowers out there who have revealed what they know about UFOs, and they come from the military-industrial complex. We're still at the level of speculation, but according to some sources, our government has made a deal, a diplomatic agreement with the ETs. They are here to give us some of their technology.
And more alarming, our leaders may be turning a blind eye to what they've been doing to people like Terrell, Aaron, and Helen.
Our government is allowing these abductions to take place in exchange for technology. Our own military, our government, has spent an enormous amount of time, money, and energy making this subject look ridiculous and telling witnesses that they were hallucinating, that they're lying. This is very concerning. If we were to have open official contact with ETs, this is going to change the world. This is going to change the way people think. We will finally know for sure that we're not alone in the universe.
But for the people who believe they already met them, they know their lives will never be the same.
That night changed my life, changed my foundation as far as beliefs and what I think I know and definitely what I didn't know.
Now my life makes a lot more sense to me. And I think that myself and many other experiencers who are coming out and talking about it now are part of the process of helping others wake up and understand.
I think that there are many mysteries in this universe that we haven't even bothered to recognize yet.
UFOs can appear anywhere, at any time, but they take on a new dimension of fear when they're seen at high altitude, from the window of an aircraft.
What is that? What is that?
Astonishing footage of mile-high confrontations captured by pilots and passengers have given us a new, up-close look at the unimaginable.
It can change their life in ways that they've never expected.
Once I started filming it, I didn't want it to stop.
Oh man, look at that thing, dude. What the hell is this thing?
And recently, declassified videos captured by military fighter jets reveal a frightening truth. We are not alone in the skies.
Look at that thing. It's rotating.
I don't know that they train you for what happens when a UFO shows up.
It was unlike anything I had ever seen in my life.
This is some of the best footage we have. It's only going to get better.
These videos let us see and hear the up-close threat of encountering an unknown craft in the open skies, where people are vulnerable.
Oh my God, he's turning into us.
And unable to escape. Anything might happen.
I had this feeling that just washed over me that they're here for me.
This might be the most important issue facing us as a planet.
Speeding through the clouds, thousands of meters above the ground, gives us an awe-inspiring way to see our planet.
If you're flying, you got great visibility. It's beautiful blue sky, any direction you look.
I find a lot of solace up there. It's a beautiful thing to look out and see all those mountains. I love it.
But on some fateful flights, a UFO encounter can turn wonder into terror in a matter of moments.
Pilots are much, much more likely than the average person to see a UFO.
When you get visual sightings combined with a radar electronic tracking, it makes the experience a lot more powerful and credible.
You have to look at these cases as potentially dangerous.
And veteran pilot Eric Delgado is one of many to have a frightening high-altitude encounter.
30 years of flying, man, I'd never seen anything like it.
During his career as a U.S. Air Force pilot and a cargo pilot, Eric has logged thousands of hours in the air.
For someone like Eric, with his vast experience in the military and commercial flying, this was just another day in the office.
Eric's night starts like any other. He's flown the same cargo route from Querétaro, Mexico to Memphis, Tennessee with his first officer for almost a month. The men take off without a hitch, and are soon cruising through Mexican airspace at over 11,000 meters, not knowing that they're flying over a UFO hotspot.
Mexico's had a long history of very interesting UFO sightings, going back decades and decades.
But when you're on a routine flight, chances are nothing's going to happen to you night after night. So I don't think they were on alert.
In a single moment, Eric's night goes from routine to potentially life-threatening.
Autopilot's connected, we're 37,000 feet. I looked over my left shoulder. I see a light, like if you could imagine a lighthouse in thin fog, and it's spinning around. Holy shit. My heart stopped, and I'm thinking, man, it's a plane. Oh my God, he's turning into us. Our procedures tell us to disconnect the autopilot to get out of an imminent collision. That's what I thought was happening.
As this unknown craft invades his airspace, Eric is shocked and scared beyond belief.
I was expecting the traffic collision and avoidance systems. This is gonna start screaming at us to descend, and there was nothing, man, nothing. No video, audio, nothing other than our eyeballs.
In both the pilot and the first officer's case here, they're former military. They would absolutely be prepared for mechanical failure, for weather conditions. I don't know that they train you for what happens when a UFO shows up.
And before Eric can even think of calling ground control for help, the object makes the first move.
This thing slowly rotates and then kind of floats. This guy parked himself off our left wingtip, and the whole landing light, flashlight, whatever the hell it was, I mean, it's not there anymore. It kept this constant pulse. It never wavered. We're just watching it, going bright, dim, bright, dim. I don't see any strobe lights. I don't see any beacon lights, nav lights. Man, I don't even see any wings. No sound. No reverberation. It was silence.
Eric comes to an incredible conclusion.
I realized, this thing's UFO, man. Like, where's my camera? Yeah, let me zoom in, man. It's like an orb, man. Look at that. It's pulsating.
Eric is far from being the only pilot to see strange lights in the sky. Airborne sightings go all the way back to the early days of aviation. One of the first and most famous air encounters occurred in 1947.
The Kenneth Arnold sighting is really the grandfather of all aerial encounters. On June 24th, 1947, Kenneth Arnold was flying in Washington State near Mount Rainier when all of a sudden he saw several strange objects flying through the mountains.
I assumed at the time they were a new formation or a new type of jet, though I was baffled by the fact that they did not have any tails. It passed almost directly in front of me.
Kenneth Arnold described their motion as being saucers skipping on water.
That is where our modern flying saucer term came, and what really brought the American public to the realization that something was going on in our skies.
If it's not made by our science or our Army Air Forces, I'm inclined to believe that it's of an extraterrestrial origin.
As a pilot, seeing a UFO is an unexpected and unwanted event.
If you were a pilot in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and you reported a sighting, chances are you would have a desk job the next day.
But in this new era of ufology, viewpoints are changing, and the truth is emerging.
Some 10 or so years ago, they issued a directive to commercial pilots that if you had a UFO incident, you should report it to one of these civilian groups such as NARCAP.
Now pilots are coming clean, and this is good news because finally we're getting the truth about what's going on in our skies.
No one wants to be the person who saw aliens. So ultimately, for people to come forward and they have that credibility, pushes the needle forward.
Eric's incredible encounter will give the world a stunning look at a UFO up close. And it's not over. As he nears the US border, Eric realizes the strange object is tracking him.
I start to film it, and this thing kind of slides further back. I wonder, does he know I'm doing this? I got on the radio and I said, platillos, platillos, which in Spanish means UFOs.
Platillos, platillos. He's a pulsating orb. Look at that, dude. Look at that.
I'm trying to hold the camera as steady as possible.
And suddenly, it was gone.
What? I was like, just disappeared. Where'd he go? Is he there? All right. Oh, it's the clouds.
We're kind of flabbergasted by the whole thing. I'm looking at my nav display and there's nothing there.
Well, there it is. Right there, man, on my ND. There's our airplane. And there's no TCAS. There's weather about 40 miles off our left wingtip where this thing seems to have disappeared.
The most dramatic part is he then pans down to show the viewer the actual aircraft avoidance system. You can see the weather that the light disappeared into, but the actual object itself is not registering on any of his systems. This is bizarre. For all intents and purposes, it is by definition an unidentified flying object.
Encountering an unknown object at high altitude is alarming for any pilot. A commercial flight over New Mexico experienced this terror firsthand.
On February 21st, 2021, an American Airlines flight over New Mexico called in air traffic control to report a strange object flying above their aircraft.
Have any targets up here? We just had something go right over the top of us that, I hate to say this, looked like a long cylindrical object.
You can tell just from the pilot's own reaction that this is nothing he's ever seen before. And when it approaches that close to one's own aircraft, that's got to raise all kinds of alarm bells.
It almost looked like a cruise missile type of thing moving really fast that went right over the top of them.
It was a really close call. It was too close for comfort.
So this is definitely a UFO event because nobody really knows what this thing was.
Aviation laws dictate that aircraft are not allowed to approach closely. It's far too dangerous. And yet often we have these UFOs approaching aircraft much closer than they should be.
Much like the pilots who spotted the cylindrical object in New Mexico, Eric and his first officer are stunned by their close brush with the unknown.
You're trying to reason through this. Good grief, you know, what do we do? What do we say? We're replaying this thing, and it was in the replaying of it that you could see a shape. It was almost like an orb-type teardrop thing.
Flying through storm clouds, Eric loses sight of the craft and hopes it's gone for good.
We pop out the weather, and this thing is still there. I'm just like, man, what is going on?
Dude, it's pulsing, man. Look at that.
We've entered an incredible high-flying era of airborne UFO experiences. Spectacular encounters with craft of unknown origins threaten pilots and passengers.
There's very, very few things that'll scare me up there, but I got scared.
Racing through the night sky, pilot Eric Delgado is locked in the grips of a mysterious UFO encounter.
I don't believe what I'm seeing. We're just watching, and I was like, oh no, grabbing my camera, boom, and I'm filming another video.
See, look at the shape. See it? As I zoom in, you'll get like a little bit of a teardrop.
On the verge of U.S. airspace, the unidentified craft transforms.
Minutes before we changed from Monterey Center to Houston Center, this thing started peeling off. Thank God I was rolling then because it started changing colors.
He's pulling away, dude. And he's turning colors too. He's pulling away.
And it's gone, man. It was that fast. Nothing we have that's gonna move that fast.
And just like that, whatever it was is gone.
So my first officer was an ex-Air Force pilot like I was. He told me two things. He goes, one, I don't know what it was, and two, he goes, I want a copy of that video.
This is very compelling footage of something that's clearly unexplained.
It didn't act like an airplane, it didn't move like an airplane, it didn't sound like an airplane, it didn't look like an airplane. What the hell is this thing?
The audio recorded during Eric's encounter also paints a compelling picture.
It really helps to hear Eric's story in his own words as it is happening.
Anything? Any TCAS returns? No. Okay, flip the switch down. He's definitely above our altitude. Yeah, this guy is not reporting TCAS. That is a unidentified flying object, bro. I can finally say I saw one now. That is cool.
This is a seasoned pilot. Tens of thousands of hours in the air, and he could not explain it.
Off the coast of Florida, on an aircraft carrier with some of our most sophisticated detection and tracking technology, even there, the world's most elite pilots are not safe from unexpected encounters. Navy cryptologist Matt Roberts, working top-secret intelligence aboard the USS Theodore Roosevelt aircraft carrier, has an incredible story.
This was unlike anything I'd ever seen. In 2015, we were preparing for deployment, and one of my buddies who worked in another part of intel on the ship said, hey, check this out.
What Matt sees is highly classified footage taken by one of the fighter pilots as he tracks an unidentified object blazing through the sky.
My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
The thing that immediately struck me was that there was no sign of propulsion. There didn't appear to be any kind of aviation surfaces. There were no wings.
Did you dodge moving target? No, I took an auto track. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow. Look at the fly.
Listening to the pilot's reactions, it was clear that they were having the same reaction I had. This is not something that should exist.
Matt's job is off the flight deck, but he's seen enough fighter jet footage to know that this is incredibly abnormal, with no easy, earthly explanation.
It was almost like somebody had hit me in the face with a shovel. I had this feeling that just washed over me that they're here for me.
This first encounter is just the beginning for Matt, and will one day become the smoking gun that cracks the classified world of UFO sightings wide open.
What exactly are we dealing with here? Whose is it? Where is it from? And what's it up to? I think from a military perspective, finding a threat that is unknown is really problematic.
Across the country, another airborne threat rocketed up the West Coast in 2017, sending Oakland Air Traffic Control into a frenzy and scrambling intercept jets. The communications between the pilots and air traffic control reveal a deeply troubling, highly unusual event.
Hey, do you know what that target south of the boundary there, that 0027 code moving very fast at 37,000?
Oh, look at that thing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Huh. And you don't have anything on him, huh?
I got nothing.
All right, I'll report that.
As the mysterious object speeds into Seattle's airspace, it's reported by one commercial flight, then another, then another.
Center, good evening, Southwest 4712, flight level 380, and we're watching that unknown aircraft at 1 o'clock.
But the menacing craft isn't showing up on air traffic control radar, forcing them to depend on pilot eyewitness reports to pinpoint its location.
United 612, take a look out the right side for an airplane that
maybe northbound 370-ish.
Yeah, we got him.
When you have these unknown aircraft entering airspace that do not have a transponder, that can appear or disappear on radar, this adds this frightening layer to flying in an aircraft.
Airspace has been invaded, and lives are in danger. So fighter jets are sent to intercept the ominous craft.
So do you have a last reported heading speed and altitude for the Violator?
He's parallel to United 612. He's just been there the whole time. No markings, been able to determine the type of an aircraft right now.
Their lives literally may depend on what this craft's intentions are.
Air traffic controllers across the Pacific West Coast are baffled.
So there was definitely something out there. There was definitely something. Now we got fighters out flying all over. They don't know where they're going or what they're looking for.
And just like that, it was gone, without a trace. These incredible mid-air sightings challenge all logic and training, leaving their witnesses rattled.
Up to this point, there was nothing in my naval career that I couldn't just put away. I didn't have an answer for that. I didn't know.
But what do we do with this building momentum of sightings and information?
I think we need to start getting some of those secrets out into the public.
I don't buy the mass hysteria theory. We know what's out there. We're just waiting for the government to pick up the pace.
I have a certain level of trust in my fellow man that he can handle this without going nuts. I was already a believer, but I just thought, oh, I'll never see one.
Back on the USS Theodore Roosevelt, Matt Roberts is grappling with unexpected emotions.
I found myself just watching this footage over and over again. I didn't understand that reaction that I was having, but it was incredibly emotional and very disturbing. It was on par with, you know, being deployed and when my younger brother was dying of cancer, it rose to that level of emotion for me.
When someone like Matt, who sees things that are top secret, looks at this video and has absolutely no explanation, that's incredibly important.
Science tells us this is impossible. So there was this kind of questioning of everything that I thought to be reality up to this point. I wasn't sure what to believe.
And some mysteries may never be answered.
If there was some kind of program that studied this in the government, I wasn't read into it, so I'm just never gonna know what this was all about. This wasn't something I ever thought would see the light of day.
But years later, Matt finds himself once again face to face with the disturbing footage. And this time, it's in the public eye.
One day my brother sends me a link to the New York Times article about the Pentagon's UFO program. Here I am watching this footage now on my phone that I had initially seen behind closed doors in a classified space. It was like somebody had knocked the wind out of me.
Unidentified flying objects encountered by credible witnesses high in the sky have helped push us into the dawn of a new era of understanding and wonder.
This is a true phenomenon that we in the public really don't have a good grasp of.
We were just stupefied. Am I looking at what I think I'm looking at?
When pilots see something up there, they're gonna get a close-up look at it.
If this was something explainable, why would they come out with it? We're seeing the tip of the iceberg.
The release of top-secret UFO footage stuns our population.
Luis Elizondo ran the Pentagon's Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. We know that in around 2017, he began to have these videos declassified.
What we have are referred to as the gimbal, the go fast, and the FLIR.
They made a big splash in the media. It was shocking. It was not something that we were expecting. You've got the establishment media now actually looking at this as a serious, genuine phenomenon.
The genie is definitely out of the bottle now. The U.S. government has officially shown us these videos of objects they cannot explain. There's no going back from that.
For Matt, the official release of this incredible UFO evidence has a powerful and profoundly personal impact.
I was there when this was collected. Watching this again, I was having just this intense emotional reaction to it, and it wouldn't go away.
Like Matt, Eric is transformed by his experience.
Jeez, man, that is freaky, man.
I was reviewing the clip over and over again, and I can't believe what I just saw.
Looking to share his stunning encounter, Eric reports his sighting to the Mutual UFO Network.
They said, we have footage on file that looks a lot like yours, but it's taken from the ground. You're the first one that's been taken from the air.
Even though I was never a believer, I believe it now. This has obviously changed my life. I thought I was going to stay in the Navy and retire. I decided against that.
It's not for any of us to tell somebody in the military how they're supposed to risk their career by coming forward with a UFO story. For those that do, you find that they're usually guided by a higher sense of public and civic duty.
This footage was released to the public, and what happened as a result was this massive resurgence of interest in UFOs.
We're comparing, we're analyzing, we're asking questions.
The public woke up to the reality that something is making incursions into American airspace.
There's a lot we don't know about this, but it does appear to fit the pattern of long-standing UFO encounters by the United States military.
UFOs were the last thing on Nathan Wallner's mind as he jetted through the West Coast skies.
I went down to LA for our 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu 15-year anniversary.
The MMA instructor and Air Force veteran didn't expect his in-flight entertainment to be extraterrestrial.
It's a beautiful thing to look out and see all those mountains, and that's when I noticed this thing. It was unlike any other airplane or jet that I saw while I was in the Air Force.
You're not going to serve in the Air Force and not know a thing or two about aircraft.
This is someone in a passenger plane, not expecting anything to happen.
You're idly sitting by, looking at your window and not expecting to see a UFO.
Somewhere over Northern California, I see this dark little dot. I thought if it was another plane, something's going on with it. Maybe they're in trouble or something. It started to spin around, and then it started to stretch out. It gets darker and darker. You don't see any propulsion. You just see this thing just start moving away. And what's crazy is that it almost looks bigger as it's getting away. It was so bright, I was trying to zoom in on my phone to get a good view of it.
I've been to a lot of air shows, and you see great puffs of smoke coming out of certain aircraft. And initially I thought perhaps it was something like that. And no sooner did I think that when it started to morph and elongate, and it was like, all right, now what am I looking at?
It's definitely not a balloon, not a plane or a helicopter. This is a UFO.
Suddenly, one more element adds to Nathan's mysterious encounter as a recognizable aircraft enters the vicinity.
It's important to see that jet because it is clearly identifiable as a jet, which then speaks even more to the strangeness of this object.
When the jet flew by, I knew that what I was looking at was really big. And so that's what really made me go, okay, what the heck is that?
And then Nathan makes an absolutely chilling conclusion.
Oh my gosh, this is something that's not an airplane.
High above the ground, at supercharged speeds, airborne UFO encounters give us an up-close and personal view of unknown craft.
It's always cool to see something that blows your mind, and that definitely did.
Nathan Wallner's mind races as he tries to process his incredible encounter.
Every contrail that I've ever seen has been white. When that smaller jet flies through, it just gives you even more of a contrast to the dark black cloud that surrounded the object. I just knew that the way it was moving like that was not the way an aircraft moves as I know it.
The object in Nathan's video is not conducive to human pilots. It's rotating, it's spiraling, it's tumbling. That is not the way humans normally travel.
Across the globe, there are two passengers who can relate. They were on board a plane flying over the Aegean Sea when they saw an inexplicable shape carving through the clouds outside their window.
That's not. What is it? Kerry, what is that? What is that? Kerry, what is that?
No idea.
Holy crap.
This is a very, very large object, and it looks from this footage like it's fairly close.
I wanted to find a normal explanation that it was some sort of smoke or dark contrail, but the fact that it seemed to have solid structure at one point speaks against that.
You can tell from the passengers' reactions that they are absolutely stupefied by what they're seeing.
Kerry, what is that? What is that?
In all of these cases, one thing stands out to eyewitnesses. No matter their shape, these objects move differently than our own aircraft.
This thing moved faster than any airplane I am familiar with.
The main noteworthy element of this object's behavior is that it seemed intelligent. It comes down, it stops, it shines a light at them, and it simply paces them at a very close distance for 30 minutes. That's indicative of a plan.
If we look at Delgado's sighting, he saw a Foo Fighter, basically. During the Second World War, fighter pilots and bomber pilots would often report balls of light that would dance around their aircraft.
All Eric knows is that this is nothing he's seen before, not in 30 years of flying.
There's no drones that I know that will go up that high and trail us at Mach 8 times the speed of sound.
It's able to fly at a really good speed without any obvious aerodynamic features.
It's so obviously not a balloon, couldn't possibly be a blimp or a shooting star. What is this thing? That's the million-dollar question.
If radar did not pick up this aircraft, technically it was carrying some sort of technology that made it not detectable by radar. Whether it was a stealth aircraft or something else, that's the mystery.
And this is what stealth is all about.
Another startling fact that shakes Eric's nerves, deepens the mystery.
We may be able to hide from radar, but not from the human ear.
As a tanker pilot, you get close enough formation to some of these fighters. I mean, it's loud. There was no sound.
Back on the USS Theodore Roosevelt, Matt Roberts is wrestling with the mystery and threat of his inexplicable UFO encounter.
I immediately knew that this was not ours. So the question becomes, whose is it?
These aircraft don't have any visible wings, so we're not really sure how they're generating lift.
There are viable theories about creating an anti-gravitic effect. We've had scientists studying this phenomenon since the 1950s at the least. But if they've made these breakthroughs, then they better get the teenagers away from the controls of these things, because someone is obviously joyriding.
Here it is, literally in black and white. What is it? We had better find out, because they're flying circles around us.
Personal recordings, official reports, and leaked footage are combining to build a critical mass of incredible high-altitude encounters.
The gimbal video was taken in the midst of a large wave of very perplexing sightings that the United States Navy was having.
One of these objects almost hit a fighter plane mid-flight. Two pilots were flying in the air, and all of a sudden, this cube-shaped object suddenly appeared out of nowhere and went right between them.
It was described as a sphere inside a cube. They were told that maybe they were encountering some kind of drone technology, but look, let's get real here, all right? A cube in a sphere? How is that a drone? How does that fly? And how does that go between two F-18 Super Hornets?
Seeing something unexpected, unexplainable, and possibly extraterrestrial can be terrifying and downright exhilarating.
When you listen to men who are flying these $66 million planes yelling like little kids, that just speaks to the credibility of their case.
And it's pulsating too, man. That is nuts. Oh, I wish you would get closer. I can't believe you saw it.
You don't want a nervous individual piloting these aircraft. You want someone who's able to handle pressure. These gentlemen are able to do that. And so when they see something that they don't recognize, you've got to take that seriously. It doesn't hurt that they were able to record some very interesting video at the same time.
The abilities of this mysterious craft are staggering.
When an FA-18 Super Hornet has trouble keeping up with another object, that really speaks to the remarkable speed of that craft.
An aircraft that is flying at a high speed suddenly rotates and broadsides into the wind. Any aircraft would be thrown out of the sky by doing this.
We're infantile compared to what those guys can do.
It's not how things fly. Once you realize that there's other stuff out there like that, the possibilities are endless. And once you know that, there's no going back.
And sometimes, when you least expect it, the UFO that shook your life to its very core returns.
They're back. Are you kidding me? I was in a panic because I knew that this wasn't just in my head anymore.
We're in an exciting new era of incredible high-flying and emotional UFO encounters. Eric and Nathan are deeply touched by the mysteries of their sightings.
I couldn't explain it. It was an unidentified flying object. That's exactly what it was.
I believe that those things have always been there, and just as technology advances and more people have phones that are capable, that's why we're seeing more of them.
The mind-blowing saga continues months later for Matt and the crew of the USS Theodore Roosevelt, when the UFO suddenly returns.
We were out on deployment somewhere in the Middle East. A coworker of mine, the one that had told me about the videos to begin with, just looks at me and he says, "They're back."
So there were pilots who saw this object. There were people at the radar center on the Roosevelt, as well as its support vessels, that would have seen these objects on radar.
Making it even stranger, this time, the unknown craft shows up in an active conflict zone with terrifying implications.
Are you kidding me? This was not ours. We wouldn't test a piece of multi-billion-dollar equipment in a live fire environment where nobody is informed. It just doesn't make sense.
These UFO events open our eyes and minds to frightening, incredible new possibilities when seasoned pilots encounter aircraft with abilities that perplex and astound.
It started changing colors to dirty white, to like a pink, a red, and then it was gone.
If we do have this technology, then we're so much more advanced than what we say we are.
The implications of these experiences fly deep into possibilities of extraterrestrials with frightening scientific abilities.
Like, you have to wonder, who's operating this thing?
He was probably as curious about us as we were curious about him, you know?
I don't understand how you could not be just fascinated with what you're looking at.
I don't see it as anything that could be man-made, because what that would mean is that we have the power to change the shape of craft in the air and generate some sort of a cloaking cloud that travels with the aircraft as it's changing size.
The mainstream has been forced to acknowledge that we have arrived at a moment of unprecedented and potentially otherworldly discovery.
Legitimate scientists in positions of authority are starting to step forward and say, okay, there's something to this. We need to pay attention.
You have enough information out there, enough video footage, photographs, whatever, that a lot of individuals with top secret clearances and at high levels are saying this is something we should look into.
Now we're at a wonderful time in history where we all get to see this stuff.
And individual beliefs and feelings are strong.
It's changed me in the way I view the world, because I can definitively say, hey man, we're not alone.
If you ask me, we should have been talking about it, 70 years ago. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off and give everybody the meat and potatoes of what's going on.
I can't give you any more proof other than what I saw through the video. In real life, it wasn't like anything that I've seen before.
With every new sighting or testimony or released top secret documentation, the UFO story only gets stronger.
You may not believe in UFOs, but the evidence is out there.
We just started this journey.
I feel like if I can come forward and lend some credibility, then I've done my duty.
People are excited about UFOs. I think people want to know more, and they want to believe, and they want to find out the truth.
And as these high-flying mysteries amaze and challenge us, terrifying realities must be acknowledged.
Even though I was never a believer, I believe it now.
I don't know why they're here or why there's been an abundance of sightings lately. You can't deny it, man. They're out there.
Mysterious objects with frightening technical abilities are seeking out our planes and pilots with increasing frequency. It's crucial we pay attention.
We're only now beginning to hear about how many of these air-to-air sightings there really are.
When there are technologies blatantly being displayed in our skies and we have no explanation for it, as a people, we need to come together and realize this might be the most important issue facing us as a planet.
And the destiny of our planet may lie in unknown hands.
We can record things with our personal devices in a way that we just couldn't do in the past.
I think we've got a great opportunity now. If we can crack this door open on secrecy over the phenomenon.
The feeling in the industry is changing. That's why it appears we're getting so many more pilot sightings.
Regardless of what Eric, Nathan, and Matt thought before their fateful flights, they are now believers.
We're not trying to punk anybody. I wasn't asking to see one of these things, it just happened. Now I can say, hey, check this out. Yeah, I've seen a UFO, right?
Before all of this happened, I didn't believe in anything kind of spiritual. I have completely changed my mind about all of that. I don't need anybody to validate this thing that I know I saw. What people need is to come forward with their stories.
I would challenge anybody that has footage like this, put it out there, man. Don't be afraid.
And as more and more unidentified craft are being captured and released, these incredible stories are reaching a wider, amazed audience.
We're starting to have a community of people that are interested in what's happening because we have mass media talking about it.
When mainstream media is reporting on these videos without ridicule, that has to be a wake-up call to everyone around the world.
This story has not fully played out yet.
From the skies over the Pacific Northwest to the deserts of New Mexico to the Aegean Sea, the inexplicable is being revealed to pilots and passengers all over the world. These stories, and many others like them, leave big questions unanswered. What exactly are these objects? And what do they want?
I think that we'd all rather know what's happening rather than living in the dark.
Ufologists are just waiting for that other shoe to drop. There are apparently more videos to be released.
We're only scratching the surface.
There's not going to be any room for skepticism at some point. It's a cliche, but here we have it right in front of our face. It's caught on film. UFOs are real, and we have the proof.
And if we are being watched by alien creatures, what's the end game?
I don't know why they're here or why there's been an abundance of sightings lately. Some people have theorized that there's good ones and bad ones, right? And so maybe they're here to see how we're going to react.
I have a hard time with the idea of militaries and war and stuff like that. I think these non-human entities are here to try and bring the human race into this next step of evolution. Who knows, maybe they've been watching us and they're helping us grow this whole time, and they've always kind of been right off of our shoulder. Just keep your eyes on the stars, and if you do that long enough, eventually you'll see something.
Mass UFO sightings have been experienced around the globe for thousands of years. Today, they are at an all-time high.
I got 4 of them. Major sighting here.
They're done hiding.
This thing was humongous.
You don't put something half a mile wide, covered in lights, in the sky if you don't want it to be seen.
What's the purpose? What's the mission?
And why are governments going to great lengths to hide this information?
This is as up close and personal as you can get.
It's such an eerie kind of feeling.
It was an overwhelming dread, and I had trouble summoning the courage to run.
UFO encounters involving hundreds of people seeing the same terrifying craft are happening all around us.
There was something in the sky.
There is credibility in numbers.
We are now closer than ever before to learning the truth about alien craft invading our skies.
Why would we be all there is? And if there are others, wouldn't you want to know?
Witnessing a UFO alone is a horrifying experience.
interacting with other beings, other realities that may not be explainable easily, triggers fear.
What happens when that fear takes hold of hundreds, even thousands of people?
I got 4 of them. Major sighting here.
Emotions run high.
It's like, there's no way I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing.
And there's nowhere to hide.
I felt like if I would run, it would notice me, and whatever it was going to do, it would do.
With a large group of people, you're really not afforded that opportunity to push this out of your mind. It forces you to confront this reality that's not supposed to be there.
I got the 3rd one popping. There's one behind the chimney. One just flared up.
Mass sightings are cases on steroids where we don't just have 1 or 2 individuals. We may have dozens, if not hundreds, perhaps even thousands of people encountering something in the same time frame.
Will the public get out of control here? And will this devolve into genuine fear?
One of the biggest sightings in UFO history happened here in the desert state of Arizona. But what hundreds of people saw was no mirage.
This was something phenomenal. No doubt in my mind, it changed a lot of lives.
Over the years, Arizona's otherworldly landscape has been a backdrop for bizarre, unwanted, even supernatural encounters.
There's a lot of claims that out in sort of the wilderness around Phoenix, you have odd stories of people encountering strange anomalies, allegations of interdimensional portals, monsters, various cryptids.
In March 1997, one of the most terrifying encounters yet stops the bustling city of Phoenix dead in its tracks. It was an incredible UFO event that would become known as the Phoenix Lights.
I got 4 of them. Major sighting here.
There aren't many heroes in this story, but there are a few, and one of them is named Francis Barwood.
Francis was a member of the Phoenix City Council at the time, and the only one willing to get to the bottom of what really happened that night.
The phone lit up. It was about 10 miles away.
It was moving from the southeast to the west-northwest.
Traveling approximately 1,000 miles per hour.
Just an outline that was rather almost translucent, as if there wasn't as much reflection coming off.
I talked to over 700 people, and all those people described exactly the same thing. And they said this thing was humongous. It was something bigger than a football field. They said it was triangular shaped. They all said it had like gaseous lights in it. And they said that it was totally silent, a dull gray, and it just moved slow. How can you get that many people to describe the same thing? They went to the sheriff, they went to the mayor, they went to all the other council members, and nobody would talk to them. Here's this mystery that went over Arizona and Phoenix, and I figured I'll get an answer.
Francis Barwood asks City Council to launch a formal investigation into the Phoenix Lights incident. But at the time, the topic of UFOs is a hushed secret.
After the meeting, one of the city managers came over to me and he said, "You shouldn't have asked that question." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because the mayor told everybody not to talk about it."
Pressure was on her not to pursue this. And this is not the only time that this type of thing's ever happened. You're gonna open a door and you may not know how to close that door. And you may not be able to answer the questions that you open up.
Francis isn't the first to encounter a UFO sighting kept under wraps. This has been happening for decades around the country.
New Mexico is certainly, I think, a special place in the history of UFO lore and also in the history of government secrecy.
One of the earliest mass sightings on record, now known as the Farmington Armada, reveals these shocking truths.
Hundreds and hundreds of people saw hundreds of UFOs over their town and in the general vicinity.
These were spherical or oval-shaped objects that were intelligently maneuvering across the sky. It had to be one heck of a show for the people on the ground.
There are a lot of sightings by individuals with fairly good perception of lights moving in the sky, objects seen during the day that didn't seem to be balloons and stars and aircraft, seemed to be something else. These sightings really weren't investigated.
There was that concern that the public might react with mass hysteria if they even thought that extraterrestrials were real.
Nearly 5 decades later, Frances Barwood finds history repeating itself with the Phoenix Lights sighting.
Why don't they want to know what this was that went over Arizona and over Phoenix?
No. They're lined up in a pattern, man. There's geometry behind this.
I think there's a lot of fear, so I think there's then this desire to ignore it altogether.
But for those who saw the chilling event, the haunting memories are impossible to ignore. Among them is the Lee family, who shared their story on the local news.
You just didn't know what to do. You know, it was just like, my God, how big is this thing?
It was a giant V, all right? And the right side of the V went over us. The left side was like a couple blocks over it.
I can't imagine what it must have been like to be in Phoenix on that day and having these things hover right above you for a long time.
Footage of the mysterious Phoenix Lights finally surfaces, validating hundreds of terrifying truths that Frances has been hearing from eyewitnesses.
Whoa! Look at them!
I got that one on video.
There's 4 of them. Look at there's 3 of them all together.
I was watching these videos and I called my husband. I said, "You need to see this."
No, over here there's 4. Holy. Oh, you got 4? No.
That was a rude awakening. Something happened. It was not ours. I want to know whose it is. And I think everybody else that has seen it or heard of it, they all want to know too.
The massive object didn't look or behave like anything from our planet.
We're not hearing the sounds of any propulsion. There was nothing. There was absolute silence, which is unnerving.
I think people must have felt like they were in an otherworldly experience altogether. Everybody must have been affected very deeply by the experience.
And what you have there is a massive string of lights, maybe a mile, over the city of Phoenix at night. Stationary, solid, not moving. It's like, what could this be?
With so many witnesses, there's only 2 possibilities. Either what was seen was truly unexplainable, or it has an explanation because we know something was there. They're not crazy.
The Air Force came out and said that they were running exercises and operations, and that's what people saw after the incident.
That particular night, they flew 8 A-10s out of Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, taking off about 8:30 at night.
To me, that's just the most lame attempt to explain it away. It's like, you know, the military baked it, the press served it, the public ate it.
Haunted by the voices of more than 700 witnesses, training flares are not an explanation Frances Barwood is ready to stomach.
It's still puzzling to me because why did everybody act like sheep? And, you know, it's okay, we won't talk about it, you know, so they didn't. It's like, why?
Then one evening, Frances receives a mysterious call that changes the course of her investigation. The voice on the line belongs to an eyewitness named Richard Curtis.
He was a retired veteran. He didn't know who else to call. He said he didn't want to call the government. And he says, I took detailed videos of it and I have them.
We've entered a new era. UFO encounters are now seen and understood as real phenomena. One-on-one eyewitness accounts and government documents detail sightings of strange and incredible craft with capabilities that are out of this world. But no encounter offers more insight into UFOs than one that is witnessed by hundreds.
Mass sightings are the jewels in the crown of ufology because of the massive amount of data they provide.
But this valuable information comes at a high price to those who come face to face with the alien craft.
In a blink of an eye, an entire community can be upended. Suddenly, their whole lives are changed. That's monumental.
Frances Barwood was determined to get answers for her community, no matter the cost.
To her everlasting credit, she was brave enough to say, you know what, let's find out what this thing was. She was out there twisting in the wind on her own, very vulnerable, very exposed.
The phone call from Richard Curtis may be the key to unlocking the mystery behind the Phoenix Lights.
I got a call from Richard Curtis. He explained that he had professional equipment. He wanted me to know that he had these really good videos that showed the entire shape of everything. Up till then, there were some pictures of objects and you could see kind of lights and everything, but you couldn't see the detail. And he had gotten the detail. He said you can see the shape. You can see how big it was in comparison to the surrounding buildings and everything. He described that the lights were like gaseous. He was so excited about that he had gotten all this on video.
What's on those tapes could be life-changing for Barwood and those she is seeking answers for.
And I said, can you get the copy to my office? And he said he would.
Days go by with no sign of the tapes.
I thought, oh, he probably made this up. He didn't have video, didn't, all this stuff. A week later, he called me up again at home. And he said, what did I think of these videos? And I said, I did not get them.
Richard Curtis tells Frances that two men from her office had already paid him a visit, dressed head to toe in black.
They came in, they asked where Richard Curtis's room was. They told him, they went up. He said they looked similar to each other. They were in three-piece black suits. That was odd, being that it was like 110 or something like that out. He said to them, are you from Barwood's office? And they said, yes. They said, did you make the copies? And he said, no, I haven't had a chance. He goes, we'll make the copies. So they took them. And so he gave them the videos and thinking they were going to bring them to my office. I don't have guys in my office. I have all women. I have no idea who these two guys were. It sounds so bizarre. Nothing made sense to me.
Who were these mysterious men? And why are those tapes so important to them?
There are so many stories around the world about odd-looking people, sometimes very pale, dressed in black suits, black hats, who either take evidence or show up at a witness's door, make them feel uneasy, tell them to be quiet, intimidate them.
On the basis of what happened with Richard Curtis and Frances Barwood, you could say this is a Men in Black encounter. I mean, absolutely. What the Men in Black represent is a whole other question that is a harder one to answer. Are they human? Are they not human? Are they part of a secret government agency?
Some ufologists have said these were aliens trying to stop my quest, but others have speculated that no, it was actually members of the government trying to control the narrative of what was going on in the skies.
One thing is for sure. The Men in Black did not want those tapes to reach Barwood's desk. If what Richard filmed really does reveal that extraterrestrial beings are behind the Phoenix lights, what does that mean for us?
The only thing I could think of is they're more advanced than we are. They're smarter than we are. Maybe our government and military are afraid of losing power and control.
With the tapes gone, Frances and the hundreds of eyewitnesses relying on her are no closer to getting answers.
Why isn't everybody saying, we need to know what this is?
Frances continues to look for answers. Across the continent, other UFO eyewitnesses have been waiting decades for the truth.
A long time ago now, I was 12 years old. I was supposed to be in bed. It was about 10:20 at night. The last thing on my mind that day was UFOs, but that was about to change. At that time, my bedroom window was right by the edge of the waterfront. And lo and behold, here comes this orange orb. Basically just an orange ball. And this was just moving along the coastline like this. Well, this was too much for me to ignore, and although I was supposed to be in bed, I can remember, it's very strange, I grabbed the jacket, ran down the stairs. My mother and father were saying, where are you going? I said, I've got to go to the corner store. I said, I've got to get something. I got a bad stomachache. And they're like, whoa, stop, no, and I was out the door. I ran down the hill to the waterfront, which was just a few blocks away from our residence. And that's when the fear hit. You look around, you realize you're totally alone there on the waterfront. And, you know I'm already in trouble when I go home. And now there's something I can't understand coming closer to me.
Sightings of strange, ominous, and unexplained phenomena are happening more and more.
The best way I can describe it was an overwhelming dread.
Every haunting encounter opens the door to the possibility of extraterrestrial life among us. And every mass sighting makes that terrifying thought impossible to ignore.
When you come across a UFO, the reaction, it's awe, it's disbelief. Is this for real? Did I just see this? The fear kicks in. What if something happens to me?
These very thoughts and emotions were coursing through Chris Stiles on the night in October 1967 when he came face to face with a UFO.
Silently just drifting only about 10 feet above the water, tracing the shoreline. You had this fear inside. You're not thinking in words, but I can remember the feeling. What would it be now, 53 years ago? It was like, you're thinking at the time, if I run, it'll be like when you run from an aggressive dog. That was my introduction to the UFO phenomena, up close and quite scary.
But Chris Stiles wasn't the only one introduced to UFOs that cool October night. Almost 300 kilometers away, just an hour after his sighting, the residents of the tiny fishing village of Shag Harbor got the biggest scare of their lives.
It looked like a flaming ball of light flew over the town.
No one really could identify what this was, but it was odd.
Around 11:20 p.m., the sky was so clear and transparent you could see the faintest of stars. The moon had already sat some hours before. People who were outside at the time, they were mostly out in cars driving around, young people with girlfriends, people just with time to kill, insomniacs, whatever.
Among them is fisherman Laurie Wickens, out for a drive with some friends.
Laurie Wickens was a young fellow at the time. He was out with some friends of his. They were just driving up and down the roads out of boredom. And they witnessed the strange lights in the car and watching them descending toward the water surface. Now, in those days, of course, nobody has a cell phone with them. There was a payphone on the road. So they raced up to that and Laurie went in and called the RCMP. And the first question he has for Laurie is, how much you been drinking?
But what Chris, Laurie, and dozens of other witnesses saw that night was all too real.
He's about to re-enter the vehicle and suddenly the payphone rings. Laurie answers the phone. Stay there, he goes, we're on the way. And the reason the RCMP called him back is 6 other witnesses had called in from different locations to report the same thing.
Some witnesses describe several blinking lights, some a bright orb. Others claim a mysterious glow emanated from the depths of the ocean. One thing's for sure, something truly inexplicable crashed into Shag Harbor that night, something that could very well be out of this world. The lives of many witnesses, including Chris, would change forever.
The fear subsides, but it becomes replaced with obsession. And the reason for obsession is the need to understand what you've seen. Why do we still not have the answers?
Shag Harbor is a very quiet, small fishing town. Not much happens. And then one night, people wake up to this mysterious crash in their harbor. And shortly thereafter is a massive descent of journalists and police and military.
When this was seen to fall into the ocean, the first reaction was maybe it was a plane crash, which actually made it more important to investigate.
People went out there looking for survivors of this plane crash, they thought.
What they found instead is difficult to forget and even more difficult to explain.
There was this eerie yellow foam stretching for about a half a mile from where the craft had been to possibly moving underwater.
This object submerged under the water, leaving behind a sulfuric smell. And so these witnesses were certainly quite concerned about what they saw.
The military and RCMP spent a lot of time combing the ocean. We do know that divers had gone down there. Nothing had been found.
This really created a mystery for these witnesses, all who had seen certainly some sort of object or vehicle enter into the water.
If it had been a conventional craft that crashed into the water, there should have been wreckage that was found. Something would have turned up. The plane would have been registered as missing.
How does a giant craft disappear without a trace?
It's a small town where everyone knows everyone. They're all gonna talk to each other about this. So it's like the rest of the world gets one story, but the people who live there know the full story. They know the real story.
And the real story is a haunting one. The strange foam on the water's surface, the piercing smell of sulfur. Locals start to wonder, what was this craft?
There's many different kinds of stories about what this object may have been. If this was an alien craft that fell into the water, that could then move under the water to different locations, and that's why there was nothing documented or recovered.
Some people in the area swore that under cover of darkness, something was taken out of the ocean, loaded onto a flatbed truck and covered with a tarp and driven away. Further stories that something was actually found under the water but had moved further away from Shag Harbor to an American military base, suggesting that there was some activity going on underwater as well. What exactly was going on, we don't know, but we do have the evidence and the documents to suggest that something unusual occurred at Shag Harbor back in 1967.
The story of the UFO that crashed into Shag Harbor came and went as quickly as the tide, when nothing was found underwater. But for those who saw it, out of sight is not out of mind.
when I got the call from my grandfather in Shag Harbor. I remember him telling me some people didn't go to bed for days. They thought something might come and fall on their house or their equipment or the fishing boat. And I can remember thinking, well, I couldn't believe that nobody had spoken to all the witnesses and pulled the responses together. And I thought, well, I could do that.
In 1992, Chris Stiles dives deep to uncover the origin of the mysterious craft that left him paralyzed with fear as a child.
Nobody was even aware of Shag Harbor whatsoever before I began re-investigating in 1992.
Chris Stiles went out to try and track down exactly what happened.
He really ferreted out the information and talked to the locals and put together a case far better than anything that the government ever did. They got more government documents relating to Shag Harbor than I believe any other downed UFO incident that we have on record.
"4,000 kilometers south along the coast, decades later, Houston musician Andrew Pena wasn't ready for what he was about to see. In 2014, Houston, Texas was struck with weeks of severe thunder and lightning storms.
It just looked like dark, dense, middle of nowhere ocean. I was on my way to the rehearsal space and I was messing with my phone. I was seeing some crazy stuff happening up in the sky. What is that? Adrenaline was pumping a little bit. Such an eerie kind of feeling. I knew immediately I needed to get off of the highway. I knew right then and there, like I had something just extraordinary.
They had close, personal, and horrifying encounters with unidentified flying objects. Enormous V-shaped craft hovering over homes.
I can't figure it out to this day.
Bright orbs illuminating stormy skies, and suspicious lights disappearing underwater.
The fear had an effect, and it stayed with me.
These terrifying experiences leave behind little tangible evidence and a lot of emotional eyewitnesses searching for answers.
I was just like, there's no way I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing.
A lot of times on an individual basis, what people have seen is so shocking, it's so literally out of this world for them that they actually find a way to forget that they've ever seen it.
For musician Andrew Pena, his UFO event became impossible to forget the moment he grabbed his phone and hit record.
When I reviewed the video, I'm thinking that I only saw the bead of light because in the video, it like kind of breaks out into a bunch of little lights. And that's the part of me that just goes like, whoa, something had to have been generating that much power in order for you to see it the way you saw it in its clarity. So that was just nuts to me.
What Andrew saw and recorded that night was soon validated by dozens of eyewitnesses around Houston, all reporting the same thing, a cluster of bright lights in the sky.
It was at that moment that I was like, this is so much bigger than I thought it would ever be.
Andrew Pena's video of the mysterious lights over Houston garnered more than 800,000 views online.
That night, it was already on the news.
The encounters Chris and Francis experienced also involved hundreds of people, but were kept out of the public eye for as long as possible.
We still don't know what it was. We still don't know who knows what it was.
The question is, why are some of the biggest, most important UFO sightings being kept a secret?
I think the main reason the government didn't want the public to know is because they didn't want the public to freak out.
Unfortunately, historically, mass sightings have also been equated with mass hysteria. People panicked, that panic spread, and whole cities became delusional.
The Cold War era ushered in a sense of insecurity and resounding fear of what was going on overhead.
Some people still insist that the flying saucer is a secret weapon of Russia. But would a country dare test fly highly secret aircraft over a foreign territory?
It was at this time, I think, that people really started to turn their attention to the skies. What is that flying over? Is that nuclear warfare? Is that an alien? People started paying attention to the skies in a way that they hadn't before.
Are flying saucers interplanetary, or are they a result of mass hysteria?
And one of the explanations that really took hold in the popular imagination was the extraterrestrial. We start hearing stories of people allegedly making contact with alien beings, and those sinister aliens hiding amongst us, disguised as humans.
Governments responded with secrecy to protect the public from hysteria over whatever the invasion may be. Some secrets are still being kept.
You see this reaction by governments frequently to defuse or even just push down the situation and just make sure it doesn't go anywhere.
The mass sightings Francis, Andrew, and Chris experienced were explained to the public as military operations and weather phenomena.
Where there's a will, there's a way, with the government discrediting mass eyewitness accounts, weather balloons, weather phenomena, conventional aircraft. They will come up with something to try to describe it.
And I hear explanations like this. It's impossible not to want to roll my eyes. It's just a way to kind of inoculate the public against something. And so you want to get an explanation out there. And I mean, it's easy peasy to do this. It's called an operation, and it happens all the time.
One of the most well-known alleged operations took place in Roswell, New Mexico.
The story of Roswell is that back in 1947, something crashed. A local resident had found pieces of some sort of unusual material strewn about a field some distance away from his ranch. A news conference was quickly held to show that these pieces were really nothing other than some sort of balloon and radar targets. Nothing to worry about, folks. And yet, the pieces were very much different from what had been seen and felt by the witness himself.
The UFO encounter Chris Stiles and many others witnessed 2 decades later in Nova Scotia bears an eerie resemblance.
Shag Harbor has been described as Canada's Roswell. What's interesting is that it actually has more supportive evidence than Roswell. We have documentation from the RCMP and the Canadian Forces that suggests something really did crash into the ocean.
There's a cover-up as a result of it. That is the case with Roswell, that is the case with Shag Harbor. Something important happened at Shag Harbor, without a doubt.
Chris Stiles is determined to find out what that something was, and he may finally have a break in the case.
I talked to the divers of the Fleet Diving Unit. They were like, well, you know about Shelburne, don't you? You know, that's the real story. Shelburne County has a curious history before that time of anomalous events. Everything from sightings of sea monsters to sightings of Bigfoot.
While a very public investigation was taking place at Shag Harbor, up the coast at Military Base Shelburne, a secret operation yields a shocking discovery.
What the divers told me was when they went down, they found a second UFO in the seabed and that it was rendering assistance to the other one. And the 2 divers that spoke of this actually claimed that they saw beings in the water doing this. And I'm like, whoa, 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 guys. And suddenly, I was kind of overwhelmed. One of the underwater naval photographers, according to the other officer, shot at least 400 feet of film.
As soon as the footage was brought to the surface, divers were instructed to hand it over.
And of course, none of them ever hear back about what they filmed or what they saw.
What happened to the film shot by those divers? And are the men in black behind its disappearance? UFO encounters can be frightening and emotional experiences. Witnessing a mysterious craft that could be from another planet is a difficult reality to accept.
We have trouble with the unknown. We fear it.
That becomes a scary kind of process, or a scary question to think about.
Even though we have legitimate experiences, we are then afraid to talk about them. We're afraid to kind of tap into something we don't know anything about.
Where did these UFOs come from? And why are they revealing themselves to us now?
I have no idea why extraterrestrials would want to show themselves. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Another one just showed up. There are multiple. Whoa! Did you see that?
No, those are in the sky.
It picked the most populated pathway that it could have possibly picked. So obviously, they wanted to be seen.
But seeing them seems to have dangerous consequences. Missing film from divers at Shag Harbor. Footage of the Phoenix Lights taken by men claiming to work with Councilman Francis Barwood. Whoever these men in black are, they appear to go to great lengths to control evidence of extraterrestrials visiting Earth. Just how far will they go to keep the public in the dark and protect incredible secrets about what really happened over Phoenix that night? After Richard Curtis's tapes of the Phoenix Lights were taken, he went public with his story.
I saw the bottom of it as it went over the top of Phoenix, and it blocked out the clouds and the stars.
News in Phoenix interviewed Richard Curtis, and he told the whole story. Pretty well told him everything that happened. And so after that, I thought, well, I'll talk to him and see if anything else he can remember. Well, he wasn't there anymore. And his neighbor said that they had come for him because he got bad medication, and they took him by ambulance, and they never brought him back.
The last little exclamation point on this whole part of the story is that Richard Curtis himself ended up disappearing. Like, he was just gone.
If the men in black are behind the disappearance of the tapes, could they be behind the disappearance of the man who filmed them?
There certainly is some enticing historical documentation that they certainly did have their hands involved in trying to control how the public thinks about these stories.
The Men in Black phenomenon was first described by a UFO researcher named Greg Barker back in the 1960s. He described that there was these government agents who would go around, they typically wore black, and they would hustle people who were interested in UFOs. They would threaten their lives, they would threaten their families, they would pretend to be from various government organizations, and all with the purpose of covering up the UFO phenomenon, or at least keeping it secret.
Why do we think the Men in Black showed up at Richard Curtis's home? Because they had advanced intelligence about something. The fact is, it's weird. And that's just the reality. Like, this man is gone. He is a key witness who had very possibly the single most important piece of evidence that may have ever existed on this mass sighting. And he's never seen again.
I'm thinking, how did these two guys know where he was? What do you do? Who can you rely on to investigate and really check things out?
Frances decides to have her phone line inspected by a professional.
This guy checked out my phone, checked out the lines that went up to the pole and everything. Wouldn't come back in my house. Came to the back door. I says, come on in. He goes, no, I'm not coming in. I just want to tell you, yes, your phones are tapped, and it's a government tap.
People think, oh, well, why would the government tap her phone? That's paranoid. That's conspiracy. No, it's not paranoid. It's not conspiracy theory. It's real. This was an important event that, again, threatened to go out of control in public venue. That's the danger of the Phoenix Lights. This thing was on the tipping point of going the other way, of going real sideways for the government.
It's such a puzzle to me, still, always.
Could the government be protecting its people from more than just mass hysteria? Are we in danger of something far more terrifying?
One thing that I've learned about these UFOs is that if they don't want to be seen, you're not going to see them.
So why did these craft choose to be seen?
I can't imagine any practical use other than to terrify people. It's so bizarre. It's so inexplicable. I don't see the box to put that phenomena in.
Perhaps it is a time where we are kind of summoning them. We want to know the truth to such a point that they finally make an appearance in such an obvious, widespread way. There's no question that they do exist, whatever they are, whoever they are, to trigger some sort of official or global response. We don't know what it is. Therefore, we need to protect ourselves.
What was this thing doing, flying all the way south across the entire state that day, that everyone saw it?
We may not understand their intentions of terror or peace, but we can be certain they want us to know they're here. We're entering a new era in UFO understanding and acceptance, validated by incredible mass sightings and driven by the chilling, deeply personal encounters of those involved.
When the rubber meets the road and when you are confronted with the fact that this is actually real, and there's someone who's here that's not supposed to be here, that can scare the hell out of a lot of people.
Today, we're finally addressing the subject from a political perspective. And all the folks that have been reporting experiences for years and years and years are finally being heard.
With the recent release of the Pentagon's investigation into UFOs, we are finally ready to acknowledge their existence and start asking the right questions.
My theory is we're probably being observed.
I do believe, at the very least, in my own lifetime, we'll be able to decipher a little bit more about what we're experiencing.
With a wealth of testimonies from mass sightings, scientists are getting closer than ever before to learning more about the UFOs visiting our planet and their intentions.
All the speculation about life in the universe, visitation, aliens coming to visit, and what messages they have to impart to us, all that is immaterial if we don't have the sightings themselves.
We've come a long way from the silenced mass sightings of past years. Denial, missing evidence, even missing witnesses. What happened in the skies over Phoenix still remains a mystery today.
I've got a few more years left, and I'm hoping that I find out all the answers.
And the truth behind what really crashed into Shag Harbor lies hidden below the surface.
As the years go by, none of that testimony has been evaporated, explained, or explained away. The case remains open and unsolved.
As for Andrew Pena's incredible encounter and the new generation of mass sightings still to come, keeping UFOs a secret will be a tall order, even for the most skilled and powerful organizations.
We're going to be seeing more mass sightings. To me, it's an inevitable phenomena. To me, it will always keep happening.
In our age of social media, videos or photos spread like wildfire across the web.
The strength of hundreds of UFO witnesses coming together to report a single sighting is undeniable. Combined with the ability to share these encounters, the truth is unstoppable and change is inevitable.
It's really just opened up a huge Pandora's box in my own mind.
I didn't realize how involved it would end up being. I've had some really bad times and death threats and stuff over the years. I don't regret it at all.
This experience is essentially like with me 100% of the time. That never leaves me.
Whatever it is, wherever the answers come from, once we know we're not alone, we'll have such a greater sense of the significance of these things, of our place in the universe and just how it works. It's still fresh and exciting to me, and I'll never give it up.
Hopefully, at some point in my life, we get the truth, and we get proof of the truth.
UFO encounters are on the rise. Witnesses from every continent, from all walks of life.
I just stood in shock of what I was witnessing.
Their unworldly accounts can no longer be ignored. And now, our governments, militaries, and scientists are finally acknowledging that unidentified aerial phenomenon are indeed very real.
It was something that's beyond belief.
I was scared.
More and more eyewitnesses are ready to relive their frightening encounters with alien crafts and unearthly beings.
Having an encounter with a UFO can really rock you to the core.
It's one thing to see a UFO flying in the sky. It's quite another to come upon a landed UFO.
That is incredibly dangerous.
Their shocking stories compel us to believe.
It was the most spooky thing I've ever seen in my life. It turned my hair white.
I said, let's try and get close. Let's try and see if we can touch it, discern what it is.
I have to get out, or I'm going to die here.
A new terrifying age is among us, the era of the UFO, and we will never be the same again.
This is as up close and personal as you can get.
Of an exciting and frightening new era. After decades of secrecy, the U.S. government and military have finally acknowledged the likelihood that extraterrestrial vehicles are visiting our planet. Most often, these crafts are witnessed at a safe distance, far away in the skies above. But what happens when someone encounters a UFO close up? One that's actually landed here on Earth.
This is a close encounter of the third kind, just like in the movie.
To come into physical contact with something from another world is life-altering.
And potentially life-threatening.
They can be potentially very dangerous. Yes, indeed.
There's many people who've come forward with very physical markings on their bodies and had very traumatic bodily imprints from their experiences.
What is going on here? Why they're here on this planet?
Kaz Clark has been searching for the answer since 2016, when the Welsh resident came face to face with a UFO.
What I saw will stay with me for the rest of my life. I was completely challenged on everything I thought I knew and believed.
It all started in 2016 in Kaz's hometown of Penturk, Wales.
Penturk is beautiful. It's a tiny little village at the top of a mountain where you can see in every direction. You've got these ebbing fields that roll away from you for miles.
But over a 3-night period in February, Kaz is awoken by an unusual sound.
It was quite loud, and I'd noticed this plane just flying very low and very slow over my village in a figure-8 pattern. And a bit later, a second plane turned up to take its place, almost identical to the first plane, and that would continue the same flight pattern, and the first one would leave, and then later it would come back and they'd swap again. And this went on all night.
Disturbing not just Kaz, but the entire neighborhood.
I can imagine for the people living in this small little village in Wales, suddenly having military aircraft show up out of nowhere would be quite startling.
People were wondering what's going on here.
For years, Penturk residents have become accustomed to noisy planes passing overhead.
We have an RAF base about 14 miles away from us. So occasionally we get military aircraft that fly over, but we don't actually get any that stay. And we had 2 aircraft that stayed for 3 days and 3 nights.
But it's not the oddest aerial event locals have experienced. This region of Wales is also known for its frequent sightings of aircraft that are completely silent.
This is an area that is definitely known as a UFO hotspot. There's a large number of sightings for a very long period of time. And in fact, the activity is strong enough that it's been called the Welsh Triangle.
And even more interesting, its most famous case involved an actual UFO landing.
On February 4th, 1977, a group of students from the Broadhaven Primary School in Wales witnessed a strange object land near their playground.
It's an astonishing case.
That garnered a flurry of media attention nationwide.
The spaceship, it looked a cigar shape with a dome on it. And it had a yellowy, orange to red light on the top of it.
The drawings that the children produced were very similar. It really says that something might have occurred.
Their pictures emerged as the most eerie and creepiest things out of this case.
But many, including the military, suspected it was just the children's imagination, or perhaps they misperceived an ordinary aircraft or helicopter.
It's really not surprising.
It's actually quite common for military officials to obfuscate and otherwise hide from public view some of what's going on.
It's something Kaz would encounter when she inquires if the planes circling over Penturk are a part of a military exercise she isn't aware of, but she receives no response.
There are classified projects, perhaps there are maneuvers that are very, very sensitive.
But on the evening of February 26th, Kaz witnesses the shocking reason why the military planes are circling overhead.
I decided that if these planes were still there, I would come out and watch them. And I heard what I thought was a missile coming. It was very loud.
Kaz turns to see what appears to be an E-3 Sentry, a large military aircraft used primarily for surveillance, and it's coming in fast.
She didn't really know what to think about this because it was so outside her normal experience. It's reasonable to wonder, like, what is going on here?
It certainly wasn't ordinary.
Just how extraordinary, Kaz will soon discover.
I remember it like it happened yesterday. The E-3 Sentry started to circle, and then this bright red light became visible high above the trees behind my house. I never expected to see anything like this. I had run to get an unobstructed view, and this one red light turned into 3 red lights.
Finally forming what Kaz describes as a large pyramid-shaped craft.
I was in awe of what I was seeing. This thing was enormous.
When you see a real, silent, massive triangle, it cannot be compared to anything else. For the witnesses, a lot of them think they're actually losing their minds.
It was the most spooky thing I've ever seen in my life. This thing didn't come down from outer space. This thing emerged through the space, like it came through a veil into our world.
Kaz knows this is no terrestrial aircraft.
This was no way man-made. There was no sound, no downdraft, no nothing.
Kaz needs to get evidence of what she is witnessing.
I've reached for my phone and it won't even switch on. It's completely dead.
Electrical effects have been often reported by encounters with UFOs. People will say that they've tried to get photographs or recordings, and yet they were unable to. There have been stories of cars that had their electrical systems fail completely when in fact they've been operating normally up until then.
And Kaz Clark's unworldly experience is about to get stranger still. The large pyramid craft appears to be landing.
The pyramid was turning very slowly anti-clockwise, and as it approached the ground, it ejected like a hand of lightning. That's the only way I can describe it. It's thick, like fire, like fingers.
Kaz then hears more military aircraft approaching and realizes this is what they are searching for.
The military knew it was coming. They were definitely prepared. They were waiting and watching for this thing.
When you really stop and think about it, it's astonishing.
Especially in what Kaz sees happen next.
these objects come out the top of the pyramid, and I didn't see any of those because I was so fixated on it touching the ground. These two barrel-shaped objects approached from across the field, and one of them stopped at about 20 feet off the ground and about 20 to 30 feet away, and I just stared at it. And then I felt it scan me and stood in shock. I was so afraid for my safety.
Eyewitnessing a UFO forever changes the way we look at our skies. When these phenomena make actual physical contact on Earth, it can be a much more frightening experience.
What people have seen is so shocking. In many of these cases, someone actually physically touches the craft. And the fact is, these things are incredibly dangerous.
Individuals suffer trauma to the point where they can suffer PTSD the rest of their lives.
Kaz Clark's frightening encounter produced some unexpected after effects.
It turned my hair white overnight, completely white, which is a little bit of a shock in the morning.
Which sounds crazy, but this is a detail that does turn up in other cases. People who get too close to a UFO will actually experience a change in their hair color.
Kaz contacts the Department of Defense to see if she could obtain any information about what she witnessed. Their response is shocking.
They said that they were doing a military exercise. I can categorically assure you this was no exercise. This was a real event.
Kaz makes it her mission to uncover the truth.
I wanted to check out the landing site. I wanted to see if there were burn marks on the ground, to see if there was any physical evidence of this thing, this pyramid craft.
Kaz's home video shows the shocking evidence she and her neighbors found.
Like phosphorus, isn't it? That's what that's white. Something's burnt that tree up there. I don't know if we can get up there and get sample of that. That would be good.
We'd gone over to what I call the near landing field, where this hand of lightning had come out of this craft. Everything was dead. Everything was dead. All the grass, the gorse bushes were all dead, like something had sucked all of the life out of them. There were 60-foot trees snapped mid-trunk, 12 to 14 inches thick.
Yeah, and this one here, the skinny one, yeah.
And burn marks on the surrounding trees.
At least you can see the discolor in there.
This was strong physical evidence.
I mean, there are broken trees.
To be certain, Kaz has the landing site tested for radiation.
They tested the ground with a Geiger counter, and it detected radiation. And the radiation there was so high, it was the equivalent of being X-rayed for 2 hours constantly. And people were made ill from being there. The whole team suffered from headaches, nausea, burning skin, burning eyes, just from being in that field for less than an hour.
When a UFO lands, when it actually touches down, often it will leave types of radiation. This can be very dangerous.
One of the most famous cases of a serious injury caused by a UFO happened back in 1967 in Manitoba, Canada.
Which has become known as the Falcon Lake incident. It's certainly one of the most popular and better documented cases in Canada, even with the Canadian Mint releasing a special edition coin for collectors that depicts the Falcon Lake incident on it.
It really has everything you could ever want in a UFO story.
The alleged victim of this notorious UFO encounter, Stefan Mahalik, barely escaped with his life. And his chilling story is something his son, Stan, will never forget.
I can tell you that as a 10-year-old, I was afraid. But I believed him. I believed every word that came out of his mouth.
It all started in May 1967, when Stefan, an amateur geologist, hikes up to a remote wooded location known for its precious stones and gems, Falcon Lake.
For him, it was a rockhound's dream. It was a lovely day. The weather was beautiful, the skies are blue. He hiked probably for 4 or 5 hours until he found what he thought was a promising area of rock. So by mid-morning, he was already at work. He's got his goggles on, he's got his gloves on, he's got his rock pick, and he's busy banging away at a vein of quartz. He was in his element.
But the tranquility will soon turn to terror.
He looks up, there are 2 shapes in the sky, and his first thought as he sees them is, typical dad, what the hell is that? They're saucer-shaped, sort of like taking 2 milk bowls and putting one on top of the other. They are glowing, and they are almost dead silent.
Stefan is startled when one of the saucer-shaped crafts breaks off and heads towards him.
He's at one end of this rocky outcrop, and this craft landed on the flattest part of the giant granite rocky outcrop that he was working on. And within a few seconds, the one that was hovering above departs.
Leaving Stefan alone, only a few meters away from what appears to be a flying saucer.
Looking at the craft that landed, we've got a circular shape that's about 30 to 40 feet in diameter. The top has a dome, a smaller bowl, if you will, over top of the bigger bowl, and there are slits all around it, and this thing is making him squint because he can't look at it directly. It's extremely bright.
And he realized that this certainly was no kind of aircraft from this planet.
My heart goes out to people who come upon a landed UFO, because this has got to be an unnerving experience. This is not a distant light in the sky. This is something that's right there in front of you. It can be so scary, people will pass out.
But not Stefan. He faced many fearful situations years before in Poland. He was a covert operative during World War II.
This speaks to his character. Because of his life experiences, he recognized that don't get afraid until there's a reason to be. It hasn't harmed me.
Remembering his training, the war veteran focuses on chronicling details of the strange craft in front of him.
He sits back and he pulls out a sketch pad and begins drawing it out.
He noted that it had a dome and it had some bright lights around the top. He noted that a door had opened in one side and that there was an exhaust vent off to the side of the door. He described a classic Hollywood-style flying saucer.
It's then Stefan notices something startling.
A portal on the craft has opened. It was a series of sliding panels, like a camera shutter, to reveal the door.
Stefan's fear is outweighed by his intense curiosity. He musters up the courage to take a closer look.
When he walked towards this craft, he was able to describe it in more detail.
And he sees there are no seams, there are no rivets, there are no screws, there's nothing.
This is beyond the ordinary.
Stefan approaches the door and cautiously peers inside the craft.
He recognized that there were walls about 18 or so inches, so that's a pretty thick wall. And he noticed that there was a lot of light, and he reaches out with his gloved hand to touch the craft. But when he touches it, the skin of the craft is so hot that the rubber tips of all of the fingers of his glove are melted immediately.
That, I would say, is probably a regular feature of anyone who gets within a couple of feet of a UFO. They are often very hot. They will burn you.
Stefan is about to discover this firsthand.
A blast came out of this object, knocking him to the ground, setting his clothes on fire,
injuring him severely.
He's afraid that he's going to die.
They are not just seen in the sky. UFOs have also come down to our planet, petrifying those who encountered them.
This can be the most traumatic experience of their life.
Especially if you get too close.
So you have to be very careful.
Stan Mahalik father, Stefan, found out just how dangerous they really are. In 1967, the amateur geologist claims he was severely injured by a flying saucer in the wilds of Manitoba, Canada.
He was burned to the upper part of his chest.
There have been cases of burns as a result of being close to these things.
To make matters worse, after the UFO blasts off, Stefan Mahalik is now physically ill.
His head's spinning, he's dizzy, he's vomiting.
Stefan has little choice but to attempt the long hike through the rough terrain.
So, picks up whatever little stuff he's got there, but leaves a lot of it behind, and begins to stumble to the highway.
Miraculously, Stefan manages to make the long journey.
He was eventually treated and examined at a hospital. The burns on his body were very, very evident.
The most dramatic part of the case is the photographs of the burns themselves.
They were as if you had taken a checkerboard and put a red checker on each of the squares and then took away the board itself.
Which is extremely puzzling to his doctors.
They didn't really know what to think about this because it was so outside their normal experience.
I can only imagine how Stefan's son Stan must have felt when he saw the state his father was in.
He would get his chance when his father eventually comes home.
My dad had never looked like this to me. He had never been out of control or hurt or sick in my memory. So to see him like that was frightening. The burns were pretty bad.
Stefan finally confesses what caused it. He was burned by a flying saucer.
Stefan Mahalik said that if you don't believe me, don't believe me.
I believed him. My father would not lie to me.
The RCMP, Canada's federal law enforcement agency, interviews Stefan about his wild claims. They quickly realize he is not making the story up and ask him to take them to where the alleged incident took place.
What was found at Falcon Lake was very, very significant.
Stefan shows them his melted gloves, burnt shirt, and they discover something even stranger in the surrounding environment.
That entire ring of trees that surround the spot where the craft came down and landed, all the leaves were withered and brown.
And more compelling, what their Geiger counter reveals.
They would check for radiation and realize, oh my goodness, this spot is radioactive. And it seemed to be stronger at the very center of where the craft sat. And the RCMP acknowledged that yes, this is a legitimate scene where something occurred that resulted in the injury to this man.
Charles Chuck Halt, a retired U.S. Air Force officer, put forward some of the most compelling evidence ever of a UFO landing, an audio recording, now famously known as the Halt tapes.
The reason why this case is so compelling is because of these tapes.
I had a recorder, just a small micro cassette. I didn't take it thinking I was going to make a tape of a UFO incident. I was frightened to death.
And he has seen a lot over his long career. At the time of the incident, Colonel Halt was the deputy base commander at RAF Bentwaters in the UK, located near the now infamous Rendlesham Forest.
The Rendlesham case is genuinely one of the most interesting UFO cases. That's often called Britain's Roswell, and it's understandable why.
The frightening event occurred over a 2-night period.
In late December of 1980, RAF Bentwaters experienced a strange surge of UFO activity. 2 security patrol men from RAF Bentwaters left the base and headed into Rendlesham Forest because there was claims of some sort of strange object that had descended into the forest, and they were following these bright lights when they basically bumped into a strange craft parked on the ground in the middle of the forest. They approached it, and as they got closer, all of a sudden, it lifted off from the ground and it took off into the sky.
Deputy Commander Colonel Halt was briefed about the alleged UFO landing in the forest near Bentwaters.
I didn't believe it, to be very honest with you.
Of course, people are going to be skeptical when they hear a story about this.
But Colonel Halt would become a true believer the very next night.
The on-duty flight lieutenant came in, and he was white as a sheet. And he said, it's back. I said, what's back? He said, the UFO is back. We saw something in the woods. It had multicolored lights. There's something out there.
Micro recorder in hand, Halt and a few of the base's security officers head out to investigate.
You get to hear firsthand Colonel Halt talking about things he's seeing in front of him. There's moments where he is totally flabbergasted by what he's seeing.
Halt and his team first investigate the alleged landing location witnessed the night before.
150 feet or more from the initial, I should say, suspected impact point.
They make an alarming discovery. Physical evidence that the servicemen are telling the truth. 3 deep impressions in the ground.
The indentations in the ground were approximately 1.5 to 2 inches deep. And when we looked overhead, we could definitely see a break in the canopy, and we saw broken branches on the ground.
This is great evidence. This shows that physically something was actually there. UFO landings will sometimes leave high levels of radiation.
We had the Geiger counter.
We're getting a heat spot on the tree.
The readings we got were 8 or 9 times normal background radiation.
It's then the craft spotted the night before makes a return appearance.
You just saw a light where? Hey, I see it too. What is it? We don't know, sir.
We see this glowing orange-like object, almost like a small sun. It's oval-shaped.
There's no doubt about it. There's some type of strange flashing red light ahead. There's definitely something. We're probably about 200 to 300 yards away. It's still moving from side to side. Hey, this is eerie. This is strange.
Halt and his team pursue the strange light, and something extraordinary happens.
We stop at the edge of the field, and we're watching it, and suddenly it silently explodes into 5 objects with multicolored lights.
Now we have multiple sightings of up to 5 lights with a similar shape, some kind of phenomenon. This is weird.
One of the more unusual things about this particular case is the observation of this object apparently splitting into multiple objects at once. That you don't come across quite as frequently.
Or what Halt and his team experience next.
Now we've got an object about 10 degrees directly south. He's coming toward us.
Which is a lot scarier.
It's coming this way. It is definitely coming this way.
You can hear Colonel Halt's stress level rise on the tape.
What Halt sees will chill him to the bone.
Stops above us and sends down the equivalent, I would say today, a laser beam.
Now we're observing what appears to be a beam coming down to the ground. This is unreal.
We're standing there in awe, thinking, is this a weapon?
Frozen in fear, under a UFO, Colonel Halt's world would forever be altered.
It was kind of a shock. Nobody's ever going to believe this.
Except he has the tape. Witnessing a UFO touchdown on Earth is a frightening experience, something you will never forget.
It's one thing to see a UFO flying in the sky. It's quite another to come upon a landed UFO. This has got to be a pretty traumatic experience.
My father never came to terms with what he saw. He never really quite was the same person he was prior.
I didn't believe in UFOs. When you've eliminated everything else, however improbable, whatever remains must be the truth.
I'm definitely a believer that we are not alone.
But each of their encounters were different. The unworldly crafts they saw varied in shape and in size.
What Mihalik saw is a classic UFO. It's this disc shaped like 2 pie plates, you know, on one side or another. To me, that's a classic UFO.
And Kaz's large pyramid.
Large objects in the shape of a pyramid have been reported by UFO witnesses for many decades.
Luminous barrels or balls of light, splitting apart or ejecting off a larger craft.
There are many cases where often a ball of light or some other object drops out or is expelled from a main craft, may split into other parts and then return to the craft.
Many ufologists suspect this could be the extraterrestrials' mothership.
One of the great memes in ufology is the mothership, a very large craft that was probably what brought all the smaller UFOs and then discharged them to fly around Earth. This mothership has occasionally been seen.
And incredibly, one of them may have been recently spotted traveling near our planet.
Oumuamua was a large object detected entering our solar system somewhere around October 2017. And the reason why Oumuamua made headlines was because of its strange shape.
And its strange behavior. At first, astronomers thought the large object was just an oddly shaped meteor, asteroid, or even a comet. But its unpredictable movements baffled scientists.
There were these odd moments where Oumuamua would slow down in speed and then suddenly pick up its speed and accelerate. So it wasn't maintaining a consistent speed, but it seemed to slow down and speed up at will.
In 2018, an astonishing hypothesis was put forward by a renowned Harvard astrophysicist. Oumuamua may have been sent here by an advanced extraterrestrial civilization.
Avi Loeb basically said that Oumuamua was some sort of alien spaceship or alien craft that was passing through our solar system. We need to be open to the possibility that it might be.
But is there any proof these celestial crafts have come down here to our planet?
With these kinds of alleged visitations, there might be ground traces left behind that leave marks.
Chuck, Stan, and Kaz claim they found some.
There were 6 huge trees that had been snapped 20 feet in the air, with all scrape marks and burn marks on the surrounding trees.
It's pretty clear something huge came down. This was not a little object. The Rendlesham incident left actual indentations in the soil. It left actual radiation readings, which were detected with a Geiger counter.
Some people had gone back and looked at that instrument and said, well, with the readings you were getting were 8 or 9 times normal background radiation.
These high levels of radiation may have caused the environmental damage found at each of the landing sites.
This is fairly common within the UFO narrative. I know there were investigations done after the alleged abduction of Travis Walton in the 1970s, where the trees had experienced some sort of change in chemistry as well as growth patterns.
This might explain the bizarre abnormalities that both Kaz and Stefan experienced after their encounters.
Physiological reactions are relatively rare, particularly with sightings. But when it comes to landed UFOs, this is much more common. Kaz Clark had physiological effects. It turned her hair white.
There are definite physical effects on human bodies in close proximity to these objects. They do emit some kind of field, some kind of radiation, something that affects us physically. There's a really interesting case back in December 1980 in Texas. 2 women and the grandson of one of them all suffered radiation burns from this object.
Just like Stan's father. But the most serious injuries that Stefan suffered appeared to be the result of the UFO's unusual propulsion system.
A blast came out of a grill or a vent that was on the side of this object, hitting him in the chest and stomach, knocking him to the ground, setting his clothes on fire.
And he was quite ill for quite some time.
It's clear that the immense technological power these craft possess is far beyond our own and potentially very dangerous.
These objects are operating according to other principles of propulsion that we don't understand.
There's a theory that these craft are using some sort of electromagnetic field propulsion.
This could explain the extraordinary feats that Kaz, Chuck, and Stefan observed, seemingly breaking the known laws of physics.
These are very advanced craft. They can outdistance our fastest craft. They are largely untouchable.
More shocking, these unearthly objects appear to have the ability to shut down any of our technologies at will.
Kaz Clark said that her phone got drained of its battery charge like almost immediately.
They have the ability to do this. They can affect electromagnetic instruments of all kinds. They can shut down car engines. They can turn off lights. This is something we see fairly consistently.
But these theories offer little comfort to those who've confronted advanced and possibly extraterrestrial craft.
It's one of those unresolved things that I probably never have an answer to.
I believe my father. Something happened to him.
It challenged everything I thought I knew and believed. Because for all our lives, we've been told these things aren't real. We are alone. We're not alone.
And they suspect our world governments and militaries are keeping them in the dark about what they really know.
Our government and governments across the world will go to great lengths to cover up UFO evidence.
When the military came out to see me and threatened my kids, that's when it changed for me.
What would you do if you got so close to a UFO that you could actually reach out and touch it? Would you feel fear? Excitement? Would anyone believe you?
That's a big claim to make, an extraterrestrial craft landing on Earth.
But with more and more of these harrowing stories now coming forward, they are becoming harder to discredit, compelling us to acknowledge that extraterrestrial crafts are here and have been on Earth.
It seems like every other day some new startling piece of information comes out that never would have seen the light of day before.
The invention of social media itself has really altered the landscape via people's posts, via their videos, via everything they're sharing.
Stan affirms there is photographic evidence of his father's injuries and his sketch of the UFO.
It's a beautiful drawing. He actually got to touch the craft and, of course, paid a price with his health.
Kaz has video as proof of her frightening encounter.
I think the best explanation we have is that there was an extraterrestrial craft of some kind which came down and actually knocked trees down in the forest.
And one of the most interesting things for me about Rendlesham, we have an audio recording.
Hey, this is Erie.
What we saw in the forest was definitely not man-made.
Despite the chilling testimony and physical evidence that Chuck, Kaz, and Stan provided, their stories were largely ignored or outright rejected by investigators.
The RCMP acknowledged that yes, something occurred that resulted in the injury to this man. We just don't know what it was. Even the government of the day came to the same non-conclusion.
Surprisingly, even Chuck Hult's audio recording didn't convince his superior officers to take action.
I played the tape, and the general looked at the staff and said, well, what do we do? Nobody said anything. So the general, in his infinite wisdom, said, well, it happened off the base. It's a British affair. Case closed.
Kaz had a similar experience with the British Air Force. When she and other witnesses reported that they saw military aircraft engage the UFO, their response was outright denial that it even happened.
I don't think the military want to disclose what happened that night because these things aren't supposed to be real.
It's a theory backed by many. Our world's militaries and governments have been keeping the public in the dark about what they really know about UFOs.
There's a deliberate cover-up of UFO events.
Governments don't like to give up secrets, and if they uncovered the fact that these were extraterrestrials or some sort of phenomena they could not control, that doesn't look good for a government who's trying to say we are in control when they're not.
The best way you can convey something like that is to make it ridiculous.
It's something Chuck experienced firsthand.
After the event, the 4-star commander of Air Force was given a copy of my memo and a copy of my tape, and they put out enough disinformation to make it seem, it wasn't credible.
Kaz found out that authorities will go to even more frightening lengths to keep witnesses quiet.
Strange things started happening to my phones and my laptop computer. All my emails, my messages in chat boxes were all deleted. But when the military came out to see me and threatened my kids, that's when it changed for me. I was physically shaking, and I didn't speak to anybody about it for a full 18 months afterwards. I still think I do have post-traumatic stress.
To receive threats from elements within your own government, that has got to be very frightening. That has got to be extremely disconcerting. This means to me that something happened that the government does not want people to know about.
But ufologists wonder what kind of secret is so important that people's lives are being threatened in order to keep it.
The common thread between these three stories is that there seems to be a military connection. Such was the case in Rendlesham, that was the case with Kaz Clark.
And Falcon Lake is only a few kilometers from a military base in Winnipeg.
There are many cases where UFOs have been attracted to military bases.
Particularly military bases with nuclear capabilities. That is something that seems to be of particular interest.
UFOs have been seen over nuclear installations for a long time, as far back as the 1940s when we first developed nuclear science and technology.
They seem to be very interested in our technology.
It's a frightening prospect to consider. These celestial crafts may pose a threat to our military and nuclear facilities.
You know, I think if there is a threat, we should be told. It's of the utmost importance for everybody on this planet.
Considering there is evidence that the general public may be in danger, too.
What I found shocking was the amount of people hurt, accompanied by some very serious physical problems.
This has Stan Mahalik wondering, did the UFO that his father encountered over 50 years ago intend to injure or even kill him?
The answer isn't easy. Maybe they're dangerous. Maybe they're not so friendly, but we got no proof of that.
Whatever their intentions, it's clear people who witness a UFO close-up carry the encounter forever.
This experience has changed my entire life. Everything I thought I knew, everything I believed.
I believe my father's story, and I'll continue to believe the possibility that it's something beyond.
I can tell you, we're not alone. There is another life form that we don't understand and don't know.
I think that the most important connecting feature of government action is to avoid panic.
But should we be afraid? There is a new belief that these extraterrestrial beings are actually not here to harm us, but possibly to save us. Sightings of unidentified flying objects have increased substantially over the past decade, and there is compelling evidence that it's been happening for a very long time.
There's no denying this is not something that just started happening. This physical contact has been going on,
including UFO landings.
This is something that we know has been occurring for centuries, but I don't think there's any really good evidence that these things are hostile. If they are truly as advanced as they seem to be, they could take over in an hour, in a day.
Surprisingly, it's an opinion shared by Stan, Kaz, and Chuck.
I don't know what they were trying to do. The one that especially came over obviously was aware we were there. Whatever it was, it didn't do anything except frighten us.
I didn't fear them, and they didn't seem to be hostile in any shape or form. Like I felt elated, and almost it was like I'd been touched by something. That's the only way I can describe it.
My dad was curious, yes, wonder, yes, but not afraid.
And his injuries may have been a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
This appears to be accidental, perhaps. I don't think the UFOs are doing this on purpose. If that were true, we would already have the War of the Worlds, and that's not what we're seeing. So I think it's pretty clear that these guys, these mysterious visitors, are here coming in peace, coming with just sort of a message of hello, you're not alone in this universe. They're not here on militaristic missions trying to take over.
But perhaps instead to watch over us.
We have what are called contactees who proclaim that aliens are trying to help us, warning us of what we're doing to our planet and that we need to prioritize our environment, that we need to take care of our Earth and the possibility that we could actually end all of humanity with the press of a button. There are benevolent saviors that are trying to rescue us from our impending doom,
including other celestial threats, like what occurred over the Ural region of Russia.
As an astronomer, I'm fascinated with the story of Chelyabinsk.
This is a very interesting incident which occurred on February 15th, 2013. It was a huge, huge event. A meteor came crashing down over Ural, Russia, in the Chelyabinsk area. This was coming in fast and hard.
And potentially catastrophic if it struck the Earth. Incredibly, eyewitness videos captured a potential reason why it never did.
What's very, very interesting about this is the footage shows what looks like an object coming from behind and coming up through this meteor and breaking it into pieces. Something came and hit this meteor. This, many people have speculated, was a UFO. That might sound strange to the average person. What, a UFO coming to break up a meteor? This is something our UFO visitors do. This is something that they do regularly. They are watching for any meteors that might come and actually hit the Earth and cause a huge loss of life. They are our protectors. They are our guardians.
And just may come down to visit us from time to time.
I think we should be very open to the possibility that aliens are out there somewhere.
This was something way beyond anything that I understood. It just still puzzles me.
This is an entirely new planet since my dad's story in 1967. I think if he stepped forward today and said, this is what happened to me, there would have been an entirely different reaction than back then.
There are days I wish this didn't happen to me, but now I feel like it's my duty to tell every human being on this planet what is going on. It's of the utmost importance for everybody on this planet.
Shocking UFO encounters are happening again and again in mysterious locations across our planet, pushing us into a new and exciting age of discovery.
These inexplicable lights, people are terrified.
UFOs chasing them down the road, hovering over their homes.
There are quite a few hotspots around the world.
Objects that are seen again and again. Bone-chilling events that can't be denied.
A beam of light came out of that object and shot out.
No one could give any good explanation.
There does seem to be a wide variety of paranormal events that occur in one area.
That was really a life changer.
Why do they keep coming back?
He had some very high sounds inside his head.
The UFO occupants are very interested in us, in humans.
Mysterious hotspots where UFO sightings are increasing.
We all went,
Scattered across our planet are powerful spots that experience high levels of UFO activity and repeated visits.
Within UFO discourse, there is a belief that these objects, whatever they are, tend to circle around specific locations. We refer to these places as hotspots.
From an island off the coast of California to ancient English fields to a remote valley in Norway, something about these places seems to attract mysterious visitors.
The fact that they are coming out in the open on a somewhat regular basis shows that they are willing to expose themselves for some sort of reason that has to be very important.
That reason could be terrifying.
We have a tendency to think that anything that's extraterrestrial is more advanced, better. Well, it's not always the case.
How do we protect ourselves when they keep coming back and we don't know what they want?
This can't be an easy thing to live in a hot spot.
Some people who have moved into UFO hotspots regret it. They find these encounters scary, traumatic.
Do otherworldly UFO visitors really have favorite landing spots on our planet?
Only now are we really starting to put some real attention and effort towards explaining what's going on here.
Have they chosen specific locations for permanent settlement? Disturbing questions need answers.
This affects people on multiple levels. Emotionally, mentally, and even physically in some cases.
Case in point, Jonathan Charles Fox.
My whole life, I've been a camping aficionado.
But after a camping trip to Catalina Island, Jonathan and his friends would never be the same.
I found this fantastic camping spot right in the middle of the island. It's really remote. I said to the gang, oh, this would be a really good landing spot for a flying saucer. And those words eventually came back to haunt me.
Catalina Island is located off the coast of California, and for many, many years, inexplicable craft have been seen above the island as well as in the waters around it.
I was in Los Angeles. I was a young actor. All of my friends at that time were actors, writers, directors. And the reason we became so fond of Catalina Island was the idea that you could just get away from the hubbub.
Many of these hotspots are sort of rural areas right outside of large city centers.
So we started doing these 3-day trips where we would have a theme party. And in 1982, E.T. had just debuted. So I decided to make the theme E.T. Phone Home. And I called everybody involved and said, we're gonna have an outer space party. One of the guys brought a phone. Now this is 1982, so we were not bringing cell phones anywhere. He just unplugged a phone from the wall. We were all blinking and running around going, phone home, E.T. phone home, and that's when things started to change. One of the girls started yelling. She said, look, 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 they're coming, here they come, they're coming, here they come. She was like, look, look, UFOs! We all looked and there was some sort of bright, bright light in the sky. And then off to the right and left of that were two equally bright but much smaller lights. They were moving. It wasn't a plane. At that point, those three lights held their position. They definitely had gotten closer to us.
Jonathan and his friends are sitting ducks in a known hotspot.
There were 11 of us, so not all of us wanted to be having a UFO experience.
This case is very compelling because the number of witnesses and the varied reactions.
Catalina Island, people would see UFOs in the sky, numerous sightings since the 1960s, in fact.
Shocking UFO sightings over Catalina Island made history in the 1960s. and baffle experts to this day.
There is an object which does not seem to have any wings or normal means of propulsion. This was under powered intelligent control.
At very low altitude, right over Catalina Island.
It could hover, it could move very quickly. It had no conventional characteristics to it.
Whatever this object was, it has never been identified.
And it was seen over the same campground where Jonathan and his friends witnessed a mysterious light suspended in the sky.
Enough time had passed that we had spent time looking at it, trying to figure out what it was. Now we're an hour in, those lights are still there.
This went on and on and on and really traumatized some of the people there.
More and more fog is rolling in and rolling in and rolling in. Now the fog is so thick that we can't see the water. We can't see anything but our immediate surroundings. Right after that, it got very, 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 very cold. In fact, we were shivering. And we were whispering, what do you think this is? At that moment, a beam of light came out of that middle bright object and shot out to the little smaller bright object. We were like, oh my God. What's going on? Did you see that? And we didn't even have time to process that when a little beam of light came out of the little one and went back to the bigger one.
The strange and dramatic UFO sighting stuns Jonathan and his friends.
So the panic started to come up because it appeared that there was communication of some sort going on between these three balls of light. And the guy grabbed that phone he had brought from home. He pointed it at these three lights and said, "Phone home, phone home, phone home." And at that moment, the phone made sounds. We all heard it. Not all of us wanted it to be happening, but all of us knew we were all seeing the same thing.
Alone in the wilderness, with UFO lights tracking across the sky overhead and a dead phone that has suddenly come to life, Jonathan Charles Fox and his friends are terrified.
They felt like these UFOs, these ETs, came for them specifically.
I've thought about flying saucers and UFOs, but I never really thought that it was a reality until right now.
The UFOs keep coming back. Numerous sightings over the years in UFO hotspots like Catalina Island force us to face frightening possibilities.
There's something about these areas that is attracting UFOs in large numbers. Could it be the people? Could it be the geography?
The most charged areas seem to be remote areas. Staying in these locations for long periods of time could be harmful.
When Jonathan and 10 friends went camping, all they had planned was an ET space party. Unaware that they were at ground zero of a UFO hotspot.
There were people yelping and pointing, saying, "Look, look, look, there, look!" We could see all three lights coming at us.
This ice-cold fog rolls in, inexplicable lights, people are terrified.
It hadn't gone away. We had spent quite a bit of time trying to figure out what was happening.
If you have a 5-second sighting, it can change your life. These people endured this sighting for 2 solid hours. It's almost unheard of.
As is a dead phone, inexplicably coming to life.
Did you hear that? We all heard it.
There was no power to this phone, and all of a sudden it started beeping.
So at this point, they knew they were being observed.
And the unidentified flying craft with an unknown purpose isn't finished.
Out of this middle light, something fell out of it. We all went,
There are many cases where an object drops out or is expelled from a main craft, almost like a scout ship.
and then instead of falling to the ground, it kind of floated up in the air.
If these craft are there to study these people, it might release a scout ship to go out and do further study.
But what are their true intentions? And what defense do we possibly have?
UFOs and the UFO occupants are very interested in us, in humans. They're explorers, they're scientists.
And then it happened 2 more times. Little weird things fell out and then floated up in the air and came much, much closer to us. And that's when things get a little hairy.
It's one thing to see a UFO. It's another to have UFOs come very close.
The ground started to tremble, and we heard a rumble. The mothership is coming to get us. I was convinced of it.
They did not want to be pulled into this craft and become specimens or, victims in some alien zoo.
Unexplainable objects and lights that return again and again to specific areas of our planet. For those that live in these places, their lives are forever altered. Around the world from Catalina Island, Monique Klinkenberg is captivated by mysterious symbols and shapes found carved into local farmers' fields. And what she discovers leaves more questions than answers.
There's always something amazing and beautiful about a crop circle. They are works of art, but who is the creator? That's the big question.
Crop circles are some sort of patterns that are pressed down into a variety of crops.
England, and especially the county of Wiltshire, is the center of the worldwide crop circle phenomena. It's where the hotspots are, where crop circles appear.
This hotspot would profoundly change Monique's life.
I've always been in publishing with art. I was editor-in-chief of a fine art magazine.
Driven to investigate and decipher the messages contained within these crop circles, Monique left her prestigious job to find answers.
I was just thinking rationally with my background in art, how is that possible? I just wanted to know everything about it. And that's where my whole life changed.
That change became a mission.
I'm a full-time crop circle researcher. I also started Crop Circle Research and Information Center in Wiltshire.
It's where scientists pool their expertise, witnesses share evidence, and Monique presents the incredible facts.
Worldwide, there are now like 10,000 known, and 85% are found in Wiltshire.
And the biggest mysteries leave unsettling possibilities. Who is creating these crop circles? Why? And how?
Often farmers will go into their field in the morning and see something that was not there the night before and know that nobody had been on their land.
We have many accounts that they saw the crop going down in a matter of minutes, even seconds, created by an invisible source.
And the source does not seem to be human.
The stalks of the wheat are not crushed like would happen if this was being done with boards or people stomping down their feet.
The crop itself has been bent completely down to the ground and yet did not break. How is that even physically possible?
It's as if the wheat is laying down.
Some kind of energy must have been involved in the creation of the crop circle.
If you come upon something that truly is inexplicable and obviously not man-made, how is that happening? What is causing it, and are they trying to tell us something?
And why is this part of England the center of the crop circle phenomenon? The answer may lie in the region's history.
Wiltshire is a very ancient landscape with stone circles made by our ancestors like centuries ago.
Stonehenge is not far from where these crop circles are being formed.
Stonehenge is a large stone circle structure built around 3000 BC, believed to be some sort of astronomical calendar, potentially a graveyard, as well as just a holy site for the people who lived in that area at that time.
Stonehenge looks like a crop circle a little bit. It has sort of that same layout.
And the skies above Stonehenge have a troubling history.
UFO sightings have been going on in the Stonehenge area for generations.
Why do crop circles appear, and could there be a connection with those ancient monuments? There's something very special about the area. It's like you're stepping in a whole other world.
Determined to solve the mystery, Monique compiles startling testimony.
We have like 300 plus eyewitnesses account.
Often accompanied by UFO sightings.
You hear of people referring to orbs of light passing through the area very, very quickly. Right after that, you see the crop circle forming. There seems to be an association or a relation between those orbs and the crop circles.
You could have the large orbs, the really big ones. You could have the small ones. And then all of a sudden, it's gone. Many people think they are extraterrestrial. That's also because they move in an intelligent way, in a speed that is not normal. There are some people who are so scared when they see this ball of light. We just don't understand what it is exactly. But it shouldn't be ignored.
Mysterious flying objects that return again and again. Massive symbols created by unseen forces in farmers' fields. UFO hotspots are perhaps the world's most unsettling places, where the unknown is glimpsed with startling frequency.
A UFO hotspot is a defined geographical area which has a disproportionately large number of UFO encounters.
They just seem to be intense areas of activity.
County Wiltshire in the UK is the center of the worldwide crop circle phenomena. Around the millennium, it was normal to have 200, 300 a season.
So far, their incredible intricacy, meaning, and purpose is beyond our comprehension.
We do see some that have what look like an alien head. Could UFOs be sending down beams of energy, perhaps, to cause these crop circles?
Wiltshire was also home to a frightening UFO encounter at the town of Warminster.
Christmas night, 1964, several people in the town of Warminster woke up to the most atrocious sounds. like their chimney exploded and their entire roof was ripped off. They couldn't find a cause for it. And it continued month after month. What began with these inexplicable sounds progressed into actually sighting UFOs, objects in the sky.
It wasn't just UFO sightings, there was all kinds of weird sounds, mysterious explosions, vibrations, buzzing noises. This is something that does turn up in a number of UFO hotspots.
Extraterrestrial does not always necessarily mean something that's beneficial. Just like humans, some humans have positive agendas, others don't. It's the same thing when we're dealing with UFOs.
Warminster has to be considered one of the UFO capitals of the UK. It was the most sightings England had ever experienced.
But is the fact that there are more crop circles here than anywhere else in the world a coincidence?
There does seem to be a wide variety of paranormal events that occur in one area where there are UFO waves.
To be able to spend more time in Wiltshire, Monique upended her previous life in Amsterdam.
And this changed everything. But there isn't a moment I regret changing designer clothes for wellies and a backpack.
One of the amazing things about crop circles is they are physical evidence of something unexplained. People become obsessed. They want to know what is going on here.
There was an enormous crop circle event which shocked the whole world because it appeared surrounded with some unexplainable events like strange noises, batteries of cars went down, and suddenly there was this huge pattern in the field. And we know for sure, I spoke to the farmer, there was nothing the night before. This farmer took a crew into the crop circle and the cameras just stopped when they went into it.
Whose frightening machinery can control ours? Incredibly, it seems to happen through sound.
Suddenly, this unexplained noise appeared. And the noise was so penetrating and so hard that the cameras were destroyed. What is this noise doing in the middle of the field?
Threatening noises and malfunctioning equipment also shock Jonathan Charles Fox and his friends when their camping trip to Catalina is invaded by flying objects.
We were shivering, and the fog is around us. At this point, we realized that our batteries were not working in our flashlights. And at that exact moment, the ground started to rumble. I'm obviously about to get on a spaceship and go away forever, like Roy Neary in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And I remember getting very upset about my dog. Who's going to take care of the dog? Behind us, right over the horizon, came an aircraft. It was so low to the ground, I felt like we could reach up and touch it. It was definitely some kind of military aircraft.
There are islands around Catalina Island that are owned by the US military where they conduct military training.
They most likely picked up this activity on radar. And if so, you're going to want to investigate it.
We absolutely came to the immediate conclusion that this was a jet owned by our government chasing these things. And those three lights that had been toying with our emotions just descended as the jet went over them. They just went down and became invisible in the fog bank.
This is something we do see in a number of UFO reports, military jets which chase these objects away. And that's exactly what happened in this area.
And it was over. Everything changed. The temperature seemed to rise. We were not shaking. There was such a stillness in the air that it was obvious to me that it was over.
But it isn't over. And the events of that night will haunt them forever.
I became obsessed. And I won't even say momentarily obsessed, because my obsession lasted a long time. I have tattoos on my body that are flying saucers.
Over 8,000 kilometers away in Norway, strange lights plague another UFO hotspot and send Professor Arling Strand into investigation mode.
The Hessdalen Valley is a small valley in southern part of Norway. Only 100 inhabitants. The Hessdalen phenomena. It's a strange light moving around in the valley, even close to the houses. It started to show up late 1981. The inhabitants wanted to know what it was. Strange, big, strong light moves in front of the window.
The Hessdalen lights come in a variety of shapes and sizes, orange to intense white to blue. They can last for the briefest flash to up to 2 hours. No one has any idea why they appear, where they come from, or where they go.
What they do know is that they keep returning.
Some weeks, it happens so many times, up to 10 times a week. Many of the inhabitants had seen it. Some was a little bit afraid.
Because they aren't simply lights. Some could be objects, flying 10 times faster than we can.
We have measured the speed of 30,000 kilometers an hour, and it didn't make any sound. It's a light which no one can explain. It was impossible to get the impression of any purpose. Everyone called it UFO. I think that is absolutely possible.
Is there a message being sent that we're just not getting? It's crucial that we decipher the mysteries of UFO hotspots. What do these visitors want? Why do they keep showing up at the same places? From Catalina Island in California, to England, to the Hessdalen Valley in Norway.
Why Hessdalen is the hotspot? Why does it happen in Hessdalen?
This is a small little valley. It's very sharply defined. It has a very long history of strange lights appearing. So what is going on here?
When I went up to the Hessdalen Valley, I was very surprised. What could that be?
With Project Hessdalen, Professor Arling Strand commits himself to finding out.
He set up monitoring stations, monitoring equipment, was able to get dozens and dozens of images and videos on these lights.
The shocking evidence the professor compiles won't be easily explained.
Sometimes there'll be just one of them, and it will divide into multiple lights. Sometimes multiple lights appear. It can hover in place for hours at a time.
And frighteningly, some of them could be piloted craft.
You have several lights connected, and they moved together. And you can see there is some object connecting them, something black, perhaps 30, 40 meters long, the cigar shape.
A size and shape described in countless UFO sightings.
Sometimes there appears to be a beam of light being projected to the ground. That, to me, speaks to intelligent control. I don't think it's unreasonable to say something extraterrestrial is going on there.
People are claiming that lights will blink at them, growing brightly for a few moments and then dimming itself, as if it's aware that it's being witnessed.
Years of well-documented sightings build incredible proof, but don't answer the ever-present question.
Why does all these different things show up in this small valley?
And one harrowing incident stands out.
A friend of mine was sitting down, resting after he's climbing up in the mountain. And then he got this strange feeling. High sounds inside his head. Then he see an object coming out from nowhere, from what he described as a portal in the sky. It was some glowing outside, what looked like some kind of metal in the middle. Then the phenomena was gone and his pressure feeling was gone.
What was the portal? Is this remote valley a way station where alien craft come and go at will?
Very charged energy points on the planet allow for extra-dimensional experiences.
On the Catalina Island hotspot, Jonathan and 10 other UFO witnesses were gripped with fear.
We thought we probably had seen something that came from a place beyond Earth. Even though we did costumes to encourage it. One of the guys brought little headbands for everybody that had stars on them. It kind of turned around and bit us in the ass. It's kind of how we felt.
I'm convinced that they not only were hoping for it to happen, but they probably willed it.
What I do believe is that lights on the ground beaming straight up into the atmosphere attracted the attention of something that came to check us out.
And fleeing the island won't end their ordeal.
We allegedly went home and life went back to normal. It was anything but that. I had noticed that I was ejecting green material in the bathroom. And I said, why am I green, right? Why am I green?
Confiding in one of the other campers, he finds he's not alone.
That person said, so am I. And I said, I'm calling everybody. There were multiple sources saying, oh, that's really a weird question. And yes, me too.
This physical issue, shared by the group of friends, only deepens the mystery, and it fills them with a profound sense of fear. What might happen next?
Whatever effect these crafts have on our physical body, it is quite powerful because it seems to be taking over our entire nervous system. The fear kicks in. What if something happens to me?
What is going on around our planet? Why do some places seem to draw UFO activity? These are questions that may only be answered by the power of eyewitness accounts and the rigor of science.
If you are aware of a hot spot You should put up every piece of equipment you have and keep it running 24/7. This is your classroom to this phenomenon, to study it.
In Wiltshire, England, that's exactly what Monique Klinkenberg does.
We look basically at everything. Are there substances, unexplainable things found in a crop circle? We ask the farmers for reports. We take samples of soil. And what they found is a kind of powder or substance that sometimes in a crop circle, and we cannot explain why it is there. There was another huge crop circle, the Galaxy, which happened on top of Milk Hill in Wiltshire, which is until today unexplained how that could happen during a very rainy, stormy night. On ground level, you had no idea what a pattern would be like.
That's because it's 240 meters wide and contains 409 circles.
From above, it was like a huge spiral. There is something very strange going on, and indeed, it could be extraterrestrial.
If these are extraterrestrial in origin, how can we crack the code to understand their meaning?
A lot of these crop circles are interpreted as being some sort of message from some other intelligence that isn't human. Some people have claimed it lays out the coordinates of star systems.
There are always more questions than answers. So I think wonder is the basis of science.
And for Jonathan Charles Fox, the UFO event he and his friends endured seems to generate proof of a shocking and unexplainable force.
I did speak to somebody who said, "Do you still have the batteries from the flashlight that died? We want to run tests on them." And it turned out that the batteries, I'd said, still worked, but the polarity had been reversed on them.
There are catalogs and databases of EM effects from UFOs, cars stalling, radios going static, flashlights died.
When you go to a hot spot, you are going to experience interference with your electronic devices because you are stepping into an area that is extremely charged.
There's a theory that these craft are using some sort of electromagnetic field propulsion.
Monique Klinkenberg has encountered similar mysterious energy.
A very interesting part of the phenomenon is cell phones. They suddenly die, and when the cameras enter the crop circle, nothing works. And when you're out of the crop circle, everything works well.
There's weird sort of synchronicities and coincidences and all kinds of bizarre effects that are connected to these crop circles.
There was a report of a new crop circle, and approaching, even with the car at the crop circle, I was feeling a bit like uncomfortable. And I got out of the car and I wanted to enter, and I felt instantly sick and miserable. I had to lay on the floor.
And in Norway, Arling Strond has also recorded interference from the Hessdalen lights.
Some people have said that the radio signal and the TV signal has been noisy.
Is there something special about this valley? People have noticed other weird effects, dizziness, vertigo, or it feels like the ground itself is actually shifting.
Leading some to believe that the key to a UFO hotspot can be found in the Earth.
Could it be something to do with this area magnetically?
We may need to rewrite our textbooks for phenomena like this. We think we understand electricity. We think we understand the Earth. But clearly in this case, we're missing something.
But what if the answer to what we're missing is under the water?
The inhabitants up there told about lights coming down from the top of the mountains, falling down to the river, following the river for a period of kilometers or so.
And surrounded by deep water, Catalina Island could be a frighteningly tempting home.
When it comes to UFO hotspots, some researchers have speculated that there could be actual underwater UFO bases in an area where these ETs are actually hiding out, living in sort of an underwater city. They are here already.
UFO hotspots are incredible and spellbinding places on our planet, where wonder and danger are unleashed.
The question really is, what is it about these areas that is drawing these unexplained events? For Catalina, it could be that there's an undersea UFO base with ETs and UFOs in large numbers hiding out in some deep underwater trench.
In fact, it is the channel between Catalina Island, the coast of Southern California, where all sorts of crafts would be seen in the sky and eventually dipping into the waters.
More than 600 meters underwater, between Catalina Island and the coast, a strange formation, nearly 5 kilometers wide, has been found.
There could very well be a base down underwater in this area. This will give them easy access to this area. They don't have to fly from other star systems or wherever they're coming from.
It sounds like a movie, and Jonathan finally finds out why.
I was at a cocktail party and I saw Steven Spielberg across a crowded room. So I sidled my way over to Steven Spielberg. I said, look, this happened to me. It was like being in one of your movies. And he said, we based the script of Close Encounters of the Third Kind on 10,000 UFO reports. And whenever there was something that became a commonality, like flashlights dying, or fog coming in, or beams of light, we incorporated that into our script. We are telling a story that has happened over and over and over again to people such as yourself. And I was flabbergasted. And that has never left me, that conversation with him.
For those trying to solve the riddle of UFO hotspots, this is a time of exciting progress.
We're starting to see some real attention paid towards these areas. We're having increasing numbers of scientific studies focusing solely on hotspots.
The really great thing about the Hessdalen lights is that Erling Strand began to monitor and track these lights to see if they could come up with a solution to what was going on. It's a good example of how we ought to deal with UFO sightings.
And to this day, it remains a puzzle.
A puzzle Professor Strand won't give up.
I think we will come to a solution on this. Maybe this will bring new knowledge about the science or the physical world.
We never know where the next hotspot will pop up. We need to have transparency between what the military knows with its radar and individuals who are gathering data on their own. If we can come together and share this knowledge, I think we have a much better chance of figuring it out.
Crop circles attract all kinds of people, from every walk of life, from every part of the world, and they gather in Wiltshire.
For anyone lucky or unlucky enough to encounter a UFO hotspot, life is forever altered.
I never ever regret this change in my life. Crop circles are mind-blowing. The whole phenomenon is mind-blowing.
I have been a curious person all my life. I've seen things which no one can explain, and that triggered my curiosity.
Here all this time, I thought I believed in flying saucers and little green men, but I guess I didn't, because I do now. It was a life-changing moment that still resonates to this day.
more and more people all over the world are seeing UFOs in the sky.
I was so scared and so confused.
And their testimony is finally being taken seriously.
That scared me to the point where I thought I was going to faint.
It's really hard to describe what it feels like when your reality completely flips.
Even more disturbing, there's proof that these harrowing encounters with suspected extraterrestrial craft and alien beings are real.
Witnesses were left with very physical markings on their bodies.
4 straight slice marks.
I had deep puncture wounds at the top of both of my legs.
This is real evidence. This is inexplicable evidence.
Their shocking, close, and physical encounters are impossible to ignore.
You can't have any closer contact than meeting an ET face to face.
They were all about 3.5 feet tall. They were all gray.
At least 4 people died.
A frightening new reality is dawning. We are not alone. And they have been coming for us. Encounters with extraterrestrials and their craft are life-changing, especially when they're so up close and personal, they touch you.
When someone is actually seeing UFOs face to face, physically being touched by extraterrestrials, this would be classified as a close encounter of the third kind.
You can't get more intense than physical contact.
This may end up being a very traumatic experience that could scar you for life.
These contact encounters leave a lasting impression, not just on your mind, but also your body.
Remnants that are left behind, that are tangible, that you can see and touch and feel.
Indentations, burn marks, puncture holes, pieces of skin missing, radiation-like illnesses.
It's not nearly as uncommon as we thought.
And for those that have physical contact with alien beings, it's a traumatic, life-changing experience.
This has been the subject of nightmares for me for 43 years. Didn't understand it then, I don't understand it now.
Taking a break from their military duties to go camping in the Ozarks, Air Force medic Terry Lovelace and his friend Toby ventured deep into the fastness of Devil's Den State Park for a few days of wilderness adventure.
We lived on the base, and it had nuclear-armed B-52s and a squadron of Minutemen II ICBM missiles, so security was very tight. It wasn't the kind of place where I could walk around. I've never been camping in my life, so we set a date and arranged for a 4-day weekend in June of 1977.
Little do they know that this area actually has a long history of very strange events.
Terry and Toby's terrifying tale begins soon after sundown.
We were chatting, laughing, and having a good time. The forest had been really loud with crickets and tree frogs and all the insects, and that suddenly went silent. The breeze stopped. The only noise was the fire as it crackled, and it unnerved me.
And it would become even more unnerving when the two friends see the source of this eerie silence.
On the western horizon, there was this set of 3 little stars. They were as bright as a North Star, in a perfect little triangle. Toby asked me, "Hey Terry, were those lights there before?" And the lights did a somersault. What is this thing?
Terry makes a chilling realization. What they're seeing is a craft, and even more alarming, it's coming towards them.
It dipped down with the apex clearly pointed in our direction and started this glide down and never deviated. It was evident that it was a solid object, and it was clearly headed in our direction.
As it got closer, the men could see a large triangular shape. It's a UFO.
I had the sense that it was moving with purpose, and that really scared me.
When you see a real, silent, massive triangle, it cannot be compared to anything else. Often, people are not quite sure what they're seeing. Is this 3 planes flying in a V formation? Is this some sort of stealth bomber? By the time it's almost on top of you, you realize this is nothing I've ever seen before.
Here we are with this thing 3,000 feet over our heads. As soon as I saw that, I felt this sensation of calm wash over me. Almost sedation. All the fear and all the anxiety that I had about the crickets going quiet and seeing this thing in the sky was all gone.
Terry and his friend are caught in a trance.
When you come in contact with an actual UFO or a being, what happens is that you feel as if you're under their control in some way.
Researchers believe that in some of these cases, the ETs themselves are suppressing people's strong emotional reactions in order to facilitate the onboard experience or prevent people from lashing out.
And Terry's harrowing experience is about to get even more personal.
A beam of light came down from underneath and from the center of the thing. It struck us. It struck my friend. It struck our tent, my car, his backpack, his cooler, and struck the campfire. It struck everything. I had the sense that it was scanning us, and then it just switched off.
Suddenly, Terry is overcome by a wave of exhaustion.
I felt like all I wanted to do was get in that tent and close my eyes. And that's what we did. I didn't bother to undress or take off my boots. The second my head hit that inflatable pillow, I was out.
Clearly, there is some sort of field they are emanating that sedates these people.
When Terry wakes up in his tent hours later, the horror of the unknown takes hold.
It must have been about an hour before dawn. I didn't have my wits about me. I was just not with it. I saw lights through the canvas of the tent. These lights were extremely bright. They would flash for a millisecond, light up the tent like crazy. And I sat up, and I realized that I was in pain. The next thing I noticed was that my boots had been unlaced, and that unnerved me. I turned my attention to my friend, who's on his knees, looking out of this flap in the tent. He had tracks of tears down the side of his face.
Terry's living nightmare is about to crash into reality.
So I got to my knees, and I looked out of the flap of the tent, and I could see that this had descended. It's now just 30 feet over this meadow, and it was absolutely enormous. I would estimate it's a city block long on each leg of the triangle, and probably 5 stories deep.
This was not a small craft. This craft was several blocks wide, huge. This is the type of encounter where we can throw out any explanations of misperception. You cannot misperceive something that you are feet away from.
And now, an already horrified Terry is left facing another strange vision, torn from a nightmare.
It's difficult to describe, but that's what I saw. They were walking around kind of like tourists. And they're just looking around. It was frightening. And there were a dozen, and they were all paired up in 2s and 3s. I thought they were children. They were all about 3.5 feet tall. They were all gray. I said, Toby, man, what are these kids doing out here in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere?
In a lot of alien abduction stories, there are these types of aliens that are described as the Greys.
The Greys are the most notorious of the many beings that have plagued experiencers.
This does seem unusual to witness that many gray aliens all in one pack.
And he said, Terry, man, those ain't no little kids. Look at them. They're not human beings. But you remember, they took us and they hurt us.
And that's when Terry's memories of being taken come rushing back.
I had a memory of being inside the ship. All the fear came flooding back. I was just absolutely frightened out of my wits.
Nothing can prepare a person for physical contact with an extraterrestrial being or craft. It is a reality-shattering experience.
There are many who have seen things or have experienced things that they can't explain.
It completely changes your life.
It's a big epiphany to realize that we're not the be-all, end-all.
This is the first thing they remember when they wake up, the last thing they remember when they go to sleep.
All the fear came flooding back. I was scared to death.
For Terry Lovelace, a camping trip turns into a UFO abduction nightmare when he finds himself aboard an alien craft.
Suddenly, I was standing, I was holding all of my clothing and my boots, and I couldn't move. I was completely frozen, except for my eyes. It was so big that I could barely make out figures at the far end. I'm scared to death, but I want to know where I'm at. It was weird because the place was just incredibly brightly lit, and I think maybe that's why we got burned. I saw the little gray guys running around. I don't think that those are living, sentient beings like you and I. I think there's some combination of artificial intelligence and quantum computing and maybe some biological material.
Then, Terry comes face to face with another terrifying entity.
This was the most frightening thing that I saw. He was about 6 foot tall, wearing a gray garment that had a V-neck to it. And he had hardly any ears to speak of, just 2 nostrils, a very small slit for a mouth. And his eyes were all black. He turns his head, and we locked eyes. And what radiated back from his eyes was not any mercy or empathy, it was just raw intellect. And I felt so inferior.
This seems very similar to a lot of the accounts that I've heard. You find yourself in a very brightly lit room, and you see those beings around you.
In an instant, he knew me, he knew my wife, he knew my secrets, he knew my dreams, my ambitions. It felt like the biggest invasion of privacy I'd ever experienced in my life.
These beings are taking over your free will, which is pretty scary.
The little gray guys came and they got me next. And I am like a statue. I have my clothing in my hand, but I can't move. Somehow I was gliding. I wasn't walking, I was gliding. And I went down this corridor. At the end of this long hallway, there were tubes big enough to accommodate a human being. That scared me to the point where I thought I was going to faint. But I didn't. Wish I had, you know? And we got to this room, and there was a medical table.
Still with no control over his body, Terry's next horrifying memory is in an alien operating gallery.
I'm on this table, and they're doing something to my lower back, and whatever they were doing hurt. And the pain that I experienced was sharp, like a cutting. I'm screaming as loud as I can, and I can't hear myself. This thing stops and turns its head in my direction.
Once again, Terry feels this alien creature enter his mind.
He said, "Why are you screaming? You know we take you back, now stop screaming." And he reached over and tapped me on the forehead, and I was out.
This is really an odyssey. Terry carries literally all the hallmarks of a classic and unique contact encounter.
But I'm surprised that he was able to remember the pain, because normally that is the part that we block completely out of our consciousness.
Terry's case has some very common aspects. The almost sedated feeling when you should be running in fear from this craft and these beings. Missing time, waking up feeling anxious, frightened, your clothes are not on properly.
I was unconscious again until I saw the lights through the tent, and that's when I woke up.
Around the same time as Terry's harrowing experience, thousands of kilometers south in Colares, Brazil, local villagers are also experiencing painful, terrifying, and deadly events related to unexplainable craft in the sky.
I've been a UFO investigator nearly 50 years, and I have seen, believe me, all that is to be seen. But I have never, ever heard of something that happened in Colares anywhere else in the planet.
Renowned UFO journalist A.J. Javard was given privileged access to one of the strangest and most terrifying UFO cases in Brazil's history.
Colares Island was a very calm fisherman's village. People were very humble, living in shacks. But in 1977, people would see UFOs, and one type of craft would attack them using a beam of light. Their blood was sucked out of their bodies. This is why this phenomenon was called chupa-chupa, or vampire lights. At least 4 people died.
There are not a lot of cases of this overtly hostile type of UFO activity.
This is not just a benign incursion.
This is clearly a mass assault.
At first, the island's lone physician doesn't believe the stories she hears from the villagers.
She was very surprised with people telling her that they were attacked by UFOs. They were very weak. They would have this very huge wound, and these marks, in some cases, would look like burns.
These beams of light did not only burn, they left puncture wounds. So the thought was maybe they were extracting blood through these puncture wounds.
The villagers all describe the same encounter. A frightening, strange craft in the sky, zapping them with electrifying light.
The sensation that these people felt was they were paralyzed. The beams would provoke some sort of burn in their skin that got deeper and deeper and deeper. And people would faint for minutes, hours, sometimes days. They would say that not only blood was taken away from their bodies, but also their energy, vital energy.
Despite the troubling physical evidence and growing hysteria, the local doctor doesn't know what to believe.
She thought that people were hallucinating or something.
There is such a phenomenon as group hallucination.
But mass hysteria is now going to leave an actual physical scar on your body.
And these attacks are not limited to human victims. The local animals are also targeted.
Animals like goats, cows, dogs were also attacked. They couldn't resist because they have weaker bodies. I found no case of a surviving animal after an attack.
Animal mutilations are bizarre and troubling events linked to UFO sightings around the globe.
Another aspect of UFO research that has not had a lot of attention is what we now call the animal mutilation phenomena, or UADs, unusual animal deaths. And this is largely focused on cattle. This has begun as early as the 1960s. It is still going on today.
There has been a cattle mutilation in Custer County near West Cliff, Colorado.
In many of these cases, the cows organs are removed, their tongue, their eyes, their sexual organs, all the blood.
Eyeball, ears, part of the mouth, the rectal area, it's all gone.
Particularly disturbing is the precision and complexity of the incisions, leaving medical experts baffled.
I asked the veterinarian if he could duplicate it, and he said no way. Even under good circumstances, but not out in the field in the middle of the night.
These gruesome events leave one big question. Why would aliens be doing this?
It could very well be for genetic experimentation. Cattle have long strands of DNA that are absolutely identical to human DNA.
The attacks on the animals and villagers on Colares threaten the community and leave the local doctor without answers.
Now, this woman was a skeptic about the phenomenon.
She was smart enough to make blood samples from them, so she confirmed scientifically, medically, that these people had actually blood extracted from their bodies.
But the doctor was about to witness the terrifying UFO for herself.
And she thought, wow, now it's my turn. I will be attacked.
Physical contact with an extraterrestrial being is life-changing and unforgettable.
A very strong emotional scar is left after those experiences.
The doctor on Colares Island loses all skepticism and confronts her own horror when she comes face to face with an invasive alien ship.
She saw one of these UFOs, a huge object. They wanted to make themselves known to her.
And all of a sudden, you have this experience. This tells us that it is a real phenomenon.
She realized that people was telling the truth.
The emotional damage of these encounters is deep, and sometimes so are the physical wounds.
I wanted to forget it and move on from it, but there is no moving past it.
When you have a physical remnant left behind, it's jarring.
They will show you the marks that they have in their bodies.
This is real evidence. This is physical evidence. This is inexplicable evidence.
After months of horrifying attacks, the people of Colares, Brazil, are terrified and at their breaking point.
Different cultures have very different opinions or ideas about the paranormal, the supernatural, and the otherworldly.
The population couldn't go out to fish. They couldn't go out to see the land because they would get attacked. They couldn't do anything.
Eventually, the Brazilian Air Force gets involved to investigate and control the story.
Captain William Giolanda put together a team of 3 to 4 dozen men. Operation Saucer had 3 goals: to talk to the victims, to get the people calmed down, and to engage in a contact with intelligences beyond the chupa-chupa phenomena.
But when the doctor reports her professional and personal experiences, the true mission of Operation Saucer seems to become clear.
Yolanda told her, "Doctor, don't let them know. Tell them some story."
To have that pressure of authority saying, there's nothing to see here, there had to be a schism going on in her mind. How do I deal with this?
That could be taken as evidence that the government knows more than it says it does, and admitting that can pose a challenge to their own ability to rule.
And after several short months, Operation Saucer is quietly terminated.
The government or the military didn't release any information at all.
But the residents of Colares know what happened. They were attacked by a malicious presence, and the proof is on their bodies. In North Carolina, Sev Tak has her own reoccurring experiences and physical contact with aliens to wrestle with.
Over the course of my life, I've had so many markings on my body, and deep down inside, I know it's the grays.
One of the puzzling things about experiencers is that they're left with marks on their body. This can sometimes be a bruise, but sometimes you have weird designs, almost like a puncture wound.
When a pattern of unexplainable and mysterious puncture wounds appear on Sev's body, her natural instinct is fear.
There's a red X. It was made up of 9 small little red dots. I'm scared, and I'm worried, and I'm angry because I thought that the grays were messing with me.
This is not something that happens by accident.
As a child, you have a first encounter, and then again and again a few years later, until you have a seriously traumatic experience as an adult, which triggers that awakening.
As Sev faces one of her most alarming encounters, her mind is flooded with memories of an extraterrestrial nightmare that she knows was real.
9 days later, another red X appeared on my body. I remember lying on this bed that looks like a hospital bed, and I'm in a dimly lit room, and there's hardly any furniture in it, and I don't know where I am. I feel paralyzed. And I sense that there's something behind me. I am able to turn my head, and right here is a gray doing something to my back. And we locked eyes. It was like looking into 2 pools of black oil. In the past, when I met the grays, there was telepathic communication. This time there's nothing. And we just look at each other, and I am scared to death.
When you have a physical encounter with a being, you come out completely changed. You cannot make sense of it.
It can cause the extremes of emotion. You're pushed to the very limits of fear.
Fortunately for Sev, this nightmare encounter screeches to a quick end.
And I turn my head back around, and ding! I'm in my bedroom. My eyes pop open, and I'm completely alert. It feels like something bit me on my butt, and it really hurt. So I walk over to the living room. There's another X that looks just like the first X. I get a little choked up talking about it because the fear comes back.
She had absolute conclusive physical proof that this was not a dream.
When I saw that red X, I was stunned. Dreams do not put red X's on your butt.
Is it for medical reasons? Is it for experimentation reasons? Are they taking samples? Are they putting in implants?
It's a chilling experience to think these marks were made on these people by something we do not understand.
And Terry Lovelace's alien camping encounter also leaves him physically marked, something he only realizes after the gray beings that abducted him and his friend depart.
I had the worst sunburn I'd ever had in my life. We were acutely dehydrated.
In pain and terrified, Terry and Toby make a harrowing retreat out of the woods and back home, only to discover their ordeal is far from over.
I walked in the door, and my wife says, "Oh my God, what happened to you? How'd you get so burned so bad?" I spent 3 days in the hospital.
Where Terry gets an unwanted visit from a group of intimidating officials with a stern demand.
"Sergeant Lovelace, you're to have no contact with Sergeant Tobias in any way, shape, or form from this point forward. This is an order, Sergeant." And he bends down next to my ear, and he whispers, "Son, I know, and you 2 knuckleheads stumbled onto something while you were out there. All I need to know is how many pictures did you take of it?"
Terry is left speechless, suddenly without his best friend, and facing the harsh reality that he is being forced into a cover-up.
I was scared to death.
Encountering a UFO is a traumatic, life-altering experience, especially when your actual body has been attacked.
After all these years, I sleep with a light on, and if I hear noises in the middle of the night, it freaks me out.
Terry finds solace in running, which years later would land him back in the hospital, and discovering invasive implants.
Every time I would hit the 2-mile mark in my run, there was an area above my right knee that would go completely numb.
Alien implants are known to be found in many areas. This can be in your arms, in your legs, in your sinuses, under your jaw, even in your brain.
These physical remnants have psychological effects. How can they not?
They x-rayed my leg. Inadvertently, they captured these objects. The thing below my leg, the radiologist told me, this is clearly bone tissue, but what's unusual is I've never seen bone tissue sprout in the middle of a muscle, much less several pieces of bone, and then arrange themselves in a symmetrical pattern.
And then doctors find something even more concerning, a foreign object, evidence of what Terry believes to be an alien implant.
The thing above my knee, they did not have a clue. An electronic device of some kind, about the size of a fingernail with 2 wires attached. But there is no scar there. And that troubled the radiologist.
There seems to be a technology that is used here where you can insert a physical object without any scarring at all.
Yet this object is here.
These alien implants have several really remarkable properties. Normally when someone has some sort of foreign material in their body rejects it. And that's not what's happening here.
Deeply disturbed by this revelation, Terry makes plans to have the mysterious object surgically removed. But before he can, he wakes up one morning to a horrifying surprise.
I had deep puncture wounds at the top of both of my legs. There was no blood.
And then it somehow miraculously disappears.
A medical professional was going to retrieve it and examine it, so it was retrieved and extracted before that could have happened.
If you're an honest doctor, you're going to say this is beyond the ordinary.
And Terry knows who or what is responsible.
I said to my wife, they came last night and they took this thing out of my leg.
X-rays of Terry's legs confirm his suspicion.
Sure enough, the thing above my knee was gone. My doctor said, did you see they left you something? In the middle of your femur, to the right, there are 2 tiny wires.
This shocking realization rocks Terry to his core.
I had a lot of trouble coming to grips with that, and that triggered more nightmares.
This is really the smoking gun evidence that researchers have been looking for decades.
Terry and all those who suffer an extraterrestrial physical encounter are left to struggle, looking for answers.
I think they tracked me for some reason. I'm an average guy with a wife and 2 kids, and I don't know what would make me interesting.
By and large, the explanation people are getting from the ETs themselves, that this has to do with health.
I think they are doing one big research on planet Earth.
Are they looking to evoke fear? There is an aspect of experimentation that's going on here.
Stories about alien implants and physical marks have been around for decades.
The idea of alien implants began as a common motif in popular culture in the 1950s. There's a lot of contemporary fears about being watched. An alien implant seems like a logical extension from the way that our modern surveillance society operates.
The question is why. Why would these seemingly normal people be chosen as unwitting guinea pigs in bizarre alien experiments? Ufologists have noticed some patterns that have emerged among the chosen few.
People who are doing good work for humanity in some capacity are often more likely to have contact.
As could be the case for Sev Tak, a spiritual counselor facing her own demons after an encounter that leaves her marked in more ways than one.
Experiencers often have triangles, circles, in Seb's case, an X.
What is curious to me is the fact that these are not just random asymmetrical dots arbitrarily around the body.
I can't describe to you what it feels like when your reality completely flips.
This phenomena does follow families. If you are having encounters, it's very likely your parents or your grandparents are also having encounters.
I saw a UFO outside my window when I was age 11. It wasn't a dream, I know what I saw.
My first conscious memories of having ET contact was when I was 10 years old. I lost count of how many times it happened.
Like Sev and Terry, the villagers of Colares are no strangers to UFO sightings. And 20 years after their violent, unexplainable encounters, a now retired general has a shocking truth to tell.
It was time for him to face what was going on.
He called me, he said, "Now I am retired and I can talk to you. I'll tell you everything you want to know."
Physical violation by unknown, possibly extraterrestrial creatures leaves evidence. And this evidence may even reveal the truth behind these encounters.
The doctor said that absolutely does not belong in your body.
When I go to sleep at night, am I out there talking to ETs?
Once you are chosen, you're part of the experiment for life.
The Colares Island UFO mystery gets more bizarre 20 years after the initial events, when A.J. Javard meets the retired head of the military operation.
He reported to us amazing stories. They saw a huge cylinder-like object. All of a sudden, a small door was open, and an alien came out of it, floating. He approached Hollande and his men. After a few minutes, the alien floated back to the top of his huge spaceship, and the object went away.
You want to talk about irrefutable evidence that something strange was going on. This is one of those cases.
The incredible testimony from the general sent an unstoppable ripple of excitement and a call to action through the ufology community.
Brazil was the first country in the world to officially recognize the existence of UFOs. Other military decided to come forward too. It created an environment that reached other countries of South America. I started interviewing people in Argentina, Chile, Peru, Paraguay.
Individuals in certain rank and file, particularly in the military, lend instant credibility by virtue of what they do. But the irony is that typically very few of those sorts of people will come forward because they're concerned about losing that credibility.
Despite official acknowledgement and the release of once secret materials from the Brazilian Air Force, most of the collected evidence is still highly guarded.
The best photos and films has never surfaced. I'll never stop asking the military to come forward with this material.
I'm glad some of the files were able to finally see the light of day. It's important for these people of Colares. They went through hell there. They deserved answers.
Back in America, Terry Lovelace has intimidating and threatening run-ins with the military after his terrifying ordeal.
I was interviewed by the Office of Special Investigations. It was theater done to intimidate me, and they succeeded because I was scared to death.
If I come out, is the government gonna come after me? We hear so many stories about people who come out and then there's a knock on their door, or they get really menacing phone calls. And I was afraid that was gonna happen to me.
These fears of being ridiculed, bullied, or worse, leave experiencers grappling with the very real trauma of their troubling encounters, alone.
So many of us are having experiences, but we're not saying anything. We're just bottling it up, and this is not healthy for our lives.
I believed in UFOs and extraterrestrial beings. Yes, these things are real.
Why Brazil? Why blood? Why those people? We don't have those answers. Melinda had the feeling that whoever those beings are, they are extracting blood from people to create a vaccine that could immunize them to this planet.
There's not one culture historically that has not been touched by this phenomenon.
What is absolutely mind-blowing is individuals from around the world reporting the same thing.
The whole world is not delusional. Something real and physical is happening to these people.
And the personal impact shakes them to their very core.
For a long time, I felt anger, and I realized I'm going to tell the world about this. I think that would be best for my mental health.
All of the experiences that I've been having since childhood are real. For the first time in my life, I declared that I cannot deal with this alone. A few weeks later, I declared I'm writing a book and I'm coming out.
These life-altering encounters push us towards incredibly difficult and terrifying realizations.
We're not at the top of the food chain. Whatever these things are, the one that I locked eyes with, I can say this, he's 500 rungs up the evolutionary ladder from where I'm at.
Physical contact by possibly extraterrestrial creatures leaves visible and invisible scars and happens more often than most imagine.
We're talking about millions of people around the world who report some sort of contact experience.
These events really do take place.
The more people who stand up and say, this happened to me, the less we'll be able to ignore it.
I think just by virtue of telling these stories, more people are going to have recognition. Take your foot off the gas pedal of opinion and listen.
And the truth is not easy.
I felt like I was divulging some kind of family secret. That was a hard obstacle to get over.
My particular path included the ETs, and I had to face it. I hear from experiencers, and I help them process what's happening to them, because this is not a mistake.
This is a pattern I see over and over again. What can start out as very negative turns 180 degrees.
I get emails from all over the world. They tell me these amazing stories, and I write them back and say, I understand. You're not alone. That's validation, that's comfort in numbers.
And for those most intimately affected, the meaning of these encounters has changed over time.
The flash burns and the sunburn, the dehydration, I think those were all collateral damage. I don't think that the object of the exercise was to torture me.
They were actually helping me.
But not everyone is left believing the ETs had good intentions.
Was it intentional? Of course it was. They didn't care at all for the victims.
Not all ETs are going to be our space brothers. Perhaps this is a good example of the type of ETs you do not want to run into. ones who are ruthless, ones who are not compassionate, and who will go so far as to cause death among people who get too close.
These events are being taken seriously and studied, looking for answers that may help individuals and ultimately our entire species.
There are certain studies being done right now measuring the brain of individuals who have had contact experiences.
Perhaps we will find other civilizations that are more advanced or equally advanced or less advanced than the human race.
I personally believe that communicating with ETs and accepting them and learning from them is how we're going to find individual and collective peace on this planet.
Whatever happens next on our ET journey will be an incredible chapter in a long, evolving story of physical and emotional encounters.
We are all swimming in uncharted waters here, but with an open mind, an open heart, and the willingness to listen. The universe just may meet us halfway.
They're here, they do take some of us, and I think within my lifetime, the world will know.
One of the biggest questions of mankind is, why are we here and who are we? The answers to those questions will be divulged through our acceptance that we are not the only advanced civilization in this galaxy or in other galaxies.
We're part of a community that is spread all over the universe. Anytime now, perhaps this year, we will face our visitors